is here for Ever 8's draft, trying to make Jin Air guess and react to what they're doing.
Heavily expecting it to be top lane just because Marang's more of the aggressive school of thought.
Now, what about the Fizz? Because this one also,
That's true.
something that we saw so much in the top lane,
Well,
and Faker yet again brings it out.
Now, it is so on. You mentioned that he'd played Shen. His actual win rate on true tanks like Shen and Maokai is 0%. He lost on both of them. He's a carry top lane player. He made Jin Air look stronger because he actually had lane pressure in the early game, which is certainly not a staple of Jin Air and their extended long games waiting for tanks in the top lane to hit 4 items and become unkillable. So he changes the way the team plays, so heavily expecting it to be the top lane Fizz into Gragas, which of tank matchups is the best tank matchup, has the sustain in the early game, can itemize Spirit Visage, and build a bit of armor and BK. So we're expecting that to be the top lane matchup, but the flex picks are back. It feels like every time an international event rolls around, there's flex picks in the meta, and we're seeing a couple of them already selected. As when it comes to the bans, some respect shown for Scepted on the Syndra, 7-2 in the regular season over in Challenger, and success in the playoffs as well. It's a big pick for him.
Yep. See the LeBlanc, Syndra banned away from the mid lane here, so trying to pinch down onto Kuzan's champion pool just a little bit. Graves will be removed from the jungle, so Jin Air showing that they're expecting that Gragas to be up top for Helper.
And we're expecting a first pick Lee Sin, probably on the side of Jin Air. Malrang will take Lee Sin if it's available. They've already banned the Graves, so the Lee Sin priority is very high now. Elise and Lee Sin are premier junglers that are available. Trying to ban away strong mid lane champions as well. Kuzan has kind of struggled for performance this year. Taliyah was his best performing champion, so they just go with the win rates and ban away the Taliyah.
Well, you mentioned the Lee Sin. Hover coming through here already for Umti. And will likely be that lockdown.
Like I said, it's very, very high priority with the Graves taken away, and because Marang is Graves and Lee Sin as big picks. Has Marang been putting something together, something different? Because it could still be the Gragas flex to the jungle. We're heavily expecting Disengage to go with what is looking more like a Juggernaut comp than just a standard Protect the Kog'Maw. But that part is not confirmed just yet. Or he could just go for the strongest dueling jungler available. At least will be the tier list pick, that's for sure.
Could see this locked in, then going to be looking for that mid lane here for Scepted. Something like the Orianna is available to try to couple in with this Juggernaut composition.
Ahri is a big pick for him. As you say, wouldn't necessarily fit the Orianna side of things, but they have a lot of magic damage, and we talked about, of course, in the final, when you pair Elise and you get other incidental magic damages, which they have 4 of, the solo lane champions here, and it also kind of takes away Fizz as a flex, because Talon does very well into Fizz in the mid lane, can disengage damage with the ultimate, and thus be not taking any further damage after the fish, so Talon in mid lane is the choice. So they start off showing Juggernaut, and then they kind of go a bit more balanced, but Lulu and Kog'Maw have innate synergy, of course. We're waiting to see what the mid lane choice will be. Kuzan has flexed the Malzahar before, but there's no flex about this, or is there? As we're unsure if it will just be Karma mid lane against the Talon. Wave clearing. Doesn't have his great itemization. Can't so naturally go into Athene, so my first instinct is it'll be Malzahar mid lane, but for now we're not sure.
They do have till about 20 seconds on that clock to get things shifted around. For now, Kuzan does have the Karma, the TP, and the flash there. And seems like this might just be the lock-in here for Jin Air.
20 seconds is when the players have to finally swap, so will he just be doing his best first Doinby impression, then I guess Faker impression now to keep it Korean. Yep, 20 seconds roll through, so it will be Karma mid lane. Itemization there will be interesting, given that, like we mentioned, Athene's such an obvious pick against champions like LeBlanc, which is exactly what Faker was looking to shut down with Athene's Unholy Grail in games 2 and 3 of the final. Of course, could be Morellonomicon, could be more traditional itemization, but you don't get the double whammy of magic resist and also the health and magic regen in that particular case. So interesting drafts and definitely influenced by big matches around the world. It's a world meta as it exists now in League of Legends and being reflected in our first game of the promotions.
I mean, personally, I was hoping for Kuzan to go with a Pantheon counter pick in the mid lane, run that one in.
Oh boy. That one runs, but it's straight up mid.
Yeah,
actually.
it goes right down the mid lane. But here we go. I mean, we're going to get our first look of Scepted here in the arena.
And of course, has played live matches. Afrika TV hosting the challenger scene live, but this is different. First time on the OGN stage, some experience in support and top lane for Ever 8, but other players will need to step up. The OGN arena is what all these players have strived for throughout their careers. They make it here today, but they may exit today as well.
Yeah, want to avoid that at all costs, especially the likes of Jin Air. Want to reestablish their spot in LCK Summer. It all starts right here. Let's go ahead and get onto the Rift. Surprising amount of fans showing up here for Ever 8. Their first appearance in the OGN studio, as you say, and a decent amount of people coming out on a Tuesday afternoon.
Tuesday 1 p.m. for a school and work day is a big ask, so it's cool to see the fans. It is Open Fans Day, so even if you're watching from home in Seoul, please come and join us.
Yeah, it's free admission.
Free admission, no tickets required. Obviously, expected not to be the packed full houses when it is these challenger and low-tier LCK teams, but they all want to make it back to LCK Summer. LCK Spring is now in the books. Wonderful season, perhaps the best of all time. Maybe not capped off with the final we were hoping for.
Yeah.
To anoint itself officially that title, but a great season nonetheless. As Jin have got some deep vision down. They are going to see Malrang with his start. Let's see how many are stolen away. 20 gold. So 2 of the small raptors stolen away means no level 2 to kill the big raptor, and suddenly Malrang will actually lose and have to smite. So that actually was a very successful counter jungle by Kuzan, because you need to get all the small raptors, maybe barring one, to hit level 2 and be able to clear that big raptor without smite.
Yeah, so really good start from him. Nice aggressive push forward, and Umti, he's going to go ahead and rotate down. Starts up the blue buff.
So this is a multi-step process from Jined. Because they counter jungle and saw the smite, they know there's no way for Malrang to be able to tussle with Umti, so they will get the blue buff steal. The Elise knows what's happening, but there's nothing she can do because she had to use Smite, was in vision. Jin already have gotten some tech, the sort of stuff that we didn't necessarily see from them in the regular season. They put their time to good use. As we focus on the bottom lane, and Snowflower's got the blue buff as well, so that was off screen, but at the same time, they've allowed Snowflower to get in to get a lead. You could just put out the Voidlings to tank up the friendly blue buff. And so consider how many things happen at the same time. Warded the enemy raptors, contested it with the Karma, saw the smite go down, which allowed the blue buff friendly to go to the side of Jin Air. But we're talking about that rock, paper, scissors, and the Elise is here.
Yeah, wraparound is coming in. Slowed up is Teddy. Flash forward, comes in with the exhaust. Teddy going low. Malrang getting exhausted out by Snowflower, and Teddy is able to get the first blood. Fires off the 90 caliber net. The trap comes down, locking in Ella. He falls, and now Kuzan with the TP gets the rune in onto Duel, who will fall. A second kill coming in for the Karma, and Jin Air 3-1, very decisive.
And you hear the squeals from the Jin Air fans. They should be happy. They won the early game with their all-in press, taking the friendly blue buff, contesting the enemy raptors, and then blue. And then they had the teleport advantage. So Ever 8, you could see that Malrang, this aggressive young jungler, felt pressured because of losing buffs, wanted to punish somewhere, but were against a summoner spell advantage. And Teddy, predictably, he saw the enemy jungler, and look where he jukes to. He jukes straight into the brush. And you can say, okay, that's the drop vision, but remember, he also gets the extra headshots. So he just turns on Malrang and kills him straight up. Blue buff for Snowflower means that he has the extra level. And, you know, Kuzan rolls in on the backside and gets the kill. So really, really one-sided stuff for Jin Air off the back of an innovative and on-point early game. This is the sort of stuff that makes Jin Air look like a contender in the LCK, not a 9th place squad. But remember, both Jin Air and Kongdu went 2-1 match-wise out of their last 3 and looked significantly better. That was after they were already confirmed in the promotion, but it does mean they come into this with a point to prove.
Really concisive stuff here from the side of Jin Air. Getting way more cohesive as a team than we've seen from them in quite some time. Umti especially, reacting very well into the jungle, getting away that blue buff to start things off, and Kuzan pulling the trigger on the TP instantly. So already a nice advantage, 1.3 thousand gold in their favor as they keep rolling. And I mean, for the most part, CS going even if not to their advantage. Across the board, Kuzan duking it out with Septon, who goes forward, but Umti Arise has the shield. It's not enough to keep him alive. He will bleed out with the help of that Ignite. But they trade it back.
Yeah, Kuzan actually misjudged the damage of the Ignite and the passive because he was taking a couple of shots from minions. If he had just backed away, wouldn't have done this. Just
that's awkward.
Rolls in, Lee Syndrome there for a second, but not enough to actually fall down.
He thought he could get behind the minions with the dash there before the Cocoon would come out, but actually gets locked up and goes low. Other than that, doesn't lose anything. Already had to use the flash to help get the kill.
We've been watching much of top lane. Lane supremacy for the Fizz, but the CS advantage, not the one-sided CS advantage we've seen for Fizz in some matchups. Gragas can be very much a factor in this lane. We'll probably just go the budget Rod of Ages, the triple Doran's ring, and try to push. You can max Q and just basically not commit to any melee fights. Man, bot lane with the pickaxe longsword start. Already, it's struggle street for Kog'Maw.
Oh, he's waiting in the tri-brush. They don't have vision on duels. They don't know exactly where he's recalling.
He actually completes the recall, though. A lot of players will try to hold the recall, especially when they have flash in the hopes that they can bait something and use the Vampiric Scepter to get up, but definitely some realism on the side of Duel. He knows he can't afford to fall twice in laning phase. Otherwise, they'll never be able to get there.
MT, though, now making another round over
Still
towards that mid lane.
Not quite level 6 yet.
Yes, Scepted does have 6, has that Shadow Assault ready to go. It's going to be the Tether coming down, takes the jump over the wall.
Tether's long range.
Yeah, locks him in, he takes a little bit of damage, but Umti, no way to get on top of the Talon, so he's just going to go ahead, wrap around, start taking out those wolves.
So basically the way this Everate comp works is it's not a Juggernaut like we first suspected. You could tell when they pivoted towards the Talon and Elise. Is that the Elise and Talon are there to kind of anchor the early game. Juggernaut was a big thing in 2015 spring because it felt like it was quite easy to extend games, and a lot of measures have been put into League of Legends around turrets and other reinforcements to allow more lane snowball to happen. For example, there's no lane swaps, which also was a factor that allowed for very comfortable early games, even in bad matchups. So now you kind of can't go full Juggernaut without just being threatened where you go down 3 kills and you just get rolled over in the mid game, and the games can actually end fast enough that the Juggernaut never comes online. So they have the Talon and Elise, and also they have the synergy of Talon in the early game. You get 3 kills on Talon, you roll in with a Wild Growth, get a second Rake off, and you can do massive AoE damage. So the thought here is try and baby the Kog'Maw through laning phase with roams from the Talon, with the ganking pressure of Elise, and then late game, it's not quite a full investment into Juggernaut, but it still will be 3-4 item Kog'Maw, and that in its own right is very powerful and can carry over, say, the damage fall off of a Talon in late game.
We'll see how Duel is about surviving the remainder of this laning phase here. Down about 20 CS at the moment, as you might expect. Caitlyn with that added passive range that she has over top. Has been really good harassment out by Teddy and Snowflower in that bottom lane, just consistently chunking him out and keeping him underneath the turret. Trying to make it as hard as possible for him to get those last hits off.
Snowflower getting extra experience from the blue buff also means his level 6 will be online more reliably. Very likely to hit level 6 soon with the XP advantage, even though he spent some time out of lane.
It's coming up right about now, so actually there we go. Does get pinged as soon as we swap the camera off. So now Duel going to be having to play that much more cautiously, but I say that, Empty doing the complete opposite. Walks in blind. Cocoon straight into the burst damage from that Shadow Assault, and he goes down.
That's very much a vision tussle, and in the end, Umti's the one that was too recklessly aggressive. A lot of those wins late in the season weren't Umti, remember. They were Raze, who is available and in the studio today. Jin have had a great start. Still 1,000 gold up, but Everate are not rolling over, and that's what we can see from Challenger teams, but not a team that just won the Challenger final 3 days ago.
Yeah. Helper wrapping around. Kuzan spotted him out. Forward next to the Raptor pit there. Keeps himself safe, but considerable amount of damage thrown down onto that turret here for Everate, trying to get themselves set up for that first break if possible.
So Kuzan might actually just rush Zhonya's to allow him to play the Nullifier role. When we saw Faker playing the Karma, again, against the LeBlanc, we talked about it, was the Athene's rush, and the teleport was taken basically to stop the LeBlanc from split pushing. Talon doesn't need teleport to split push, but we know he's most comfortably played in a side lane, so basically the itemization is just to nullify the Talon split push rather than to get the most out of the Karma pick offensively.
Wrapping his way around here, turret going low, could just be the first brick, couple more shots will do it, 1 more from Teddy, 2 more, and there we go, goes down, so Jin Air picking up that first turret. Pushing their gold a bit further ahead here, just over 2,000 in the lead at the moment. look to tack a little bit more onto that with the Infernal Drake being started up by Umti. He'll be able to solo this one out.
Amusingly, this was another one of the things that was rolled into the game after the fall of Juggermore was things like Drakes. When it came to the elemental Drakes, you could get really, really unlucky. You know, if you seed the early game, which you often do, picking Kog'Maw lanes, you basically don't have control around the bot side of the map, and if a couple of Infernals roll in, even with the Kog'Maw coming online, especially when you take Caitlyn, a champion that is very strong, 5-6 items, you can be punished by the RNG factor there as well. So a lot of incidental things kind of led to pure Juggermore falling away, and we see this one that straddles the line, but even then, if Everate continue to give over the Drakes and can't find a split push with Karma nullifying, there is a chance that we'll never see the late game dream that every Kog'Maw Lulu team is drafted around.
Well, for now, just trying to get that Blade of the Runekin coming in. Cutlass is there alongside that recurve bow, so he's very close to having it. That's the first step, but even from there, going to be looking for something like the Hurricane. Perhaps even the Rage Blade, as we've seen from time to time.
Wit's End also a possibility, but against the team he's facing, it certainly will get some value.
Yeah, 3 AP damage sources.
There's a lot of disagreement on Kog'Maw builds. We've seen, of course, the Wit's End Rageblade build from, I believe it was Sangyun, long time ago now, right at the start of the season before the last Kog'Maw resurgence, let's say. There was also Blade of the Ruined King Hurricane build. We see Deft, who was loving the Trinity Force build, is Umti again.
Coming in, yeah, Umti got a flash over the wall. Takes a little bit of damage here.
Can't really afford to miss any spells, because otherwise you really lose a lot of value out of the passive, so that's why when they didn't register, it's backed away. Talon's so graceful. Whenever I see Talon, I think of Mirror's Edge.
Yeah. Can we get a second one?
Yeah, they've been talking about it for a long time.
I think it's supposed to release maybe later this year.
Not necessarily endorsement of the game, but the aesthetic and the movement of Mirror's Edge was super cool.
And for the time that it came out especially, it was pretty ahead of itself, you have to say.
People will say the same thing about Talon's rework.
Yeah, it's actually really funny because the CEO, there's a picture of the CEO of EA Games, and he looks exactly like the villain from the next Mirror's Edge game.
There's a story there.
Huh.
Let's not talk about video game history too much, but I know that Mirror's Edge was kind of their proof of concept. That didn't have to just be sequels of games. It could be new ideas. So I can see where they're coming from with that, given that that game was supposed to come out like 3 years ago.
I'm one of those people where it's like, you know, if the game comes out when it's ready, I'm happy. Same thing with movies. I don't think they need to be rushed as long as the finished product ends up being good.
How do you explain Duke Nukem Forever, then Achilles? That came out. Apparently it was ready.
Should have just never happened, is how that one goes.
Hey, when I was a kid, Duke Nukem 3D was hella cool.
Hey, I remember playing it as well.
You could urinate in the bathrooms. That was a big thing back then.
It's the next generation.
That was the next generation in the 90s, man.
And then your Sims could urinate.
That's true.
It's amazing. It's a great
Bodily
time.
functions
Though,
are so
he's not having a good time.
His bodily functions are gone.
Yeah, he's they have shut down.
Took his hands off the keyboard in frustration, did Umti. It's going to be a long day.
It is. The loopiness is already setting in.
I just had my Hot 6 energy drink. I'm ready to roll.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. They're not a sponsor of LCK.
That's true. Or of anything, I think, right now as we speak. But they'll be back.
Yeah.
They're always back. So one, just trying to be annoying. Went for the Sheen actually before completing his defensive itemization. Send some Spirit Visage into Trinity Force Fizz, but often you get at least a Spectre's Cowl before you go into the damage. As Ken's... See, this is interesting itemization. Scepted's actually gone for a Snowball QSS, which is very interesting to me. You look at the opponent lineup, and obviously there's value in the QSS against the Malzahar roam with something like the Boots of Mobility. Against the Karma straight up, the Tether, I guess, is slightly irrelevant, but very much wants to play a split push game. But when you're already going a nerf lethality build, going for QSS this early, seems like you're really sacrificing a lot of your mid-game damage output for safety, which could be, theoretically at least, achieved with wards.
Yeah. Well, it'll be a rough time. Scepted right now with a Talon, kind of looking like on with his play there.
Pons LeBlanc.
Yeah. It's reminiscent.
Reminiscent, you say. Is that really something people go for? Being reminiscent of Pawns LeBlanc from the final?
I mean, it's inadvertent, I'm sure, but unfortunately, that's where it's landing at the moment.
2 1-on-1s, doing fine. Good to see Malrang and Sceptid rotating together. These two as a duo, they are the young guns who look great in Challenger, but the collapse would start. But you can see Umti and Snowflower end up just slowing themselves down.
Teddy, Fringe, just go ahead, stick around in this mid lane. Needs to respect the damage output without, well, that W is up here for duel, but otherwise, just slowly, steadily chipping away at that mid-tier 1 turret. So very close to having a second one on the board. Just moving the gold along even further. Body slam, not going to connect. Neither will that playful trickster. Explosive cast coming out from Helper, just keeping so on off of him.
I actually never appreciated this interaction, but you notice Duel was spending a lot of time avoiding the traps in the mid lane, even when Teddy moved away. And because he's gone Infinity Edge straight up, there is the chance that you step on a trap and you take a headshot crit and just basically have to exit lane. So because he's gone the Infinity Edge build, you have to respect the trap line even more than usual, which not an interaction that we've really considered, but does make it quite difficult for Kog'Maw to wave clear in mid. As we got a pause, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, we do. So starting things off right today. Have a pause coming in. See what the issue is. And
it's only 1 p.m. local time. We've got plenty of hours to get through on 3 best-of-3s.
Oh, I know. I've been working on mentally preparing myself for this for about a week.
I missed this day last year. It was you and Monty, I believe, who did the first 3-match day.
That sounds correct, yeah. And then I ended up closing.
I remember I was just like, I just can't do Tuesday, and then Monty didn't look and see it was the 3 best-of-3 day.
That's right.
And I was like, oh, whoops.
Yeah. Oh, what a convenience here for me.
And then Monty left, and I have to do all the days.
Yeah, that was the reason, actually. That was the straw.
It's true.
That was the straw that broke Monty's
back. It wasn't
back.
anyone else, guys. I'm sorry. I gave him the 3-match day, and that was just when it dawned on him. No more LCK for me.
People have been touting a whole lot of things. Relationship with Riot, Overwatch on the rise.
It
but
was
it was
the one
just
best.
It's that one day.
And yet, they give it to me this season. You know? I don't know if I'll be back in summer, Achilles.
They're trying to get rid of you.
Speaking of teams that may or may not be back in summer.
Either of these.
Exactly.
Well, I guess it wouldn't really be back in summer for Everade. It'd be a bit of the same.
We're just rolling over here, Achilles. This is going to be a long day. Work with me. Come on. Make your color cost look good, etc., etc.
I'm just trying to be grammatically correct. Technically correct. All at the same time.
We have someone in this game called Sceptid. What does that mean?
It's like when a Southern student gets accepted to college.
You can be intercepted and you can be accepted, but can you ever just be scepted?
Yeah. Got accepted to school.
Grammatically correct, huh? Starting off on the right foot. Which school did you go to again?
Temple University.
Okay.
It's a top college in the States, actually.
Kuzan, pretty brazen, has gone for the Athenes anyway. Athenes Ninja Tabi. Has also finished up the Ardent Sensor, so cheap itemization means the Karma's build's already very much online.
This has got to be so frustrating for Teddy. It's so close. He's been here for just minutes.
He's been sitting on a lot of gold, too. He hasn't shopped in quite a while.
Yeah. Should see that Hurricane perhaps coming through for him. He wants to change up the build a little bit, but there we go. Finally got the turret. Says, you know what? I'm not going to buy anything until I kill that damn turret.
I consider Phantom Dancer just because Elise and Talon are trying to burst you, so the 12% damage reduction might be relevant there, but Hurricane is the most damage, certainly. When it comes to AoE
seems
fights.
like it's going to be Hurricane with that. It could be still. I don't know. We'll see where he wants to go. Seems like Hurricane might be the pickup for now. Maybe he goes Hurricane and Phantom Dancer for the most attack speed.
Pretty common, actually, when you go Infinity Edge, going Double Zeal. But play the Ruin King, too. Double Zeal very much in meta right now.
Trying to hold on to this turret. See Snowflower wrapping around. Helps Kuzan keep this one safe. So, really just so much standing gold on the map for Everade at this point. Haven't been able to answer anything. It's already 2 Drakes here for Jin Air, 3 turrets up. Even in kills, but the CS is, it's pretty damning here from every lane. 40 up for Teddy, 14 for Kuzan, and about 30 there for So On.
In every meaningful role, there is a CS advantage. The jungle CS can always be a bit misleading. I follow your logic. And you're never really sure how to evaluate these scaling comps like the one that Ever8 is running. Item timings will be big for them. Will they be significantly more than for the Caitlyn and Fizz? You know, that's where you kind of have to really do some approximate math, and there is still power in the late game for Jin Air, so certainly advantage Jin Air. But Ever8 have been at least trying to nip at their heels, if not able to close what has been a good early game for Jin Air.
Well, pushing in, getting some deep vision. They're going to lose out on this control ward immediately, but I think they really want to go in to fight Septed in the Sonic Wave, but they don't know where the rest of the team is. Know that they should be collapsing in on the area.
This is the right play from Jin Air. Keep pushing your vision line forward. Take these objectives.
It's
not
a
the
full
most
5 in the
clear.
bottom lane right now. They're going to force up this turret as best as they can. Septed getting chunked out. Teddy firing away, gets a couple shots in. Get down to half HP, but the wave clear is going to be here from the Karma from that built over Peacemaker, so they're just going to go ahead and try to get this one. Kuzan getting locked down by the Cocoon, takes a little bit of damage. Taking up the turret as well, drops the big shields in for the team. They take out the tower, and Jin Air will exit safely.
Yeah, what they realize is even though there's good wave clear from the Talon, he's not going to jump into 4 members, and there's no other initiation barring an optimistic flash Cocoon.
Yeah, without having the Gragas there.
Yeah, the Gragas is not there, and even then, Gragas engage is pretty easy to navigate away from after the fixed travel time on the ultimate. So yeah, seeing Helper on the map gave them relative safety. Another free objective, and the turret was full HP in the top lane, so we're able to defend that very quickly. The standing goal goes from being a bit of an outside consideration to a really big one at this point, as So1 misses the fish.
Yeah, jump in the water, it's not going to connect, so Septed will be all right. Just going to trade that ultimate for the Youmuu's active. Snowflower, though, getting jumped on. Will flash away before that explosive cast can come down, so Helper not going to be able to isolate him and take him out. Jin Air staying safe, but I mean, that's a potential pig tool taken away there from Snowflower. Can't get the flash forward with another grasp. Trying to lock somebody like Jewel down.
Usually that's a really big factor when it comes to Flash Nethergrass being important, but my first instinct this game is that you just use the Nethergrass on Septed as a pick tool. You're not going to be able to flash kill a Kog'Maw because everyone else is basically trying to build up that Kog'Maw in the backline, so we'll see how critical the flash is. Of course, could just be caught warding with no flash on the Malzahar.
Trying to push in here. Get some vision down, clear out that control ward. Drops another one in the brush as the lanes just kept getting moved up towards those inner turrets.
Look how awkward this is. Duel also has to itemize early into QSS.
Gonna go forward. The tether coming down is gonna flash. Takes himself out of range. Get clipped by a little bit of damage. The headshot will come through. The ace in the hole, rather, from Teddy.
The last pick, Malzahar, is doing so much work, Achilles, because the team that's behind and needs scaling itemization is being forced into QSS. So it's a 5k gold lead, but double QSS, another 2,500 gold that hasn't gone into the building block items. So in a straight up 5v5, Ever8 are effectively 7k gold behind their opponents and thus can't even fight.
Yep, I can see So1 just feeling free to go ahead and continue the split push down to the bottom side of the map. Has the TP ready so he can join his team on a moment's notice. Maybe even interrupt that of Helpers if he sees that start to go. Can toss the chum in the waters and try to make his way over. But for now, Jin Air is still just posturing forward in this top lane, looking to take out this turret. They just have it knocked down below half HP, and Duel really gets chunked out. The Mantra Q's coming through.
22 minutes,
right through that Kog'Maw.
22 minutes in. Ever8 have access to the minions when they crash into inner or Nexus turrets, so sorry, inner or inhibitor turrets, and maybe a single jungle camp on their red side, but nothing more. The team that wants to play the side lane game hasn't been able to, and Talon, he's looking for a gank, but Fizz can be hard to lock down.
Shadow Assault comes through, but so does Chum in the Waters. They knock Septed up. So1 still just trying to sprint his way out of here. Obviously no flashes. He's taking the exhaust. He has the Troll Bolt, works himself further away, gets himself out to safety. And they get the tier 2 in top as well. So last inner turret standing in the mid lane, and Jin Air, they're just pinging for the Baron.
I mean, if you run a Talon comp and don't get access to a single turret pre-23 minutes, this can be the result where they have access to no lane, some wave clear, no initiation. And as you say, Jin Air onto Baron, it's at 50% HP. But Ever8 smell a rat and they'll back away.
All right, well, Jin Air, they go ahead. They make the measured play. They decide to just peel off that one. Don't think it's going to be as damning as it was for KT Rolster in the final, as they're just so very far ahead and don't have to worry about falling off late. So they just go ahead and peel back off of that one. It was a very fast Baron. I mean, it feels like this game is so much later. Maybe it's because Jin Air is in the game, but it's really just 23.5 minutes in.
I mean, Jin Air has been So measured, so impressive in this game. The best performance I've seen from them since very early in the season.
Yeah.
When
they took down Afrika 2-0.
Yeah, exactly. Before they were, mathematically calculated out of playoffs, then into promotions. They are playing in a different ebb. This would be 3 wins and 1 loss in match score in a row for this team, who, of course, haven't played for multiple weeks since the end of the regular season. And it was with a lineup we didn't expect. It's with So1 and Umti, where So1 was in and out, but looking quite good on these offensive fighter top lane champions that admittedly are in the meta. We're seeing so much more Kennen and Fizz and Jace in the top lane in recent weeks, which definitely fits So1 better than it does Ixu, who's more of the Nautilus and Gragas top school of thought. And also Umti, been able to calm the nerves and get over the frustrations that were definitely dogging him in the later parts of the season. From level 1, they had a plan, they executed on it well, and Everett, who wanted the Talon and Elise to carry through in the early game, got targeted around those areas. And the late game looks like it'll never come because Duel is still 1 damage item at 25 minutes on Kog'Maw.
Yep. And I mean, you mentioned Umti. Honestly, just outside of that 1 death earlier on, just face checking into the brush, that was pretty much his really only mistake.
He hasn't been a superstar. You can see he's actually behind his opponent, but his warding has been good. He's been shadowing the enemy jungler, and they need Elise and Talon to get ahead to allow Duel to get ahead, and instead, Duel was targeted, then Helper was targeted, and there's been no access on the map to the Talon.
Yeah, I mean, it's been all about his team play in this one. Not the individual outperformances that you see sometimes from Lee Sin, such as Peanut and whatnot, or Score when he pilots it. But Umti, he's been playing with the team well. He's been playing reactively. He's there to back up when he needs to be. Backing up Kuzan, almost keeping him alive in that mid lane and helping to turn that fight and get an answering kill in on the Scepted. So he's been in the right places at the right time.
I'm hyped about Jin Air, something I haven't been able to say very often this season or even in the last couple of years. But to have a start like that, where they contested Raptors, then contested enemy blue, all the while there, Malzahar, Caitlyn taking blue buff and accelerating Malzahar's rush to 6 and help the bottom lane laning phase, is the sort of 3-part plan that I only see from the top teams when they've really had a lot of time to prepare for a best of 5. Instead, in this opening best of 3 of the day, it feels like that lead they got at level 1 was just too much for Everett to overcome.
Yep. Now a 3rd dragon stacked up here for Jin Air to get that 2nd Ocean Drake. There'll be a 3rd one on the way. Go ahead and close this out before that Elder Dragon comes up. But yep. Baron, not touched now for about 3 minutes. Vision control still very much in the hands of Jin Air.
Just the most anemic Kog'Maw you've ever seen. Still just on Zeal and Blade of the Ruin King.
He's got Berserker Greaves.
He does. His frontline Fizz he's going to have to tussle with has a Guardian Angel already, so that's going to take a while to get through.
Best of luck. Well, there you go. The Hurricanes finally come through.
It's a start. As Teddy also goes for
a very late one.
A QSS himself, but has a Merc Scimitar. That's a very expensive item.
Yes, it is.
About the same price as an Infinity Edge, so.
Yeah, has that completed on top of everything else. So he's got plenty of damage, it turns out. Another Zeal would do well for him to have that increased crit rate, but outside of that, he is a very powerful Caitlyn.
So I watched the semi-final, which also was a gauntlet style, if you're wondering, when it came to challenges. Everett versus Ban Please, which BPZ, it's a hilarious name. And in that match, Duel and Ella got solo killed or 2v2 killed quite a lot, and that was kind of a worry for me. And then you have to consider that Teddy was the shining light of Jin Air, so it wasn't necessarily a lane bullying duo. It's a Malzahar support that usually falls behind, but with blue buff, and just given the quality of Teddy, they've taken over the duo lane, put the same sort of hurt onto Duel without necessarily 2v2 killing them, and they're winning this through the bot lane, Jin Air.
Here we go, trap line set up, Duel going low, Wild Growth comes out, Ace in the hole connects, no one body blocking, Teddy just snipes him out on the back line. They'll get the turret to boot, and Jin Air can just rotate straight over to Baron. Everett looking completely on separate pages.
I mean, stage jitters on the OGN stage. How could nobody stand in front? Flashes were up. There were multiple different ways. The communication for a second goes wrong, and after 28 minutes have been dictated to.
Oh, Helper. He completes it. There's a trap waiting for him, plus a Nether Grasp. He goes down. Jin Air turning straight back over to the Baron, and Well, Ever8 looking like they're just trying to pull the trigger on anything, but they're just tossing Hail Marys one at a time as they pile in and get picked off.
Yeah, the communication certainly does not seem to be good from the side of Ever8. First with the block, then with Helper completing the teleport. Had to cancel it. Didn't do so. And the end result is Baron with superior split pushes, with duel now, with no flash. Everything working for Jin Air. This might be the push to end game 1.
Looking that way. Still very early. The death timers are not long. It's just 12 seconds left here before Helper comes up. Does have that explosive cask still to try to disperse these minions and stop Jin Air from pushing in, but they're onto the turret already, down to half HP as they look to break this inhibitor line. Very early on, Septon coming in from the sidelines, gets jumped on. The kickback comes in from Umti. He'll jump over the wall. Malefic Vision's not enough to take him down, but he is out of the fight. Jin Air, they pile straight back in. Redemption coming through, gonna pop them all back up as they look to get this inhibitor down. So on, still feeling more than healthy to stick around in the front lines. Pushing right back in. They get it. They can exit as a team with that speed up in the shields. Septon's going to maybe try to answer this mid-tier 1, but that's going to be the first tower that Ever8's been able to take this entire game.
And that's what happens when you straddle the line between early game and late game. They decided to go with the Talon, but you need to be so clean on the execution in the early and mid game. Otherwise, you get to this awkward spot where the Talon hasn't contributed what they needed it to. Jin Air was so good in playing around the mid lane that while Septon is on a one-man mission for relevance, definitely doesn't want to face check this.
Definitely not. So on, very formidable here, even with just having a Trinity Force as his damage contributing items. He's been wreaking havoc despite the 0-0-1 scoreline that he has for himself. He's been very instrumental in these pushes, playing up in that front line, just keeping Duel constantly afraid of that Chum the Water coming out.
Jin Air's full core press. There's no real resistance from Ever8, especially with Baron buff. Now suddenly Rake doesn't clear the back line. Kog'Maw can't walk up to get Hurricane Bolt. He knows he's going to be taken down by someone on the side of Jin Air. Even a headshot crit will slow down the march of the Kog'Maw. Waiting for Jin Air to break the base again. The minions haven't pushed in from the top, but the super minions are coming slowly.
Working their way in. Helper going to get locked down yet again by the trap. Wild Growth coming through, but the headshots coming out is just too much damage. Teddy helps take him down. Gets an answering kill onto Duel as well. So on, still splitting in the bottom lane. Just Septon running for the hills. He's exiting with as much grace as you could possibly have during this crushing of a loss. 11,000 gold about on the board here for Jin Air as they bring the super creeps, now empowered by Baron, into these final 2 towers standing between Jin Air and the Nexus. Redemption yet again popping them back up. They'll work these down, and that's just going to be game 1 going over them. One of the cleanest games we've ever seen Jin Air play. 31.5 minutes to take down Ever8 here in game 1.
And clean is not even the word that I think that's the most interesting to ascribe to Jin Air. Decisive. Pristine, very smart early game that was aggressive, but also juggled their resources with the enemy's resources. They looked like an LCK caliber team, and after the early game, specifically the play around Malrang and Septon in the mid lane, didn't get the Talon a good early start. Ever8 looked starved at ideas. When the turret went down in the bot lane just due to Caitlyn out pushing the Kog'Maw, they looked not on the same page, and perhaps best illustrated by no one tanking the ace in the hole onto the Kog'Maw was an obvious thing. It wasn't even worth talking about. We don't even mention when people flash into ace in the hole anymore because it's expected. It's expected at the champions level. And right now, first instinct or first impression is that Ever8 look out of place when playing against an LCK team.
Yep. So that's going to be game 1. Jin Air just needing one more win to set themselves into the best of 5 stages and avoid that lower bracket. So already a very fantastic start for them. We'll see if they can close this out or if Ever8 fires back. We're going to do a break. When we come back, we'll have game number 2 and see who is going to be falling down into that lower bracket to play later today. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Gonna take a look at the damage here from game number 1, and as you would expect, Teddy and Kuzan both popping off in the mid and bottom lane respectively, just absolutely destroying Ever 8 winners with that Caitlyn Karma duo.
Lulu did not do a lot of damage to champions this game. Obviously was focusing on shielding her Kog'Maw and losing laning phase.
That's still pretty...
1,000 damage to champions Lulu. You could see 1,000 damage to champions from Lulu in the first 10 minutes of a game just from auto attacks in a regular game. So that lets you know that the Lulu was not able to walk up whatsoever, was on the back foot because bot lane was very damningly one-sidedly over to Jin Air, and Jin Air just played really good. The sort of game of League of Legends any team will be proud to play. Largely was fairly flawless in their execution and looked a level above their challenger opponents, at least for game 1.
Yeah. Well, very nicely done by them, but they just need to replicate that performance here, Jin Air, if they want to go ahead and move on to the best of 5 stage.
I mean, they could play 5 games like that and find themselves back in the LCK and shake off what was a horror season for them. No roster changes for Jin Air, as you would expect.
It was very nightmarish for them, but now looking like they have a new breath of life in them.
Their 6 sponsors look very happy. That's a lot of sponsors.
It is. It comes with having an airline as your title sponsor, I suppose. Hello.
We didn't know we'd be on screen.
I wasn't anticipating this at all.
You took off your jacket.
I always do.
Oh, consistency.
It's nice and air conditioned.
We have really nice ties today.
That's true.
Purple is my color. If you guys didn't know, I wore purple at my semifinals for Worlds, the Rock Tigers versus SKT. I'm a big fan of the purple. I'll be wearing purple basically whenever I get a chance, of course. But we don't get to choose. They chose purple for me, and I'm happy.
He does purple all the time in his personal attire as well.
My purple shirt with the little Mew pocket.
Mine is usually just my gray pants and then
that's true.
Something else.
You only have 1 pair of pants, unfortunately.
Not quite. But
oh, wait. Do you have 10 pairs of gray pants?
Yes.
Really?
No.
I've never looked at your pants wardrobe.
We haven't gotten to that stage in our
relationship. No, we haven't.
Yet.
We're not pants official.
You got to put a ring on my finger first, then you can get there, Baba Smithy.
I'll see what I can do. I'll get into some cereal boxes and see how many rings I can find.
Yes.
They don't do that anymore, do they?
The Coda rings.
They don't do rings. I hear they don't do toys in cereal boxes anymore. Choking concerns, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think they really do that anymore. I think you're right. I think they kind of have moved away from that. The kids these days, they don't care. They just want their sugary cereal, and
maybe
that's about it.
Maybe a www dot to get some free stuff in a online MOBA or something.
Oh, I was gonna say it's like you try to pitch a kid like, hey, look, there's a toy in the box, and there's like, well, I'm just gonna play on my iPhone instead.
That's where we're at.
Yeah.
I feel the same way about social interaction. I could talk to you, but I could play on my iPhone instead.
Yeah.
See what the OGN Legion's tweeting about. As we enter game 2, where Jin Air is looking like they are in a very comfortable spot against Ever 8, but I think CJ would have felt the same when they entered game 2 of the Challengers final after coming in after an undefeated season, and there was that 3-1 reverse sweep of CJ by Ever 8. So we've learned not to count Ever 8 out, even if game 1 was very one-sided. And look at this interesting Caitlyn ban coming through from the side of Ever 8. So not wanting to see a repeat performance of domination in the bot lane, and it feels like with Caitlyn, Varus, and Ashe now off the board.
The top lane pool is so wide open at the moment.
Exactly. That part is true, but the bot lane was what decided the previous game. So how high priority will a champion like Ezreal, for example, be for Ever 8 winners at first pick?
Well, there we go. So first top lane ban does come out with Camille being taken off the board. Jin Air, what do they want to do? We saw them ban away the Rumble last time. Ashe and Varus, the other two from them.
And we get to layers upon layers. I think you have to draft Kennen over Rumble if both are up. It's a bit of a moot point now. Kennen really comes across the strongest champion available in the pool. Still a lot of power in other roles, but Kennen's flexibility, even though we've seen precious few Kennen AD carry picks like Reckless, for example, is pioneering, or re-pioneering, you should say, over in Europe. But when it comes to support pool, that's at full power as well, so it might be the Karma and Lulu trade. When Ever 8 faced a situation like this previously in their run with a lot of AD carry bans, they went back to the Kog'Maw. But is the Kog'Maw a safe draft now that they've banned away Caitlyn and they've also received Ashe and Varus bans? That part is still to be determined.
Well, now Lulu still being first picked here for Ever 8. It's like Jin Air playing around the idea of the Zyra. here for Snowflower, since the Malzahar's not available to go ahead and lock that one in, and could just see the Lee Sin out for Umti yet again.
The Lee Sin part is certainly going to come through. Very high win rate on the Zyra for Snowflower. Not a lot of champions like that, given that Jin Air straddled about a 33% win rate in the regular season, but 5-1 on Zyra. That's a big pick for Mata, big pick for Core JJ as well. A lot of Zyra bans in the final 3 or 4 weeks of the season as it opens up those AD laners, like, for example, Jace, who is available and Sceptid plays very well. So will we see something like Kog'Maw Jace come through? They clearly feel like it's safe enough for a Kog'Maw draft with this many bans, but it was so well disseminated by Jin Air that they're not sure, and they're really leaving options open to the final second. Do lock it in. Jace is the pick that was banned in Game 1 and has been a really big pick for Everate.
See where they want to go with this. They want to go ahead and lock in the Jace. Give them some poke options here.
There's actually a couple of levels of drafting here that maybe some of our Champions fans or LCK fans won't appreciate. Big pick for Everate is the Syndra, but they also see Sceptid play Aurelion Sol to great fashion into Syndra. So if you take Jace in the position where they took Gragas, it stops Jin Air from picking Syndra and then just banning Aurelion Sol as their first ban. So there's a lot of interesting levels upon which, specifically the mid lane champion pool will be played on. No sign of a mid lane champion just yet. Looks like it's going to remain with So1 on Fizz, which actually saw precious little play with the power level, I feel, of Fizz on 7.6 in LCK.
Yep, looks like Gragas Fizz yet again, both these top laners. So the Jace is up, but Kuzan would be the one piloting that into the mid lane. Now go into the second round of bans. It's going to be Karma, taken away here by Jin Air.
And both our challenger top laners, Helper and Soul from CJ, are mostly tank players. Helper a great Rumble, but apart from that, he's going to play a pressure top lane like the Gragas, for example, on the tanky side. And that does mean that So1 kind of ends up just picking whichever of the top lane fighters that are in meta he feels is strongest for the particular situation. Could have once again been the Kennen here, but Kennen is so cleanly itemized into by Spirit Visage Gragas, the mixed damage of something like the Trinity Force Fizz is being adopted over the Kennen.
I mean, he played that matchup really well, had a massive CS lead throughout the course of the game, and really good split push pressure that he was able to apply. So if it's not broken, then don't fix it, is basically the logic there for So1. LeBlanc still banned away from Kuzan, makes it in. So ban's not changing for Everate in the second half. And then Graves, the final from Jin Air.
Could take AD carry here. Or if they draft the Syndra, they should certainly expect another return of the Aurelion Sol from Sceptid. That's what I'd be hyped to see. I'm really excited whenever Aurelion Sol hits the Rift. And with that kind of thought through his head, maybe we'll see Kuzan go to Ultimate Comfort. Wow, it's a double mind game. Won't show either. Doesn't want to deal with the Aurelion Sol into Syndra or the blind pick Vladimir. We'll see where Sceptid wants to go with his champion pool. Teddy, he's on Ultra Comfort. He's on that Jin.
Yeah, hasn't gotten too many wins there with the Jin, but his performances in those games
We're not criticizing
good.
Teddy for that fact, though. Teddy has played very well on Jin, even if his team fell apart in different ways around him.
His performance has been very good. He's been probably the most standard player, you'd have to say, on Jin Air throughout the duration of the spring split. But Syndra locked up for Sceptid. Now looking for the jungle, and it's going to be the Rengar coming out.
And well, we just see Vladimir from Kuzan. Very old matchup. Is that Vladimir versus Syndra? He's already flashed it. Heavily expecting that to be his selection. And yep, just going to be locked in. Sceptid's best performing champion in regular season was Syndra. I mentioned it in Game 1 at a 7-2 win rate. It does square up the comp. It gives them, that earlier power spike mid lane champion in the Syndra. Doesn't necessarily have to play around the side lanes, which he never got to in Game 1 on the Talon because of Jin Air taking over the game. But they're going to have to make great use out of their mid lane. They didn't play truly through their mid lane, or the game was decided before level 6s came through and Sceptid and Malrang could take it over. Everate rely on Sceptid and Malrang in the early game, and no more so when you draft Lulu Kog, who need that time and items to get relevant.
Yeah. Kuzan, though, right now, have to see when we load in as we go ahead and shift away from the screen, but at the moment, running the Ignite on the Vladimir, thought maybe we would see something like the Exhaust or the Ghost come out for him, just having that extra exhaust to mitigate the damage output from the Syndra, but for now, looks like he wants to play this very aggressively.
I mean, the Flash Ignite Vladimir against Syndra is basically about, hey, if I can just all-in Ignite, ult you and get a kill and force you to use Summoners, I can actually have a safe laning phase. If you have Ghost Flash, sure, in the mid to late game, you can be relevant in the side lane, but this is basically, I don't want to play under my turret with 2 escape Summoners the whole time. If I can get some jungle pressure, Sceptid has to play maybe even just that half step or half model back, because you have to respect the all-in of ult and Ignite.
All right, well, Teddy already a very strong performance on the Caitlyn, now moving back over to some old comfort with the Jhin. Not been a pick that we've seen a whole lot of as of late. It's kind of fallen off, but he's bringing it back out here for what could be the final game of this first best of 3 as Jin Air look to just launch themselves into that upper bracket, avoid the lower half, and avoid getting relegated out into LCK Challenger. Let's go ahead, jump onto the Rift for game number 2, see if they can close this out or if Ever 8 will take us to game 3. Here we are. Quite a mini fan there for Jin Air. And we'll be starting things off with another Infernal Drake. Always good to see. This played very well.
Teddy's dance
for
moves
Jin Air. Oh
looking
yeah, he's
pretty
just
good.
He's just going crazy.
Warlord's Bloodlust is the Keystone Mastery for Teddy. One of the reasons that the drop-off in Jhin play that you mentioned came through was the obviously the direct nerfs to the champion, but it's kind of the Riot 1-2 punch, where one patch you nerf the champion, then you either nerf core itemization, which of course was also nerfed with all the lethality items, but his Keystone was also nerfed, so it was the, I guess, third punch that really put Jhin into the ground. But the good thing about Jhin in this scenario is you can heavily outrange things like the Syndra. That's likely to be hidden by a Scat of the Week. And Ultra Comfort after a Game 1 victory is not a bad spot to be in for Teddy.
Kuzan looking to harass away over by these Raptors yet again, but without having the range and comfort of that Karma. Won't be able to get any takeaways there. But something that you already mentioned, though, that we have to take track of or look at again here in this game is going to be the weakness of that bottom lane with Jewel yet again on the cog ball. So if Teddy and Snowflower are able to bully them around, we could just see that early Infernal Drake yet again go over to Jin Air.
He's going through. Hasn't been spotted yet. There is a ward on the blue buff. They're going to meet, actually, in just a second. You'd have to think, as here comes Malrang. Q is on cooldown.
Spots him out. We'll go ahead and wrap around. So Malrang now going to be seeing this. Ward over the wall, and MT probably just going to go separate ways here.
Now, this is risky from MT to overstay. Remember that Vladimir won't necessarily be able to have a huge pushing advantage. Does have about a half minion wave, but he can't push and rotate as easily. And at the last second, after we were seeing the graphics, Kuzan has moved over to Ghost Flash. There was an outside chance that he could have ghosted over, but still a level 2 Vladimir, so not expecting too much jungle invasion help from the mid laner.
Good to note. I did swap that one up, not going for that Ignite. So we'll be looking to play around the side lanes as we enter that mid-game point. For now, he's just going to be getting bullied out, relying on that transfusion, trying to keep himself sustained in that mid lane. But has the Dark Seal, has multiple biscuits in the inventory, so he'll be okay, barring a gank coming out from Malrang.
The last time we saw a lot of Vladimir versus Syndra was around World's Duel.
Yeah, it's locked out. Deadly Flourish. Keeping him rooted. He takes quite a bit of damage there from that grenade.
A couple of variables have changed about the matchup. Vladimir is a lot more AP scaling intensive, so Spirit Visage first. You don't have a lot of teamfight damage, so we'll see what the itemization is like for Kuzan. Might go Spectre's Cowl into more offensive options. But the Q being buffed does mean that he's, especially the Q being buffed when it's not empowered by his Crimson Rush passive, means that laning phase is a bit stronger. So he'll get through the laning phase, he'll get his item, but the first item purchase, if it's ultra defensive, will kind of lengthen the time to which you can be that AoE Wombo Lord on the Vladimir in the mid to late game. That's right, a Wombo Lord.
Wombo Lord.
What's wrong with being a Wombo Lord?
Nothing. Perfectly acceptable in today's society.
better
Back to
than,
the 1980s, though. It just, you know.
you know we have an edgelord playing in our next match.
Wonderful.
How do we not make that joke all season?
I don't know. Somehow we avoided it. We're not too big on the puns here.
That's true. Not that funny. Marang was looking for an early gank bot lane. Another thing I noticed about Marang watching that Challenger final was he got 2 successful ganks off on Rengar pre-6 in the bottom lane, so he is known to not just go for the pure farming style, even on his champion picks, which traditionally we expect to be largely in the jungle pre-6. I hope we get to see his Graves sometime today, if they are to play in our 3rd match.
Or if they take us to a 3rd game.
Indeed.
But for now, seems like it's just going to be banned away, at least by Jin Air, where their priorities are lying, and Ever8 not wanting to pick it early. Snowflower standing on top of a ward, looking for those grasping roots to come in, lock down Jewel, and try to get an advantageous trade. It's going to miss out on the root, though. So will Teddy. Bit through, though, from that grenade. So decent exchanges, but now Marang making another visit down to this bottom lane. Walks into the brush. Hasn't been spotted yet, I don't believe. Jumping forward, Snowflower immediately answering, but the bullet comes down. Snowflower locked up. Heal is already out from Teddy. Won't be able to keep him alive. That's going to be Snowflower going down, but now Umti arrives. Sonic Wave will not connect. Lock down Teddy, and that just might be the disengage here from Umti.
Yeah, smart from Ever8 to continue to engage onto Teddy, forced him to walk back, and suddenly it could have been the 3-man collapse onto Lee Sin, so no target acquisition left for Umti, and this is Marang. He will go for aggressive ganks and look for options that LCK junglers largely won't look for. He won't always make the percentage play. He will sometimes make the aggressive line of play, and that surprises teams who are used to everything being played to a more defensive formula, and this time it works out. So even before Thrill of the Hunt, they get some positive snowball in the bot lane, in which is something they never found in Game 1.
Yeah, going to be coming back in here. Pyrrhic Scepter ready to go for Jewel, so having that sustain, that added attack speed. Berserker Crew's going to help him out. Now Kuzan in a bad spot, getting jumped on. We'll drop that Hemo Plague. He coming back through. Umti not going to connect the Sonic Wave. Marang makes it behind the minions in time. Kuzan got enough HP back that he might be able to stick around, but likely just want to get that shove coming in and then go ahead and back off.
Game plan doesn't change very much for Ever8. They still want to play through mid and jungle in the early game. Extend the laning phase for Kog'Maw in the bot lane. Kog'Maw plays a 20-minute laning phase. It's exactly what he's looking for to get to 2 to 3 items. You wonder why he went for Berserker Greaves over something like finishing the Bilgewater Cutlass. Boots 2 to get away from the Zyra damage, and even indeed some of the skill shots from the Jhin. The extra movement speed can be very relevant when Lulu's left lane, so not quite the Bilgewater yet, but some added safety for the Kog'Maw.
Yep, Teddy just having that serrated Dirk. Not going to have as much damage output as he would like here. He just tries to get closer to that Youmuu's Ghostblade. For now, things going to be very stable for Ever8. They're still very close here for Jin Air. Basically, the gold from that first blood is really what you could see making up the deficit. It's just 400 between the two.
I'm sad, Achilles. Doesn't look like we're going to be getting Gunblade Vladimir today. I know my body was ready for Gunblade Vladimir.
It's all right. We get the Proto Belt.
No AD ratios on the Vladimir, whereas LeBlanc's auto attack from the clone actually does scale with AD, even though that's by far the lowest concern when it comes to value from Gunblade. It is still damage.
It all adds up. Blue buff, though, being taken away here by Ever8. A 4-man shove into the jungle. Not going to be able to find something like a dive here, just way too squishy for that sort of play. So they'll go ahead, exit as a team, continue the laning phase, where Jewel is still sitting with the advantage at the moment.
Could be caught in rotation. Is.
Yeah, he gets jumped on, but Malrong's waiting. The stun comes through, and he gets popped, immediately turned around. Very nicely baited there by Septon.
And they're so good at playing as a duo. Marang couldn't play all the games this season because he only turned 17 in time for the February matches. But the highlight has been their play through the mid lane. Very on point there still. Second kill involvement without using Thrill of the Hunt. So the pressure has not been relieved from the side of Jin Air. And getting that early bot lane gank has helped in so many different ways. They have lane control in bottom lane. The Infernal Drake that punished them in Game 1 is the first spawn in Game 2 as well. But no access to early Drakes because this time the map control is on the side of Ever8 winners.
Yeah, really good moves by them. Another look at this one. Suscepted just kind of baiting him in, Balrog waiting in the wings, and they just pop him. The stun comes through. More W there, finishes him off.
No skill shots missing on the side of Scepted, so important. Flash repositioned into the QE, got off the Sky of the Week, and then easily had enough damage to take down the Lee Sin.
Yeah, showing that mechanical prowess, and this is something that you have to kind of, at the moment, criticize Jin for leaving this up. As you said, this was his most dominant pick in Challenger.
They thought they had the answer, and while Vladimir gets to the point where Syndra's largely irrelevant, can pull through damage, can itemize, pretty tanky, you do give up disadvantages in the early game, and Ever8 never got an early game in Game 1. They never got to some point where Duel and Ela could do the Lulu Kog'Maw thing. So that's looking increasingly likely that we will see the Kog'Maw Lulu come online as against the run of play. It looks like Umti is going to solo the Infernal Drake kind of under the nose of Ever8's early game control.
Well, a nice little takeaway here as they find themselves in about 1,000 gold deficit. Wrap around from Balrog. Just now coming through, but MT already takes it out. It's going to be a second Infernal Drake to follow up. So if Jin could go ahead and net that for themselves, might help turn things around in their favor.
Yeah, 5 people that scale with the AD and AP there, so it is a very big pickup for the lineup. Vladimir, of course, triple scaling in many ways with Infernal Drake. Getting that extra health from the passive and just being a complete nuisance. Top lane matchup gone basically the same, about a 15 CS advantage for So On, so pretty much the norm.
Seems like Helper's holding on a little bit more this time around, but still. So On coming out on top of that one, starting things off with a Sheen. See if he wants to go for the full completion on the Trinity Force again before he opts into some of the more tanky items such as the Spirit Visage and the Guardian Angel that we saw from him there in game number 1.
Bet Malrong's getting a bit angsty, up to level 8. He has not ulted once this game.
Hasn't need to, still has a kill and an assist.
Definitely no criticism. We've seen other games where that could be a criticism, but here he's been on point. When it comes to lanes to gank, mid lane, Vladimir, part of the equation, frustrates, but otherwise, ganking for Syndra is always an easy thing to do. Gotta say, they actually do have the 2 champions that go untargetable that are famous ones, the Fist and the Vladimir, so when it comes to solo lanes, it's like, maybe we just kill the Zyra.
Well, they can do that very easily. Don't even need to throw any balls down on the ground first, just unleash power, and she probably goes 100-0.
It's true. I don't know how Syndra kind of walks bot lane and gets in range of a Zyra without being a bit of a warning ping somewhere, but it's possible.
Just ghosts her way in,
As you do.
Dive from behind, wrap around into the jungle. Now, Balrog, bit of a rough spot here. Snowflower not in a position to root him and try to lock him in for the rest of the team to collapse. Does make it down into the open arms of Duel and Ela as they keep him safe.
Vision for both sides means that everyone's dodging around skill shots.
Goes on. Get jumped on, knocked down a half HP. That's a flash away from Balrog. Sees the rest of the team arriving.
Here comes!
Evil Flake thrown down, and they get accepted right off the bat. And now Balrog rooted down by that deadly flourish. Being taken out by Kuzan on the backside of the fight. Meanwhile, they find Ela with the arrival of So On off the backside of the teleport. Pop the Kog'Maw. He does have that Acathian surprise coming through, looking for So On. Gets a bit of damage down. He'll get body slammed and taken out as Helper picks up the kill. But that's just going to be 2 for 4, a massive trade up by Jin.
And neither AD carry really will be able to get much done in these unorganized skirmish fights. So Kog'Maw was kind of caught in between the front and back line. No one peeling for him. Needs the true setup that was denied from him in that engage. Teddy didn't ult either, so it wasn't an AD carry fight, and that's the sort of fight where Vladimir can flash in, ult, and just basically run amok with AoE. So when we see the replay, great teleport. First teleport comes through from So On, not known for his teleport play, much more known for displaying pressure carries, but they assassinate the mid laner instantly, and that means that a lot of the wombo damage from Ever8 is gone.
Yeah, really good turnaround. Kuzan looking very decisive with that aggression. And Helper, I mean, he responded with his own teleport very quickly, about half a second after we saw the one from So On, but it's just not nearly as impactful.
And when we're talking about something as brittle as a Kog'Maw Lulu backline, or even if it was Teddy first reacting, the first teleport is what it's all about. That's the gold standard. So if you're going to be on the Gragas, the teamfight tank, being second to an engage skirmisher like Fizz is not acceptable. So credit to So On for being on point.
Well, now Ela getting locked down. Sonic Wave does come in. They don't want to dive in. Balrog and Septed. Now Jin trying to defend this turret. It's in danger of going down. Would be first brick for either team. Whoever can find it here. Mid lane getting chunked out a bit by Kuzan on that push, but overall doesn't get too much damage down. So for now, Jin are going to have to be very cautious in defending this bottom tier 1.
Yeah, So On's actually been able to go full aggression, not even gone for the component parts of Spectre's Cal. Full damage. Trinity Force probably has the gold for it, will be 100 gold away. Does mean he takes good trade damage from the Gragas. Teddy, not known for lane control on the Jhin, of course, and Kog'Maw Lulu able to balance auto attacks and push in. Some coverage in the bot lane, but Jin is happy with this scenario as long as they don't lose the turret, or at least if they delay it for as long as possible.
See Umti hovering around the area, is spotted out by that ward by the Gromp, so won't be able to find an opening for a gank onto Jewel and Ela, but the presence should go ahead and drive them back, at least for the moment. So a little bit more HP, staying on the turret here for Jin.
And the game plan for Ever8, talk about multi-step processes, take bot lane turret and then group with Gragas in top, and they have so much extra pushing, and Fizz famously, especially AD Fizz, can't wave clear at all as you max the Playful Trickster second and just take the turret of the Fizz. So the fast rotations most commonly associated with a champion like Caitlyn. It's what Ever8 wants to be doing. But Jin is basically just defensive coverage wherever possible. First throw of the hunt popped.
Again, this one coming through. MT maybe the target, but they can't quite get in range here. Balrog just going to toss out a ward. But overall, it's enough to drive Jin out of the jungle of Ever8.
It's a pretty big resource to use, though. You might think, okay, but none have been used this game, but just popping at bot lane would have forced both Jin and Zyra to walk back and would have meant more turret shots. That now the zoning throw of the hunt won't happen. It's bot lane.
Speaking of the bottom lane, yeah, Duel going to get popped up here. The Wild Growth comes through. And Ela body blocking all of these shots. That fourth and final one coming through. Trying to get a little bit of damage in. Almost bends it around to hit the Kog'Maw, but we'll just chunk out some of those minions instead. But Ever8, 2 members going low. That's going to open up Umti to start this Infernal Drake. A second one getting ready to go over to them. The pings are coming out. Balrog does not want this to go down without a fight. Going to be wrapping around to the backside. Has the shield coming out. Gets sped up. Kick immediately coming down. He gets rooted. Dragon goes over to Jin. Kuzan just sprinting his way in, drops the Hemoplague, takes out the Rengar. Umti really nowhere to go, but the exhaust arrives from Snowflower. They're keeping him alive. He dashes to the side. The stun will not connect, and he should go down. Kuzan, with the help of Snowflower, picks up the kill. 2 for 0, plus a second Infernal Drake for Jin. They're starting to run away with the game.
Really good stuff from Umti under pressure, though, kicking away the Rengar, who got rooted up by the Zyra, and then dance moves frustrating the Syndra, and Septed because it's never hit a skill shot to actually take down the Lee Sin. That would have been an outnumbered trade for the Syndra regardless, but they doesn't get the trade. The objective goes over. Double Infernal for Vladimir is really happy stuff, and Jin once again just outclassing their opponents on the Rift.
Yeah, 2-0-3 now for Kuzan. Having a very nice turnaround performance in this game. And that'll actually be the first turret going over to Jin on top of it all. So now 3.2 thousand gold in the lead. You can see Teddy says, all right, you know what? You secured that one. I can finally go recall. And we can give Ever8 that turret in the bottom lane. Doesn't matter at this
and just
point.
consider Umti. First kicks away, DPS down, okay, gets the secure. And then watch him against Septed. Took 1 Q. And then from there, just taking autos, sidesteps 1 Q. The W sidesteps that as well. Holds on to his W himself to be able to get out. Really nice dance moves and claim of the objective. Feels like Umti a month and a half ago wouldn't necessarily have been in the mindset to be able to pull off that move, but today, looking so much more confident.
Really does.
It's a big vote of confidence for him to be playing again, given how good they looked with Raze, but they had the benefit of 3 weeks of scrims to draw on information and bring him back, and so far so good for Umti. Not looking like a superstar, but not looking like someone who's out of place against his opponent either.
Yeah, definitely can match and excel here in this tournament, but this is a step in the right direction for him to progress his performances, you know, potentially in preparation for Summer Split.
I can't disagree with that. It'd be good to see him back because, again, he became, by the end of the season, someone you would shake your finger at and wonder why he was playing. And he actually looked legit good at the start. I can't forget his first game was Jin Air SKT, where he solo killed Peanut on his debut, where he put a dampener on that and looked good. But by week 4 or 5, all the losses had clearly got to his mentality, and he was struggling on the Rifts. Y-Rays had that position change. For this particular game at hand, though, please appreciate that Jin are actually further ahead than they look. And that's not just a comment on the Infernal Drake. Remember that they took Syndra, similar to the Talon, for a bit of lane control in early game. And Syndra's drowned 20 CS and has no turret, so doesn't really have any safe place to rotate. Even with Ghost Flash, Syndra is not great in a side lane. And now Jin Air can push super aggressively with an outscale mid laner who also side lanes better. So in general, expect Scepted to be a complete non-factor in this game because it feels like Kuzan is set up to take over the whole game, not just his lane.
Yeah, he's really in a great spot. I mean, the Rylai's Crystal Scepter on top of it all, just continuously to chase down everybody on the side of it.
He didn't even have to build for laner killers. That's how strong he is right now. He actually just has teamfight build. Wasn't forced into a Spirit Visage or even an Abyssal Scepter. Kuzan is already massive.
7 stacks on that Dark Seal as well. Maybe we'll get a Medjai's. One could hope.
The Mana Medjai is always a fun thing. Has the gold for it now. Will it be? It's probably not going to be.
Probably not. Seeker's Arm Guard coming out instead, so looking like the Zhonya's is the 3rd item. He already does have that Phoenix Codex coming through.
Gank the Syndra to the point where just the Troll Pull and Stasis is enough to make her irrelevant, and don't even build Magic Resist is one way to play it. But given the early game, I like this adaptation because you don't really have to respect a 0-2 and 2 Syndra.
Yeah. So it's a rough spot to be in here for Scepted. Things are looking pretty good for them at the start of this game, but it's already unraveled here in favor of Jin Air. Zon rotating up towards the top side, going to be clearing out these waves. And there's just really nothing that Ever 8 can do. You can see So-On rotating down towards the bottom side of the map. They still have that turret. So, where do you go at this point if you're Ever 8? Do you just try to create a pick?
Try and find a short lane for the Kog'Maw, which is what they're doing. That's why he's in the top lane. It's the only lane with a defensive outer turret. But yeah, Jin Air just has the big macro advantage. Not quite as one-sided in the early game as it was in the previous game. Like you mentioned, it was much better from Ever 8 to start. But misfire around an Infernal Drake, and when we talk to the Challengers casters who've been around, Dangon is casting today. He cast the Challengers final. Talking about Korean casters. When you asked for predictions, they were basically saying, look, the step up from the LCK teams to the Challenger teams is pretty apparent this year. They were saying that it would be Kongdu Monster and Jin Air requalifying, and when I pressed them on that, it was largely about macro. There's definitely great micro players like Malrang I mentioned, like Scepted on a different day, but macro-wise, he said the LCK teams were too good, and I think we're seeing that quite significantly over the course of this series. There's been some good fits and spurts for Ever 8, but you can see that everything Jin Air does has followed a playbook, and so far that playbook has been a level above what Ever 8 have shown.
Yeah. So now just 4.2 thousand gold in lead here is Jin Air, and yet again, hovering around this Baron. Don't want to start this up yet, though. We'll just be recalling out. Thought maybe we'd see it. It's about the same time that we saw it in game number 1, 23.5 minutes.
You put a control ward on Baron and you force the enemy to react. So far it's pop throw of the hunt, but whenever you get a control ward onto the Baron, the spot vision of the blue trinket's only momentary. Regular wards being put down don't grant vision, and you bait in the sort of fights that Jin Air will win. If they actually have Ever 8 push up, wow, he actually proto-belted mid-pull. I didn't know you could do that.
Neither did I.
Maybe that's just a 0.01 seconds before he pulled, but he did proto-belt during the pull animation. Hidden feature, thanks Riot.
It's one of those things that you just don't know about, but now you're happy that you learn it.
Hey, that was once upon a time. Safeguard into kick from Insec.
Yeah.
And kick flash.
Oh, Kuzan getting sunned up. Leash power coming through. Septon flashing away from that. Deadly Flourish takes himself out to safety, but that is going to be both of his summoner spells just for the ghost of Kuzan. Didn't get Umti's flash. He does play reactively. Still losing out on that exchange yet again.
With the Syndra trivialized and the Kog'Maw only at 2 items, Jin Air continue to push. No true initiation from Ever8. Here's the dive.
The good call opened up here. Septon getting jumped on. Kuzan goes into the back. Big kicks comes through. And the snipe from Teddy takes out the Syndra. Ella flashing over the wall. Barely gets himself out to safety. As well as Malrong, who jukes out on the Sonic Wave. But the tier 2 turret does go down. Jin Air continuing to press forward into the base. Going to be looking for those inhibitors soon enough. For now, the wraparound perhaps to the bottom lane. As the wave crashes, the majority of the team will think better of it. They stick around in mid, and they'll just have Soan bring up that wave with bot. Here the Thrill of the Hunt coming in. Flash forward here from Helper. Gets a massive body slam. They knock in Empty, and he goes down. As Duel picks up the kill. Firing away with the R's, looking to snipe out Kuzan. Goes into the pool. Loses quite a bit of HP off that. But overall, they will be able to exit safely, only losing the Lee Sin. But Ever8, they hold on to the inhibitor turret for the moment.
What else can they find? Umti is dead, but they don't feel like Baron's a realistic objective, and I loved Umti and Teddy linking up here. You'll watch Umti, who realizes that Septon will get knocked up if he kicks through, and excellent combo. Allows
the wild
bonus kills, and even hit the Deadly Flourish on the backside of that. Teddy's looking like he's going to relegate his former team. He used to be on the Ever8 winners earlier in 2016. Relegate them at least to the losers match and to the losers bracket, certainly. A bit of a steadying kill will buy some time. We'll get some map pressure for Ever8, but it's the most hollow of victories given the course of this particular best of 3.
Yeah. So Ever8 only finding 1 answering kill throughout all of that chaos. Can't push in. They get some damage down onto that tier 1 in mid, but overall won't be finding much for their troubles. Turret in bottom lane. 1 hit from Dead, but Soan still there to hold on to it. So just still the rough times continue. They have good control over that upper river area. Double control ward thrown down, so they'll see anybody from Jin Air entering the vicinity.
It's not game 1. It's not game 1 where they couldn't get to their own jungle camp, so they couldn't get past their inner towers. At 26 minutes, they at least have access to farm, so it means that the gold lead won't just grow from pure CS alone. It's about 4,500 gold with double Infernal, which still, given how big this Vladimir is, sure, it is a concern, but the resources at least exist on the map and are accessible enough that they can still funnel gold into specifically Duel and try to get this Kog'Maw online.
I mean, if they could match the turret count here that Jin Air has established with, 4 at the moment, that would bring back a lot of the deficit that Ever8 are suffering in right now.
And that part is still pretty hard to action. That's before they even bother to send Kuzan into a side lane. He's been overextending in mid lane because he's not respecting the threat on the side of Ever8.
That's a big if.
Yeah.
If all of Jin Air disconnected suddenly and we didn't have a pause for about 10 minutes, then maybe.
You're really looking for percentage players over there, I see, Achilles.
Yeah.
Just trying to find farm where he can. Options are not great. Playing around the control wards they have set up, so safest place for Kog'Maw to enter, but he's certainly not getting 6 minions in a regular wave or 7 minions in a cannon wave. He has to back away and kite backwards at all times.
He's taking some damage now. Kuzan pitching in from the side, gets a drop in onto Duel. That Hemo Plague, it's going to be the TP coming out. Empty gets locked up. Unleash power, not going to be tossed out yet by Septon. The TP's actually going to be canceled by Soan, sticking around in the bottom lane. Helper to be taking up the majority of those shots. 4th and final does find Ella. Takes a little bit of damage though from the Jin. But overall, he'll be okay. Soan charging his way up from the bottom lane. Will not be sticking in to try to burn down the turret. Instead, Jin Air, they have priority over the river. Vision of the Baron Pit. They're going to start this one off. 28.5 minutes, no vision in the pit. Scrying Orb comes down.
Spot vision for a second. They don't have the fastest Baron, but Soan will help with speed, that's for sure. Is Septon ghosting in.
Nearby, Kuzan trying to shove them back, pops the Proto Belt there. Big stun from the sideline. Septon finds 3. Redemption will come through from Jin Air as they try to get topped off. They're relatively healthy for the moment, but Teddy very low on mana. Seems like they want to peel back away from this one, but Ever8, do they want to just shove in and try to go for the Baron themselves? I think the answer will be no. Instead, they're going to try to fast track in onto this tier 1 in mid. Just septed there for the moment. Did quite a bit of damage down. Now with the arrival of Duel, they may just finish this one off, and they will.
Yeah, good move from Ever8. They stayed and applied pressure. If they had timed the flash from Kuzan, they would have known that there was no true turn. The issue there for Ever8 is that you're funneling in and walking up to contest the Baron in an area where Hemoplay can hit 5, but he had just ghosted had Kuzan and didn't have flash available, so they didn't really have the true turn from Jin Air, which allowed Ever8 to play just a little bit more aggressively. Still, Jin Air knows the way they win this game. It's to keep the control ward on Baron, wait for the true commit, and then flash 5-man Hemoplague will almost certainly turn the fight for Jin Air. But it was good to see Ever8 understand, okay, we're not going to be able to rush down the Baron, get the free objective in mid lane, try and get some of these turrets that have eluded them through the course of 2 games. Remember, they didn't get basically anything on the board when it came to neutral objectives in game 1. At least they have 2 turrets to their name in game 2.
Keeping it close. Now Helper, go ahead, look to pick up that 3rd one. Smacks it down, so just 1,000 gold here, 3.4 or so. Separating them, so much better off is Ever8 here in game number 2. At this point, it was almost about a 10,000 gold deficit for them in game number 1.
So one's going solo queue with the recurve bow in inventory. Could be Wit's End, but Blade the Ruin King, of course, the famous build for Fizz, but outside chance in this game, it's Wit's End, given that Kog'Maw does mixed damage, and it is quite a lot of magic damage on the side of Ever8.
We'll see. Otherwise, just has the chain vest there for that Guardian Angel.
Blade allows you to lifesteal off the minions, so it's one of the reasons why it can be very, very powerful.
Still just shoving that lane in bottom.
He cancelled his teleport, remember, so he actually has teleport up. It's always interesting when you see cancel teleports, because if you see the perfect initiation from Ever8 when they see a cancel teleport, you criticize the person for canceling. But if he's not needed to be there, the extra time that you get on the cooldown can also be a big factor. So for right now, So1 is entering bottom, and they have a big teleport advantage over Ever8 for about another 30 seconds.
Yeah, Helper just going to have to stick in there, at least for the moment. So So1 just going to continue to apply that pressure here towards that last one of 2 remaining inner turrets. Ela getting kicked in, lashes away, but Kuzan's there to scoop him up, takes him down. Very nicely done by Umti, finding that opening. Has to use the flash for it, but they still get a pick. But where does Jin Air want to go? Not going to be the rotation up towards that top side. Instead, they find Duel. They lock him down. Deadly Flourish into the roots. They pop him up. One more hit would take him out. They dive in underneath the turret. Teddy finds the snipe. Malrong will fall in the end to the Hemoplague. Cathian Surprise not going to get any damage in it. Just like that, Jin Air. 3 members dead on the side of Ever8. They open up the base. They take out this inhib. They could just peel back and go straight for the Baron.
You can never allow Teddy to chance his arm. His skill shot accuracy, especially with that Jin ultimate, is super on point. Malrong tried to be the man to tank up, but he doesn't have any armor really in his build, just Ninja Tub. He's an offensive Rengar, just now building the chain vest. They'll swap over to the Baron. Helper might have the teleport, but this should be the most straightforward of Barons, over to Jin Air.
I think he learned from game number 1. He doesn't want to TP into 5 members of Jin Air. We're just all waiting for him. Traps or no traps, he's not going to do it. The Baron goes over to Jin Air here, 32.5 minutes in, and you know, I thought that they'd be okay with just the Lulu being dead, but Duel just way too far forward.
Oh, the single auto attack from the plant meant Deadly Flourish was going to ruin the day of both. Malrong tries to tank up, but no armor to his name, dies incidentally to the first couple of shots of Teddy's ult, and the rest of the damage from Vladimir. And that will probably break open the game in the biggest way possible. Jin Air were already in the driver's seat, but now...
I mean, we just went from 4,000 to 8,000 gold.
And the items also. Guardian Angel completed on the side of So1. Teddy's running out of item slots. He's already got 5 items and just some control wards, so... even with the slight nerfs to the items, this Jin is one to fear.
Certainly is. The Duskblade coming through as well, so keeping it classic. Deathless here for both he and Kuzan, 405, 304 respectively on the score lines.
I mean, Teddy's stats in a losing team were ludicrously good. Damage percentage, KDA. He was very much, it felt like at times, you know, the meme is 1v9, but he was the shining star and then some. Korean fans are always very harsh on losing teams. They don't normally look for diamonds in the rough, but people were saying this guy is a top 3, top 4, top 5 AD carry in a team as a rookie, and that is really big hype for Teddy, who Ever8, like we say, knows very well, used to be in the Ever8 organization, and rose up to the challenge on Jin Air very well. His team, unfortunately, couldn't match him. This is the tournament for them. This is their postseason, and so far, so good for the side of Jin Air Green Wings.
It's been nicely done. I mean, we were impressed with Teddy. Of course, as we've talked about this many a time during the spring split, but
even Kesper Cup last year, yeah,
that was pretty much his debut there for Jin Air, and looked very good. And he was one of the ones we wanted to keep our sights on. But Malrung, he's in the sights of Teddy here. Gets sniped out immediately. Final shot coming in, finds Ella, chunks him out. Meanwhile, Soan getting that split push going in the bottom side of the map. Already takes out the inhibitor turret, and Jin Air just going to look to strangle the remaining life out of Ever8 as they continue this push. Baron empowered minions still there. That'll be another exposed inhib. Now on the top side of the map. They're just going to be looking for that killing blow. 3 inhibs about to be dead.
Ever8 have put the onus on their bot lane multiple games in a row, even if it looked like the weak link in some of their games in the latter parts of the season. Feels like Scepter and Malrung have had good champions, but they haven't had a cohesive duo lane behind them, even with First Blood this game. Duel has been shadowed by Teddy at every opportunity, and here's Duel, he's gone.
Yeah, just trying to trade a kill in on Teddy, works him low, but he's taken out in the end. Kuzan going forward, looking for that Hemo Blink, just find Ella. It's a bit of damage thrown down onto him, but doesn't really matter at this point if they find more kills. The turrets are being destroyed, TP coming through from Soan, keeping that super creep alive as they knock down the rest of these Nexus turrets. Helper body slamming forward, doesn't find anything, just has to retreat back to the fountain with that Guardian Angel. A massive pop-up as Kuzan goes in yet again. But the Nexus is destroyed. Jin Air, 35 minutes, 36 there, 33 and a half in the first one. Some very fast games considering their usual track record. And they will go ahead and advance to the winner's bracket.
And you have to say, it looks like Jin Air have turned a corner. Their development took an upward tick again with the 2 match wins right at the end of the season, and now they make Ever8 look very much like the challenger team they enter this tournament as. Ever8 will have to retool. They will play in our second best of 3 to not be 10 down to challenge. The loser of our last match of the day is eliminated from contendership for LCK Summer. Right now, it's Ever8, and there really isn't much to say. They ran basically the same strat 2 games in a row. First 3 picks were the same, Lulu, Kog'Maw, and Gragas. None of those picks found really any value over the course of 2 games, and Malrung and Scepted tried different options to try to give them some early game through the mid game. I don't think they can continue to invest in the late game, because when you jump up to LCK contendership, feels like the late game doesn't come if you don't have power in all your lane.
That's something that we were saying that Jin Air earlier on this split can't invest in the late game as much as they would have liked to, but they finally go for the early game. They find their footing, and they take that game, they take the set. Ever8 now just 1 best of 3 away from potentially getting eliminated. And honestly, given the recent performances of Kongdu, CJ losing to these guys in the final, we could just have a rematch of that playoff yet again.
Yeah, 3 days later, there may be a best of 3 to decide which team will go back to challenges. Will be Kongdu Monster versus CJ Entus after the break. But Jin Air, they will be able to retool. They don't have to play a long day. They can go home, maybe have an afternoon nap, and get the scrims in for what will be a big best of 5 for them in just a couple of days' time.
Yep, so Jin Air fans can breathe easily here for now. Ever8 do have a couple hours, have to wait for that next best of 3 to finish. So they can go ahead and put their heads together, try to figure out what went wrong. Obviously, playing around the bottom lane, playing for the late game, maybe not the best decision when you have somebody as gifted as Scepted and Malrung in the jungle. So maybe try to look for that early dominance, but they have some time to figure things out. We're going to go to a break, guys. When we come back, we'll have our second best of 3 of the day. Oh, it's coming to us. Never mind. I thought we were being queued to go and close it out.
Queued to talk again, because we've got a
Never
little
mind.
bit of break time before we're ready to set in to our second set.
I was ready to rush right into it. I'm all jazzed up now.
Just deep breaths. Come on. Remember, it's a marathon today, Achilles. It's not a sprint. You're sprinting to the break. We're marathon at every point.
If the games keep going like that, it's a bit of a sprint, actually.
I mean,
a very fast set.
6-hour sprint? You ready for the 6-hour sprint? We don't have MVPs, of course, in these promotion matches, so we'll look at the tail of the tape. And, well, Kuzan won lane against Syndra's Vladimir. So, as you can see, it became everyone's problem.
Yes, it did. Just constantly flashing forward, using that ghost, as well. Didn't need the ignite to get that lane dominance was just kind of gifted to him.
Ella did 1,700 damage in game 2. Just to recap, he did less than 3,000 damage in 2 games.
Yep, that's pretty bad.
And Ella is by no means a bad player. So much history on Snake, where he was one of the members when Snake made that really big run back in LPL Spring 2015, back in my days in the LPL. Well, we'll keep the back in my days. Let's focus on today. Jin Air, 2-0 up. Winners match played tomorrow. Best of 5 to get back into Champions.
2 days time.
2 days time. Thursday. Best of 5 to get back into Champions. After the break, the CJ undefeated team that lost in the final against Kongdu Monster. At many times, the only defeated team who stepped up right at the end of the season, beat KT in kind of embarrassing fashion for our runners-up. Kongdu have looked a lot better. With Zephyr coming back from his cancer treatment, they come in with big hopes to beat CJ Entus.
Well, you already heard it from the Korean casters, Papa, telling you that story. It seems like they're going to be the favored ones on their side, and I have to tend to agree. We'll see what performance CJ can put on. We're going to go to that break. We'll come back with that second set.
The clock's ticking, the cops are coming fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll. The clock's ticking, the cops are coming fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll. Let's roll. Let's roll. Let's roll. Let's roll.
용민아, 왜? 솔직히 이건 아니었다.
이런 거 그냥 죽어있어.
너 왜 어떻게 이길 거야? 오늘 상이랑도 못 이겨가지고.
상인 형이 진짜 잘한다니까. 네가 해봐. 내가 볼때 상인 형이 1대1 토너먼트 나가면 상인 형이 다 이겨. 페이커를 못 먹어. 이것도 해면 원딜을 하면 안 돼.
잘못 열어놨냐?
그냥 미디어 쓰고.
감독님 오늘 이기면 위클리 HK 촬영한다니까.
그게 뭔데? 뭐 하는 건데?
그 장군님이랑 뭐 하던데. 잘 뭔지 모르겠어.
어떤
아니 그 감독님만 하는 거 같아. 어떤 장군이라니.
질이었죠 거의.
아 진짜 너무하네요.
너무나 재밌었는데. 12시
아 그런 거는 재밌었는데
12시쯤에 투니버스 때문에 나왔어.
근데 저거 보려면은 힘들었어요 아빠 때문에 근데 자야 돼가지고 근데 8시에 자라고
애기야. 애기였어.
아 하지 마요
노래 듣고 싶어?
제가
불러.
불러주세요 아 이거 상패도 못하겠어요 아
너의 목소리로 들려줘.
너의
네가 들려요
오늘은 마영이 뭘 하나.
물어봐봐 빨리 물어봐봐
큐베는 릴레베 큐베.
바로 해 바로 해
큐베 해줘야 돼 큐베.
아 큐베 너무 귀엽다.
사귀자 키우면 사귀자
아 SKT 때 팬이 이렇게 적었던 적이 없는데. 이씨.
아니에요 지금 그 시간이나 그래요 직장 시간
내가.
맞아요. 저도 수업 듣잖아요.
나도 삭제라래. 내가 SK 팬이 많은 거지.
이대로 우리 10연승만 딱 더 하자.
남은 경기가 7경기인데?
그래 우리 3연승
3연승 하니까 10연승.
아 그러네
오 생윤 역시 K데이 갓. 생윤.
아씨 진짜 우리 팀 업어가기 힘드네. 뭐해 다들.
오판 잘하면 저 랭킹 1위 되는 거 알지?
한판 다 양쪽.
안 껴줘.
알지?
말이 승리 100%야.
야, DPM 지려.
보통 뭐야?
평균보다 130 높아.
네가 몰아줬잖아.
몰아준 게 아니라 그만 갖다 찌잖아. 나도 갖다 찌면서 딜해도 되냐 여기나?
못해 못해.
왜?
형 갖다 박으라는 나도 그 옆에서 같이.
껴줘. 파이팅이다.
파이팅이야. 껴줘야지 뭐.
말 많이 하면서 해. 우리 막차는 태워 보내드리자. 막차는 태워 보내드려야 돼. 매너야 그게.
만인의 영원 아닐까?
우리 용춘자가.
나한테 아까 그랬더라. 오늘 잘하고 스코어는 좀 신경 써준다는. 어디 가서 말하지 말고 이러지. 이러고 가셨어.
롱주 게이밍입니다. 네, 롱주 3연승을 한 시기도 있었는데
뭐야? 형 알바 풀었어?
아니, 오늘 자석이 너무 비어있길래
알바
살짝 불러봤어 살짝.
기도해야겠다. 좀 오늘만큼은 기도 좀 많이 해야겠어.
기도메 파?
애들한테 기도해 빨리 30초씩만 기도하고 하자.
한입에 파 이거네.
오늘의 주인공 성혁이가 한번 외쳐봐라.
하나님, 예수님, 부처님, 그리스도님 저희에게 힘을 주세요.
성부, 성자와 성령의 이름으로 오늘만큼은 이길 수 있습니다. 아멘. 에이멘. 에이멘. 여기 냉각 있다 이거. 아, 나 이거 약간 미안한데 럼블 요공이긴 하거든. 냉각 등켰어. 냉각 탑5. 냉각 노골이야. 아, 나이스. 제발야! 와우!
나이스 나이스.
아! 이기다. 안돼 안돼.
하나님 제발 이기게 해주세요. 와, 이겼다! 야, 운동이 빨리 태어나, 운동이. 와, 진짜 잘했다.
저희 팀에 가수가 있어서
갔어요? 저희 가수 없는데.
그냥 노래 한 곡 가자. 보고 싶다 가자. 보고 싶다. 어디 울리냐? 나 언제 놀렸어? 칭찬이지.
어디 봐, 칭찬이야.
아니 칭찬 아니야? 훌륭하신 분은 어?
대중아, 진성아, 동혁아, 승현아, 와이, 믿을게.
우리 네 명은 형 믿어.
수야, 왜?
믿어요.
왜?
익스 형.
왜? 익수형, 왜 불러?
믿을게.
믿지 마. 감사합니다 형님들. 잘했어. 이거지.
보스 19명.
아 그래? 고3이네.
PC방에서 10시만 되면 나가야 되잖아.
나 왜 이렇게 늙었냐? 벌써 4년 차인데.
우리 딱 좋아 지금.
형이 5년 차야?
정확히
형이
오이야,
오야.
오이.
본태기 형도 5년 차? 화석들이네 화석들. 동우 몇 년 차? 너 몇 년 차냐?
네, 저 1년이에요 이제.
아 구닥다리네 구닥다리.
경호 형거 봐야겠다.
보면 안 돼 지금.
세차탑.
꺼주세요. 보면 안 된다고.
보지 말라고.
하나.
못 들었어요.
정신 못 차리지 아직도.
우리 경호 형이 보라.
몇겨? 어? 빠져가지고 그냥 어? 말 대꾸야?
조용히 해, 조용히 해.
몇겨?
조용히.
지금
경호 조용히 해.
경호 조용히 해. 경호 조용히 해.
이번에 미담 밀수 있을 것 같은데.
괜찮아. 나 볼게 받을래. 코르키 노플. 마카이 노플 하고. 앨리스 노플. 중에 앨리스 찍었어. 나이스. 리퍼 노플. 마카이부터. 마카이 노플. 도마대. 이거 앨리스 봐줘봐. 나이스.
짜짜짜짜짜 무조건이야.
짠.
내가 필요할 땐 나를 불러줘. 언제든지 달려갈게. 낮에도 좋아 밤에도 좋아 언제든지 달려갈게. 밖에서 보면 노래 부르는 줄
별 때가 있었을 거야.
다른 노래로 가야 될 것 같아.
볼빨간 사춘기?
아 씨. 어디에도? 어디에도?
아 어디에도 넘어갔지.
한 말리꽃 정도?
진달래꽃?
나무기가 역겨워.
꽃 야생화?
야생화?
이승철로 가자. 네버엔딩 스토리.
네버엔딩 스토리 나쁘지 않았다 선수.
언젠가 만나게 되는 오늘 너와 같은 일들이
노래 불러도 혼나지 않는데?
좋다.
노래 부르면 나한테
떨지 말고 우리
저요?
많이 써.
네.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready to dive into our second best of 3 of the day. Already here as Jin Air very convincingly took down Ever 8 in our first set, but now it's time for Kongdu Monster and the return of CJ Entis.
And if you're looking at the level of hype for this matchup a month ago, you know, CJ was undefeated at that point. Honestly, went the whole season undefeated at 14-0. But their performance against Ever 8 in the final puts them under the magnifying glass. It feels like Kongdu Monster and their minor resurgence at the end of the season deserve a lot of respect in this matchup, and to me at least, they come in pretty significant favorites. However, CJ, they misstepped in a single best of 5, sorry, and also it's their level of play right at the end of the season. Let's see if they can recapture their mid-season form.
Definitely going to need that if they're going to take down Kongdu Monster, who have been looking much better at the end of the summer split. We'll take a look at them first here. No secret starting off in that bottom lane will be Guger alongside Soul to try to hold down and man the fort.
And they only won 3 matches in LCK Spring 2017, but 2 out of those 3 wins were the final 3 matches of the season. They went 2-1 with Zephyr, their coach, back from his cancer treatment, was able to come back in, and they looked like a much more focused team on the back of it. There was some interviews with the players actually specifically attributing the coaching from Zephyr as being the difference. We get to see a quote from their coach saying they put in that great performance. Very generic quote, but very much what they're looking to do. Toe the line, make it back into LCK. They are fighting in the losers bracket match later today. That is a big surprise for Kongdu Monster fans.
Yeah. See if they can do it, if they can close this one out. Or if CJ Entis will bring themselves one step closer to being back in LCK. After a pretty abysmal performance in summer of 2016, fallen from grace was CJ Entis, but now making another run for it.
First time we see the ARG with CJ's logo, which is a crazy thing to think, given they were the cornerstone of the early days of Korean League of Legends. No players return from the 2016 summer lineup that was relegated. Seoul from Spenu Korea, winged of Jin Air fan, Candy, who had some time in the LMS, had a competitive ruling, now back in the scene on CJ. Veritas, of course, very familiar to European EULCS fans, watching him on the Unicorns of Love, and Pure most recently on Longzhu in 2016. All 5 players have experience at the highest level, and they're pretty simple with their call.
Yeah, very straightforward. Results will show our effort. And I mean, well, that cuts both ways. So if your results are very poor, then you're basically saying that your effort was very low.
Is it a white lie? Is it a rallying call? We don't know yet, Achilles.
I think it's actually a safety net because it doesn't matter. It's applicable to both sides of the coin. So they're just kind of covering their own asses with that statement, you'd have to say.
Speaking of covering, you're still wearing your jacket.
I am.
You outplayed us.
I knew that I was going to be on camera again, so I kept it on.
We're learning the cue sheet now. We're doing well.
Well, we kind of, these jackets kind of make us look like we're members of Kongdu Monster.
That's
actually.
true. Well, you're Kongdu Monster. I'm just the purple team. I guess I'm.
All right.
I'm 2016 Rocks. I'm okay with that, damn it.
All right, well, I'm hoping that I get to requalify for LCK Summer. I mean, Atlas is here.
Do you have any further comments to make about Kongdu Monster as a Kongdu Monster representative? We only got a single line, so can you extend the quote?
The result will show by effort.
That's CJ's quote. You stole it.
I'm playing on both teams here.
Playing both
Bouncing
sides.
making sure that I'm in one way or the other.
The classic caster bias of being biased for both teams. Then no one could be mad.
You experience that one all the time.
Turns out I like it when teams play well and win. So that
Yeah.
means I'm biased for them.
Yeah.
But then the other team wins, and then I'm biased for them. I'm just biased. I'm just a biased caster.
It's awful.
I know.
Need a new profession.
You know, I'm thinking about being a Kongdu Monster coach. You can tell me about that. You're part of the
Okay.
Kongdu Monster organization, so
Yeah.
whatever you can extend, any offers you have, I'm up for them.
Well, now that Zepha's back, I don't know if we're really looking for anybody, but maybe CJ will be after this game. You don't really know.
It's a tough life.
So you might be able to find your way.
Challenger coach.
Might be able to squeeze your way in there. I'm sure somebody from OGN can give you a nice recommendation.
Well,
for
we've never had
CJ.
a Western player play in Korea. It'd be pretty cool if I got a coaching job.
That's true. I mean, the
Even
closest,
Challenger.
I mean, what's the closest we've come to? I guess now, like Veritas and Huni are like the two closest that we had to a Western player coming to Korea.
There's some pretty amazing stories and whispers out there of Western players getting fanciful offers from China and Korea but not taking them. So I feel like maybe we've been robbed of some things in the past. There was Team Roar that Proskurin actually was the coach of that tried to qualify for LSPL that had at least Kaox on the lineup. And then I think there were other people there as well. So there was a big squad. So there's been kind of murmurs. I mean, I know Forgiven, for example, has quoted offers from Korea for a long time. So it still seems unlikely given how the LPL experiment of the last 2 years basically taught us that communication is of the biggest concern. So if you're cranking out the classes in your spare time when you're not solo queuing, maybe you can get your Korean level up to the fluency. But for now, at least, it seems like it's a bit fanciful and not very realistic.
Kaox, that's a name I have not heard in a very long time. I actually kind of
Chow
forgot
X?
that. I forgot that he kind of existed, honestly. No offense to him.
Hey, wasn't he the MVP of regular season 2013, maybe?
Something like that.
That became a meme of itself.
I mean,
actually.
he used to be like one of the most popular players in NA.
Yeah, big streamer
and then,
as well.
after leaving TSM and whatnot, just kind of like fell aside, went to China, tried to qualify, and haven't really heard from
He
him.
coached in China, I believe, for a little bit as well. Kaox, if you're out there, hey guys.
I haven't seen him in a while. I met him my first time I went to LA to see the
Really?
NALCS. It was the last Super Week they ever had.
Super Week.
Yeah, that's a thing of the past these days.
Turns out you need to prep for the teams. You
Yeah.
can't just play all the games in a row, so that's
Well,
probably a good change.
Speaking of prep, that was actually when CLG came to Korea to boot camp, and they had to run with their substitute roster that they had compiled.
And then the rules would change.
And then everything got shifted.
And then the players got banned from OGN for a couple of years for borrowing accounts. That Super Week was also the same time as the Samsung Blue versus KT Rolster Arrows Summer Final 2014.
Yeah, I backed the wrong horse. I should have come to that instead of going to NALCS.
That would have been an option. That was a cool broadcast, actually. I was looking over the VOD recently. It's on the OGN Global somewhere in the history there. And it was Marcel Feldkamp. So Dexter is one of the desk analysts and Double Lift as well. It was a while ago now.
Blast from the past.
Was in Busan as well, on the beach.
I still haven't been.
Beach finals.
Maybe one day. Maybe one day we'll go back. Who knows?
I keep telling the LCK team to go back to Busan, but they're like, no, too crazy. They're not a fan of the logistics of the outdoor finals, sadly.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to prep for.
I haven't heard where we're going in summer, so fingers crossed, right? There's always a chance of Busan, guys. If you just hope enough, one day we'll go to Busan.
To start tweeting at OGN Global.
They'll love that.
Yeah.
Achilleos sent you to
Busan
tweet
final,
there.
please. Love you very much, and that's it. Like, that's all you need to write.
Yeah.
I think we need to,
You shouldn't say these things. Someone's gonna get really mad.
We can hope. We can hope that it'll happen.
Don't do it.
But don't harass.
But
OGN
tag
Global.
him in it, just so that they're mad at him.
Yeah, just at me and I'll retweet all of them.
Are you gonna commit to that as well?
Sure, why not?
Oh boy.
I'm gonna lose all my followers very quickly. Like, what the hell is this?
Every follower is sacred. Don't anger the masses.
I know. I'll try not to.
We're playing to the masses here. There's a good amount of fans in the audience and also watching at stream. So thank you for joining us for. It's always a bit weird when you go from, of course, the LCK final into promotion, different level of play. But Jenner certainly impressed us with their play in the first series, looking very clean and very good. And we don't really know what to make of this one. Kongdu looked better, but I mean, I had high hopes for Kongdu. I saw them at IEM. We, of course, cast the final of IEM, which was Samsung, IEM Gyeonggi, which was Samsung versus Kongdu Monster. And Kongdu had looked very good in that tournament. Second on the day to Samsung, but not a big criticism. Spring was definitely not their tournament, but it did coincide with Zepha's cancer surgery, and it felt like with MC, they just didn't really have the support staff to get the most out of the players. So a lot of people are confident about them here, but I bigged them up at the start of the season and was wrong. There's still a chance that CJ justify the hype that was at least initially around the roster, where they do have a lot of players. I mean, Veritas is an IEM champion. That's something. He also won some tournaments in Australia, so all
IEM
the
Oakland.
Oceanic fans out there will remember Veritas for his Avant-Garde win in 2014 winter. Why do I remember these things? Encyclopedia. I don't have esports wikis open. Look, I can do this, and there's a laptop screen there, but the laptop's closed. We're bringing them behind the curtain.
Just has
here.
it all contained up there in that big noggin. of
I
his.
remember all my Oceanic 2014 results, Kilios.
Of course you do, as you should. I can't say the same for myself at NALCS, but, you know, it's just the way that it goes. But here we go.
Hey,
Coaches.
it's pretty easy. Who was in the final? TSM. Boom.
Ah, got it. It was probably TSM or Cloud9.
What about Good Game University? Don't forget them.
Oh, and we're throwing it way back now.
That's going to be in the VOD now.
All right. All right, here we go. Well, coaches are ready to go. Pick and ban up for game number 1. CJ starting things off over on the blue side, and Fizz is going to be the first thing banned away.
Yep, all these players have their own story on the side of CJ. No rookies. Candy, of course, not seen a lot of play in Korea. Was on Xenix at one point before he went over to Midnight Sun Gaming in the LMS. Had his competitive ruling and then started his career back on CJ Entus in the mid lane. The thing about this team has been that the solo lanes have kind of struggled a bit. Soul was certainly not a superstar when we saw him in LCK on the Spenu lineup and on Spenu Korea in previous seasons. A bit of a tank role player in the top lane, and Candy has kind of wavered in performance. You kind of know what to expect from Veritas and Winged. Winged, very, very reliable jungler on Jin Air, and Veritas known for playing basically meta AD carries. Jin, Ashe, Ezreal, all champions that he plays very well. He had a 9.67 KDA in Challenger, as you'd expect for a player who looked, at times very good in EULCS, seemed to outclass his opponents in Challenger, but seeing him step up here against Kongdu Monster is still a bigger ask than his year to date.
Well, it seems like CJ were watching the final, banning away the Twitch and the Fizz, two things that were wreaking havoc for the members of KT Rolster. We take those off the board so far. Kongdu keeping things a bit more standard here with the Rumble and the Zyra takeaway.
Yeah, both the top laners have very small skirmishing or fighting champion pools. They're much more tank role players, so Fizz and Rumble may be attempted by either, but not proficient in them. Just banning away the Fizz because can build very tanky and still be irrelevant when it comes to pushing out lane. The Twitch ban is a surprise, but maybe Soul's been practicing that in scrims, and I saw a bit of it on his solo queue account, so just some scouting there from the side of CJ.
And the Jace, the final ban away for these guys. Kongdu taking the time with this one, running down the clock. Seconds left, and it will be the Kennen, so still targeting out that top lane champion pool. Jace does apply to that at this stage. Be a bit surprised to see Roach pull that one out if it was available, but more than likely going to be the ban away here from Edge.
The only pressure top lane, as you see, are things like Renekton, for example, that was also banned away against Smeb in our final. But the jungle pool is at full strength. Graves will be first picked. Lee Sin available for Punch, though, so he's probably not going to be too worried about the Graves being taken. Although, for now at least, they're considering going for the Rengar over Lee Sin. Would be a bit of a surprise, given that Rengar has fallen away at the highest levels of play. Didn't see much of it in the playoffs at all. Edge had some good performance on the LeBlanc. Even at IEM, Katowice actually had a hard carry game on the LeBlanc. Didn't see much value for Pawn in the grand final. Worth noting that the Lulu and the Karma are available, so when it comes to sustaining lanes to get through the LeBlanc's early harass, there are options for CJ.
Well, Kongdu might be looking to take one of those away, and they will with the lock-in here on that Lulu. So snatch that one up for Cougar. Will we see the Karma or the side of CJ is going to be the question.
Just a lot of power available. No top laner selected just yet. Could at this juncture take the Karma and just flex it into the mid lane as the next round of picks goes for Kongdu. It feels like Karma will almost certainly be banned if no support is taken, or no support on mid lane is taken for CJ. And the Kog'Maw obsession that has definitely been prevalent in the LPL is starting to get over to Korea, as we saw a lot of Kog'Maw first picks in the gauntlet towards the final of the LPL. And now we're seeing Kog'Maw selected with only a single AD carry ban, that ban onto Twitch. So it will be a Veritas-centric comp from the side of CJ. The other challenger team, Ever8, tried this already and were punished, and now they're going minimal wave clear with the Shen. The identity of this comp is looking pretty straightforward, and you can 100% guarantee that if Kongdu have done even a modicum of research, they will be banning Karma to stop that being the mid lane choice against the LeBlanc.
Yeah, but for now, hovering over the Lee Sin, which is a bit surprising. I would expect perhaps to see the AD carry come through before that second half of the bans come out.
I mean, if you think about it, they can just go for something very, very standard here. There's so many AD carries up that Caitlyn, Ezreal, something will get through. So I think Karma has to be banned by Kongdu Monster, as it can push lane, has lane pressure on the LeBlanc, and also could just take teleport and match the double teleport comp from the side of Kongdu Monster.
So much shielding. For now, though, 3 seconds remain. It's going to be Nami, so still going to be targeting out the support pool, but they start things off with that. So likely to be the Karma to follow up.
I'm going to be tilted if the Karma isn't banned here, just to be clear. They really need to ban Karma. So we will see those AD carry bans you were mentioning. First one is Caitlyn on the side of Seoul.
We saw how well that did in our first game, though, for Teddy. Constantly pressuring out and poking down that Kog'Maw, so wanting to get rid of that long-range advantage.
Seoul's big pick at the end of the season was Lucian, that Kog'Maw was a pretty good matchup into, so they probably don't need to ban the Lucian, and it was it finally showed the power of Seoul on that particular AD carry, as he was getting his combos very nicely animation cancel. They don't ban the Karma, so yep, I'm tilted.
All right.
Not a good sign for a potential 9 best of 3 day that now at least is a potential 8 best
How
of
much
3
more
day.
will your tilt be amplified if CJ don't pick it?
I mean, like, literally, I'm just going to get off the desk. I'm not joking, by the way. I commit when I say I'm going to do things.
All right, so I might be solo casting at least game 1 here. Can't wait. Please, God, CJ. Draft me a Karma. So maybe the Ashe here for Seoul. Thought maybe we'd also see the Jhin come through like we saw from Teddy there in game number 2.
See, Ashe is quite smart in the scenario where they've left up Karma, because if they take Karma, it's going to be Karma with teleport, and then Ashe will be able to force a QSS purchase or force there not to be a summoner spell teleport. So very standard meta pick, but they have to have said the words Karma. Someone in that booth said Karma at some point. So either or.
Well, there you go.
It could still be a mid lane Karma.
This is true.
My headset is still on.
The stress is the stress is immense right now, as the Thresh gets locked in here for Pure.
What are they taking into the LeBlanc? It'll be very interesting. I'll evaluate it before I take off my headset. I will commit to this, though. All right, then.
All right, Cassiopeia. He is, Papa Smithy is now standing up. I think he's getting ready to walk away. And, oh dear. This is not looking good, folks. Anyway, so the Cassiopeia locked in for Candy in the mid lane. And Camille will come through, falling all the way down to the bottom of the draft. It's locked in for Roach. So this is going to be a bit of a surprising one. A bit more aggressive of a pick. Not going to be seeing the tanks coming through. We have seen Roach play this Camille a couple times. Actually did use it once against a Freak of Freaks and came up with the victory. And then again against MVP and did fall in that matchup. So it'll be interesting to see how much practice he's gotten in on this Camille in the meantime. As Kongdu Monster have had weeks and weeks of practice to prepare for this moment. Welcome to the podcast, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a bumpy ride, to say the least. And Papa Smithy is just watching me do this. I do admire the resolve that you've had in maintaining, leaving your headset off here, Papa Smithy. So shout outs to you for that, at least. You're a man of your word, and I can respect that, even though this is going to be insufferable throughout the entirety of this first game. Oh. I don't even know. I'm ready to just load into the game at this point. We'll see how Veritas is going to manage Kog'Maw. Flavor of the week for sure. As we see this come back out, we've seen some wacky ones from him in the past, bringing out the Kalista with a Thresh back during IEM Oakland in the grand final. He's able to come up with a win. We'll see how he fares now in the bottom lane for his sake. Hope it goes better than Duel's Kog'Maw. Gonna need that if he's gonna pick up a win. Let's go ahead, load up onto the Rift for game number 1. CJ versus Kongdu Monster. Welcome back, Papa Smithy. He's got a headset on, but he really doesn't want to talk yet.
Papa fighting.
All right. Well, there we go. The podcast is finished. Thank you. We'll see you again next week.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that the Cassiopeia be drafted in this spot. It felt like the Karma was going to be a lot cleaner, but you could understand some damage questions, even with just the Graves and the Kog'Maw to do the heavy lifting. See how Candy goes, because he seemed very much second to Scepted during the course of the final. A final that CJ will want to forget. Undefeated season into losing the grand final was pretty inglorious for the squad, but remember that was already after a lot of things had happened. At that point, they were already confirmed to be playing in the promotion tournament, so it was only for prize money. And also, that was after the teams had been selected, so at that point, there'd already been the selection from Jin Air that they wanted to face Everate, so they ended up choosing to face the team that won the tournament. And that's why we end up with Kongdu Monster being left to face, at the time, the highly respected CJ, and now, on paper, perhaps the easier opposition.
Already some skirmishing coming out here. Candy trying to trade in onto Edge. Gets worked down, and Punch is going to go for an aggressive invade here over onto that red buff. It's spotted out by a ward thrown down, so he will get tracked. And honestly, Veritas and Pure, they're interested in just rotating over and trying to catch him out.
This is a really big commitment. Consider that the bot lane is giving up lane positioning and potentially last hits just to go for this.
Wrapping around now, and Pure! He just slaps it with a hook, takes it away, and all of that work done by Punch is for naught.
So Punch didn't want to smite, and remember that Thresh's empowered auto attack, even without AD runes, is doing about 80 damage, so he does more on the auto attack than Lee Sin does, and Punch not wanting to smite means that he just gets the casual drive-by steal, and 2 games in a row we see a support with a buff at level 1.
Oh dear. Well,
Punch is tilted.
That's gonna...
Who's more tilted, me or Punch?
Well, he can't walk out of the booth, so...
He could.
I think.
What do you think they would do? They pause the game?
I think that might be an immediate disqualification unless he comes back.
You said he can't. He literally, he has legs. Like, it's something he could do.
Sure, but I'm saying, like, he can't do it without very severe consequences, I would suspect.
I'm checking my phone, making sure I haven't been fired. So far, so good.
I don't think anybody even really noticed.
But,
yeah. Hook not going to connect there from Pure. Trying to get that extra little harass down from the red buff. Won't be finding much. Edge dashing in. This is the chain. Have to be very careful here with Candy on this Cassiopeia. Can absolutely annihilate him in a matter of seconds.
It looks at how Winged, let's really track how Winged plays this early game, because drafting the Kog'Maw bot lanes, admittedly not Kog'Maw Lulu this time, but the Kog'Maw Thresh bot lane, and not playing around it really stopped Everate, as Punch, remember, is a level below because he didn't get the second buff.
And dashes over the wall, has that blast cone to create a little bit of extra distance.
Winged having the dueling advantage over the enemy jungler is very important, given that, again, we've already seen a challenger team tried this early Kog'Maw twice, and it was pretty well punished by the side of Jin Air.
Nice little lockdown there by Edge. Went back, got the Amp Tome coming through. See the recall from Candy. 28 CS here in the inventory for the Cassiopeia.
Just let you know, I really, really don't like the draft from CJ, and that's not just me being dogged about my karma point. You look at this draft, and wave clear is pretty minimal, almost completely gone. Cassiopeia does a decent job, but doesn't have line wave clear like a Victor or any champion like that. Shen drafted early for the shield, doesn't have wave clear either.
Pure lands a hook, Flay coming through with the exhaust on top. Take the Lantern forward, looking for Zol. One more hit will do it. That's going to be first blood coming in for Veritas. Getting things rolling already. Just 4.5 minutes in for CJ. Another Flay, and that is going to get the flash out of Googer.
Yeah, they need things like this. To make this draft work, they need Snowball. So Winged having the advantage over the enemy jungler and a 2v2 kill is very important for the side of CJ Entus. Winged walking around.
Yep, Roach playing very far forward. Soul already weakened, but looking for the taunt. Not going to connect, actually. As the shield comes up, he throws down that dodge field. And meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Cougar just dies. Hold on to that one, though. Roach taking that hook shot out, gets himself to safety. We'll have to get a replay of the bottom lane to see just what happened to Guger.
I saw where the minion wave was, so I'm going to guess he did his best key impression, tried to freeze the wave, and was just killed. Remember, there's no living artillery to snipe away.
Oh.
Look at this. It was actually much more impressive. Pure decided to go all in, and Veritas didn't want the lantern. He's like, no, I've got this. Hold my beer. Flashed in and got the last auto attack.
Well, very nicely done there by Pure. Showing off some prowess here with this Thresh pick.
Well, Kongdu needs to wake up. They've been out-dueled in multiple lanes. The steal onto Punch has halted. The Lee Sin is still level 3 onto a level 5 and then some Graves. Despite the draft, whatever you're going to say, if the early game goes this one-sidedly, there's still power on the side of CJ Entus. And Kongdu Monster already find themselves in a bit of a hole.
Yeah, really rough spot to be in. Already 1,500 gold down. 2-0. And Veritas with the Bilgewater Cutlass at 6 minutes. So feels pretty bad. You say, you know, Kongdu really do have to wake up in this game.
If this is the first game of the day, you can make the jokes about it being 1 p.m., very early start, before most pro gamers in Korea are awake. Now it's 3:30, which admittedly is still around the time that most pro gamers in Korea wake up. You guys are wondering, it's around, from what we've polled, about 4 p.m. wake up time into scrims around 5 or 6.
Yep.
Seems to be pretty much the norm here.
Scrim all day, play solo queue afterward, get some food.
That's why solo queue around 1 a.m. to 4 is actually like intensely good. You might not appreciate this if you're outside Korea, but when you're like catching Faker's stream, for example, it's often midnight to 4 a.m. stream time. So that's when peak solo queue happens, as the pro gamer scrims have ended by then.
It's also when all the people that are under 18 get booted off the game.
True.
It's going to be Sand United coming through to the bottom lane, though. Guger taking a bit of damage from that end of the line, and looks like CJ, they'll just turn around, look for Soul. Veritas is already here cutting him off, and there's just nothing he can do. Taunt comes in to close the distance. They hand the kill off to the Cogball, and that looks like it might just be first brick on top of it all. Minion wave is limited, but there's another one coming through. They have plenty of clear, so CJ should be able to snatch this up, and they are just going to keep trucking on through. Kongdu Monster quite lost already, not even 10 minutes into this game.
Yeah, such a different game around the bot lane. There wasn't the same exploitation that Jin Air was able to do. They actually get first brick with a Thresh Kog'Maw lane, thanks to Winged really opening up the game with his jungle pathing, and Punch losing out on that first buff has really spilled over into multiple lanes. And speaking of losing buffs, the blue buff is now under question as well.
And this is honestly looking a bit like KT versus Samsung, taking those turrets so early on, controlling the bottom lane and working from there. It's really rough stuff here for Kongdu. Almost 4,000 gold behind at the moment. Edge goes in for a trade, but instead just misses.
So Veritas has a Blade of the Ruin King at 8 minutes. That's pretty cool.
Oh man, this is like LPL timing.
Yeah, this is like Uzi with the pre-rework. Blade of the Ruin King on Tristana. Well, that's frightening. Now you can't really enter lane against him, especially his level 4 Lulu.
God.
This game would have been an aborted scrim. They would have called this one over.
Yep. This would have been GD'd out very early on. Candy trying to turn back in onto Edge. The chain's coming through. Won't lock him down, so won't get that final burst of damage, so he'll be okay. Get a bit of HP back with those Twin Fangs, but here's the rotation of Veritas and Pure coming over into the mid lane with Wing to boot. So just going to try to just chunk out this turret where they can. Edge cannot really walk forward. Has to be afraid of those hooks coming out from Pure. And honestly, this turret's just going to go down.
What can they do? There's no way to have any sort of a reaction. You may have decent wave clear on LeBlanc, but that's when you prep the minions with your W and then Q, and if he does that, he will die.
Oh, well, Petrifying Gaze catches him on the backside. Thinks that Twin Fang will not go down, but some decent exchange coming out there onto Candy. But overall, it's just going to be a second turret acquired here for CJ Entus as they just keep stomping out Kongdu.
And they can't even push a minion wave into bot lane to counter it because Soul was just trying to get as much CS as possible, as far back up, as safely as possible, and then just ends up slow pushing the minions to Veritas to pick up. And it feels like the script here has been completely rewritten. The early game has completely shattered the hopes when it comes to Kongdu Monsters, and CJ shaking off some shaky performances, specifically in the final, but even at the end of the seasons, they came in 3 best-of-3s before the end of the final, having dropped only a single game, then dropped a game in their last 3 sets, then dropped 3 in the final. People will say, okay, the wheels have come off CJ Entus. It certainly doesn't apply to the first 10 minutes of this game where they've opened up the sort of lead that teams dream of. 4,000 plus gold at 10 minutes.
Some monstrous lead here for CJ.
Things like wave clear, things like team comp, completely trivial in a situation like this.
I mean, it was 2 turrets down before the Rift Herald had even spawned. Couple that in with the new Rift Herald coming in, patch 7.9, and can knock down those inner turrets.
I'm not sure what patch MSI is going to be played on. I assume it's going to be pre-Rift Herald changes, but
I think it ought to be.
agreed, but
Not even live yet, I don't believe.
so yes,
So-
it almost certainly won't be, like you mentioned.
Yeah.
And MSI does start this weekend, actually, with the play-ins, so I imagine they're going to lock it at 7.8 or 7.7.
I mean, I was playing League last night, but I never looked at Rift Herald anyway, so I guess I wouldn't have noticed if there was something new going on there. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that that's currently on the PBE.
Yep.
So, but will we have Galio at MSI? That's the question.
Yes, there will be Galio at MSI, given the LPL's playing 7.7 with Galio enabled right now.
That's true. How did the LPL end up getting ahead of us? For the longest time, they were behind because of the new year. They were like 2 patches behind us, and now suddenly they got ahead of everyone.
And they work on their own schedule sometimes, Kilios. I cast the Chinese League for a long time, both pre-LPL and including LPL days, and sometimes they just make their own decisions, you know?
They definitely do that. Their meta is their own for sure.
Remember, they used to have all the banned skins that were banned from LCS. They still use them, so sometimes they just go their own way, do Tencent. I guess Riot China now. Yeah, this is hard to cast, honestly. Kongdoo Monster are only picking up CS when CJ let them. That's why you see the roam from mid. Things like double teleport, all those factors are not relevant. The only person who's farming is Roach, who is having a merry old time pushing against Shen, but doesn't even matter.
I mean, even if he goes in with the ultimatum in onto somebody like Veritas, he's just going to get ripped apart. They're so far ahead, just brute forcing this tier 2 turret. CJ, this is one of the most dominant performances we've seen in a while, even more so than we saw from Jin Air in game 1 of their set.
And it was a sort of move that you don't see in professional play, when Veritas and Pure exited lane, and sure, Veritas ended up returning to lane, but Pure just walked over and contested the vertical jungling that was happening from the side of Kongdoo Monster, lost that first buff, Winged got everything, and also made the superior map rotation. And then it all flowed on from there. That's been the big story. The big train into turret diving bottom because Gugu was level 3 at 7 minutes. Just to be clear, Gugu does not have his ultimate at 13 minutes. He's level 5.
Level 5 to Soul's 8.
Fuel's only 6. Obviously spent a lot of time out of lane, but we like that ultimate before you start getting too frisky with the skirmishes. 20 CS disadvantage in bot lane. LeBlanc has a negligible amount of CS up, but not a big factor.
He's already so safe. QSS plus the Blade of the Rune King.
There's no picking him.
It's just so silly.
Again, Veritas in Challenger had a 9.67 KDA, almost 10 KDA over a season. Played 27 out of the 31 games that were played by CJ Entus. Avenger, the substitute 80 carry, played the other ones, and he played his champions. He played Jhin, he played Ashe, he played Ezreal. The Kog'Maw is something a bit different. You know, usually he's known for utility carries. This is a hard carry performance, but it's a bit different when you get gifted 3 kills in a free laning phase.
Good though. Soul getting hit up by that ultimatum into the Ashe arrow punch, wrapping around from the backside. He's going to flash away, but pretty much to his doom. Kick comes out. There's an egg strike to follow up, and Punch finds it. That should be the first turret going over to Kongdoo, so a nice move up to the top side of the map, but still requires pretty much everybody on the team in order to make it happen. They're going to lose a tier 2 out in the bottom side of the map at the same time, so CJ still trading up. Kongdoo not looking like they can continue the push as they have to respond to that of CJ's in the mid lane.
And worth mentioning that even if Kongdoo go on to, as expected, lose this game, the perfect game is now a thing of the past. You still need to make some good moves post 10 minutes to keep yourselves in, because it's still a series. They do not want to find themselves in the losers match that will be played immediately after this second match of the upper bracket, I guess you would call it. So trying to steady the ship. Sure, you may lose because of the first 10 minutes, but if you just go into complete disarray, that sort of problem usually flows into further games in a series. So good to see Kongdoo still being proactive.
Yeah. So they fire back, get a little bit of gold. in on the board for themselves for that first turret, but still are going to find themselves down just under 5,000 gold at the moment. And CJ just keeps powering around the map.
Double QSS now. Even QSS on the Thresh of all people. Normally a Tahm Kench support purchase to ensure that you're in position for the Devour. I guess for now he will definitely be throwing his Lantern somewhere with this QSS.
Pure is really he's really looking for that Mercurial Scimitar. Smack everybody.
I mean, the smack on the red buff probably won them the game at level 1, so getting smack damage is fine.
I mean, I've seen stranger builds. I had a Thresh Leona bot lane one of my games last week. That was painful. Roach is spotted out. The ward comes down. Hasn't moved a muscle.
He's practicing his Rek'Sai mechanics. He knows how to play against Rek'Sai now. Don't move.
Yep.
Well,
Can't see me.
He can move further away because what is a lone Camille to do against this Veritas Kog'Maw that is basically a raid boss at this point?
Yeah. I mean, coming out 30 CS up out of that laning phase as well. Absolutely brutal for Kongdu. They get the red buff this time. Edge dashing over, looking for the chain in onto Pure. Won't get the final pop. Candy's zoning them out, throwing down that Miasma. Veritas and Soul starting to trade as shield comes down.
Is it a trade?
It's very much going the way of Veritas. That's going to get the wild growth out from Cougar. Keep him alive desperately as CJ just continues this onslaught in towards this tier 2 turret. Pure getting targeted out yet again by Edge, but just can't finish the combo, so he's not working this Thresh low enough to where he can push them out of the lane.
Yeah, Kongdu want to 5v5 under turret and get farm funneled onto their carries. So trading a farm is all Kongdu can hope for. They can't look to trade up. They're playing against a Shen who can go across to other lanes. So even if there's more gold funneling to CJ, they want it to be a 60-40 trade to Kongdu Monster, not the potential for the 80-20s that we saw in the first game. But basically every objective short of the minions crashing onto turrets are free for CJ to pick up, and that's why the Rift Herald will be taken at 17 minutes.
I really hope they give this buff to Veritas, but it's going to go over to Wayne more than likely. Yep. Oh well. He doesn't really need it at this point.
Nope.
He can share the wealth with the rest of the team.
Yeah, both of them obviously getting diminishing returns because they are range champions. Also, neither of them likely to split push. I guess Winged could spend a bit of time in a side lane, given how ahead they are, and with Shen on the other side of the map.
Take a couple people to take him down, you'd have to think.
This
And
goes
he's
to
getting
show.
ready to complete that Black Cleaver as well.
This game is one of those games that really shows that Draft has big implications in games, but can also just be completely trivialized with early play. The play is always the bigger factor. I know Riot have always talked about not wanting hard counters in games, not wanting games to be decided in Champ Select. We've certainly seen games be decided in Champ Select, but this is the prototype of a game that was decided by early aggressive pathing and also a nice adaptation from Pure, really taking away any situational drafting choices by CJ and making everything they look like touch of gold, basically be touched by gold, effectively. The Midas touch applied by CJ Entus.
Oh, Wings taking away that Ocean Drake. Second one picked up here for CJ, and there'll be another Ocean on the way in 6 minutes.
Are you hyped about what is looking like Hextech GOP Cassiopeia?
Hell yeah. Let me see it.
Super Soaker Cassio.
All right, well, thank you, Candy, for delivering on making this game interesting to some degree.
Trying to this turret again. Just trading farm is pretty happy stuff for Kongdu Monster.
Veritas does get taken a bit low there, but Pure is just waiting over the wall, fishing for a hook. Tosses it out, won't find anything.
It's the best passage of play for certain. The second 10 minutes, much, much better for Kongdu Monster. Was around 4,500 to 5,000 gold at 10 minutes. You'll see it's only 6,000. So only an extra 1,000 has been added to that lead in the 10 to 20. Although it may speak too soon.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what happens when you get to these hard-to-reach objectives, these inner turrets. They finally are able to break it. So they start rotating down. Edge was working his way up, but there's just no way that he can jump in and will immediately get locked down by the Cassiopeia, by that Thresh. So he has to peel back. And honestly, CJ, they're going to be very well prepped for that Baron that's spawning right now.
Good Baron damage from Veritas, of course, on the Kog'Maw.
And Candy.
Yeah, even Graves. Yeah, you're right. Specifically, the duo of Cassiopeia and Kog'Maw are up there with the best when it comes to taking down neutral objectives. Winged no slouch either, but they can't really tank it. It has to be trade tanking.
Yeah, and if Soul is vanished from the lane, then you know that something's really up.
But that's like, if you think about it, kind of one of the only ways this game swings back to Kongdu is a botch around Baron, where they trade tank it. Somehow Roach comes in on an excellent flank and you wombo down a couple of members. A team fight where Kongdu get 3 or 4 members won't arrest the gold lead, but will arrest the momentum of CJ Entus. And it's the one downfall of drafting these Shen comps is that you don't often have a true tank to tank up the Baron.
Yeah, unless you can get those picks in early. Which Kongdu have been playing very defensively.
And CJ's comp doesn't get picks. Sure, Pure can get a sick hook, but that's really all they have is the Thresh. So while the rotational play got them leads, rotational play around inner and specifically inhibitor turrets is a very different beast. And for now, the game will stall out. And still, it's still going to be a Kog'Maw hitting his item spikes accelerate. Still, advantage CJ Entus, but not game decided like it was in game 1 of the first series, for example, for Jinnen.
See what they want to do. Scrying Orb coming down, looking for the red buff. Gets taken away, but the Ash Arrow comes in. The kick back in on the wing.
They have the damage. I don't
have
think
the
they
Stand
do.
United, and he's not going to go down still. At about half HP, Soul flashing forward, looking for the taunt. There's the dodge field. Himself relatively healthy as Edge goes back in with a distortion. They won't find
Meanwhile,
much.
bot lane.
Yep, they do get that ultimate out from him, and Roach is going to get that split push going in onto the turret, but that's going to be CJ. They go over the wall. They're going to start up this Baron. Control ward inside the pit, denying the vision, but just like you said, tankiness could be a bit of a concern here. Soul.
2-level advantage for Wing.
In here, Edge coming in from the backside, looking for Pure, works him down to about half HP, and Soul fires off the volley. TP coming in, CJ gonna go ahead and peel back off this Baron. Several members low, and Edge maybe hunting here with this LeBlanc.
First skirmish won by Kongdu Monster, able to pressure them away. They also get positioning on mid lane as Edge is zoning.
Oh, it
Got
goes
it.
down. Yeah, the last chain going through. Now it's a double buff. LeBlanc coming out on the backside of that pick.
This would be a monumental comeback. Still too early to say anything about that. The hype levels are certainly, if you're a Kongdu fan, still going to be pretty level. But Kongdu played that smartly. It's the sort of thing you want to see when a team has fallen desperately behind, is still that the level of macro play doesn't fall away. And Kongdu traded up in a scenario where the arsenal for CJ was just falling over with different types of bazooka and machine gun, and yet Kongdu Monster traded up, something that should never happen.
Yep. Now Veritas getting jumped on here. Edge looking for some damage and has plenty of it to offer with the help of that X-Tech Gunblade. Pops the Kog'Maw low, but can't follow up with the kill.
And guess what has to happen? Kog'Maw has to go back to base. Suddenly Kog'Maw's not on the map. You can start pushing up lanes, you get access to more CS, you get more wards down, and the game continues to stall. Gold lead now down to just around 5,000 gold. Kongdu, if they can get this down to 2 or 3, if they can win a team fight, it would be the start of a seesaw that for now, pendulum still on the side of CJ Entus.
Top laners meeting yet again down here in the bottom lane. There's a Roach. Has gotten himself into a pretty comfortable position here. The Trinity Force completed, Tiamat on the way. Tiamat completed, but looking for that Titanic Hydra to come through.
Man, Cougar has a lot to say.
Oh boy, flash
Donald
over the wall. They're looking for Soul. Gets kicked back though on Pure and Veritas. He's going to flash in, looking for it. Won't land the R, but still should have plenty of trade damage here. The Ash Arrow buys himself a little bit of time, but the rest of the team is there. And honestly, Soul probably would have won that one. Still had the heal available for himself.
Yeah, Phantom Dancer actually doing so much work in a true duel. The rest of the members of CJ did not want to get involved because they wanted Veritas to pick up the kill. They get a lot of his health. Bahil lifesteal from the minions. CJ want to pick up Baron while Ash can't be in the fight, and this is probably their best chance to do so.
Yeah, still only 15 seconds. They don't have too much vision on the rest here. Pure getting locked down yet again, goes low. The hook will not connect. And
CJ still something.
This would still be very dangerous from the start of the Baron. You can see they're going to go ahead and not do so.
That time is still short. Ash is now respawned. We'll come back with the home guards. So it's just a pick.
That's all it's going to be. CJ now just going to work their way down. Have to go from posturing up to get the Barons to just picking up a second Ocean Drake. Is another objective there on the board for them, but certainly not nearly the one that they wanted.
Seems like Veritas is going very safety first. And what that
Megatron
means,
cloak.
and that's probably going to be a Wit's End, which is still good itemization on the side of Kog'Maw, but consider that Veritas got insanely ahead, had an 8-minute Blade of the Ruin King, and then bought a QSS, and now will halt the build, or at least slow down the build again with the Negatron Cloak, with the hope of being a Wit's End. They're not going for snowball damage, they're going for a bit more tankiness, but it does mean we get scenarios like when we saw Soul and Veritas trading, where the extra gold lead from CJ is only buying them safety, not the damage, just obliterate their opponents.
Well, now CJ pushing back in towards this Baron pit, trying to clear out what they can.
Soul has a Kindle Gem. That's pretty cool. I imagine it's going to be a Black Cleaver Ash. Which we haven't seen. I think we've seen maybe once this season. Was played in EU from memory.
All right. I mean, you can build up the stacks very quickly.
It's sort of like
a
different way to get to that cooldown reduction threshold to throw out Ash Arrows as well.
Yeah. This is true. Candy getting jumped on. Ash Arrow, speaking of which, goes in onto Winged. Shield coming down. Wild Growth popping up, but Edge is still going to fall. Not going to buy them enough time. Redemption coming in. Just chips away a little bit there. But big pick coming in. CJ, do they want to start with the Baron off the backside of this?
Needs some harassment here. Edge has teleport, but still 35 seconds until he's back.
They're going for it. Pure tossing out the hook. Finds Punch, goes over the wall, and he's going to dash away.
Still
Pure will go down. Final play in. Fox slowing them up. Smoke screen comes down. Pure can't make his way into the pit. The Baron gets picked up by CJ. Now Wing going over the backside of the pit, looking for a pickoff if he can find it. Flashboard on the top here from Soul. Finds Roach, who has a flash into the red pit, but Wing is chasing in yet again. Ultimatum thrown down. Wing goes low, almost dies. They'll both make it out with their lives, but Baron and then the red buff off the backside of that picked up by CJ.
And crucially, they got the pick they needed, then were able to turn it into a Baron. Sure, it was a little bit messy, but they get the objective that so far had eluded them. Baron going to Kongdu Monster would have been a disaster, really preyed upon the low wave clear. Punch chose to take the second part of the Q, and going Sonic Wave into Resonating Strike meant that someone was going to be out of position. In this case, it was Edge. Finally, the death timer, actually long enough to start the Baron, is claimed by CJ Entus. But it's the first objective win they've picked up since the 10-minute mark. So while they're getting there, they're only inching forward when it should have been, honestly, basically a march forward from moment one.
Well, now it really comes down to this Baron. If CJ can't pick up these inhibitor turrets, then you'd have to expect Kongdu are going to be in a nice position to try to swing their way back into this game once the next one spawns. The Elder Dragon's still going to be something they have to have concerns over, as it very well could be a 4-stack for CJ, if they even reach that point of the game. Edge going forward, and he's just going to go down. Yeah, beautiful miasma coming out from Candy, stopping him from distorting away, and they just shred right through him.
Really well baited there from Candy.
Didn't even need the Blade of the Ruin King proc from Veritas to slow him up and keep on the miasma. They just had so much damage to work
Super cool
down.
play from Veritas to kite back, knowing that Candy would throw down the miasma and no ability for Edge snapback, even with Flash and his W available. They're taking everything in the base, and that might be the match-winning outplay to cement a Game 1 victory for CJ.
Yep, second inhibitor going to fall down. The wave's not really prepped in top, so they won't be able to find that, but like I said, they needed something to come up this Baron buff, and they got so much for it. Almost 10,000 gold in the lead now is CJ, and at this point, you'd have to think that the game is pretty much over for Kongdu.
CJ Entus, wonderful first 10 minutes. Get more wayward in their next 15. Maybe not unexpected for a team that played in Challenger and was so dominant in Challenger. If you look at CJ's season in Challenger, 14-0 match score, only dropping 4 games, it's kind of reminiscent of TSM in summer of last year, where we were doing our prep for Worlds, and the story was, well, they've actually never played a game of extended length because they just were so good in the early game, the game was over. And when it got to the Challengers final, people were like, well, what's CJ's team fighting like? And other people were like, I don't really know. I've never really been in late game team fights. They didn't need to have their team fighting on point because they were so dominant during the early phases of the game. They're meeting much more stiff opposition in this tournament. They're going to be much more under the microscope. So Kongdu, good macro, stalled out a game that should have been won. The game was basically over early in it. But CJ are staying the course, and they want to end it here.
Well, Edge coming over the wall yet again, finding Pure, won't be able to get the lockdown. As the turret falls to about half HP, CJ continuing on the push and punch, threatening from the backside, looking for a way in, trying to get that kick in onto somebody like Candy, but he's not able to find it. Soul goes forward, not going to land the taunt. The ultimatum coming down in on top of the Shen. The punch gets hooked up in the backside. Veritas and everybody just turns and they fire away. They take him down as Candy picks up the killing blow now. Roach trying to exit. The Wild Growth comes through onto him as well as that passive shield, barely keeping him alive, but the rest of Kongdu have to retreat and hold on to their lives. Cougar barely making it back. The flash is being blown by pretty much every member to get themselves out to safety. Now with Super Creep pushing in from the mid lane. CJ looking to finish it off here. 30 minutes. The death timer is still relatively short. It's 20 seconds before Punch comes back up, but they might have just done it. Veritas is still full HP. Edge coming in from the side, won't find anything to hook in on the Roach. The box comes down. They find the pick as Wing takes it away. The turrets will get shattered. The Nexus will be exploded as CJ, a bit of a wavy mid-game there, but 31 minutes on the clock just about. They take down Kongdu Monster here in game one.
You do afford yourself a wayward mid-game when you have such an explosive early game. I had my qualms about the draft, but the draft wasn't a big factor. Excellent pathing from Winged and also Pure just making the heads-up play to contest the red buff meant that they had an immense lead in the early game. Like I mentioned, the sort of lead where you think about canceling a scrim just because what can you learn from that scenario? Credit to Kongdu in that they came back, but they also got themselves into the hole where they had to emerge from. So CJ still in the driver's seat, still one game up, but this is the sort of series, and the 15-minute passage between 10 and 25 makes me optimistic that we might actually have a strong 3-game series between Kongdu and CJ Entus.
Yeah, very well may see that unfold. We'll see what happens when we come back from the break and go into the pick and ban there for game number 2. Expect some change-ups to come out from either side. We're going to go to that break, though. When we come back in just a couple minutes, we'll see if CJ can close this out, have a second 2-0, or if we will be taking a game 3 for the first time today. And loser will go on to face Ever 8 later.
cops are coming fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll. So grab the duffel bag and let's roll.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We'll take a look at the damage charts here for game number 1 between CJ Entus and Kongdu Monster. And honestly, damage charts being won out by Kongdu in the end there in the mid and bottom lane, but just can't come up with a victory in the end.
I mean, the early game really dictated this particular game before any factors like damage to champions were relevant. Kog'Maw did some damage to champions in the first 10 minutes, then was mostly just taking structures slowly as CJ inched over the line to finally take down game 1 of match 2. Got confused there, I said match 2. I'm like, wait, what's going on? But 31 minutes felt like a long game just because a lot of the game was resolved at the 10-minute mark. And CJ will be looking to, against expectation, make it through to this winners match tomorrow to play against Jin Air in a battle of the old legacy Kesper orgs. The Kongdu Monster, so much was decided by a red buff steal, I guess you would say, in terms of vertical jungling from that Thresh auto attack, and they just looked in a funk, seeded the first 10 minutes, and they just couldn't get back in, even if the play between 10 and 25 minutes was very good from the side of Kongdu Monster.
Yeah, the mid-game, things kind of got stalled out there after having taken all the inner turrets. Things were a bit rough there for CJ. Weren't really sure where to go, but after getting that Baron, that really helped them shatter the base of Kongdu, and things got back on pace for them to go ahead and close it out. So we'll see what Kongdu's going to piece together as we get ready to dive into the pick and ban here for game number 2. The coaches entering into the booths. Like you said, the draft's a little bit wonky there in game 1. You walked off the desk for a period of time, Bob Smithy. We'll see what they piece together, and if it will be to your liking this time around.
Yeah, the battle of the two famous StarCraft pro gamers, Reach and MC. First game goes to the side of Reach. See what happens in the draft, as you'll notice that CJ will once again be on the blue side. It is dynamic side selection. Kongdu Monster chose red in game 1. CJ chose blue in game 2.
And here we go. So Twitch still going to be banned away by CJ. So definitely something that Soul has been practicing up.
Not a pick for him.
They are something that formidable that CJ doesn't want to deal with.
Yeah, not a pick for him in LCK, but a pick for him in the scrims and solo queue, you'd have to say. Also remember that CJ's comp was centered largely around Kog'Maw and Thresh, and Twitch is one of the best answers to Kog'Maw in terms of comp. Both of them backline artillery, so the enemy team can not necessarily look for the full dive comp with Malphite. It's usually too hard to make that adjustment late in a draft and too transparent. Instead, just get your own long-range artillery through the course of someone like Twitch or maybe even Jinx to battle against the Kog'Maw. So we could see another early Kog'Maw draft from CJ on the blue side, that's for sure.
Let's see if they want to go that way. Now, Graves banned away here by Kongdu. Bans from CJ. Going to be pretty much the same. Jace was their third and final in game number 1. We'll see if they just want to go ahead and not really change up anything.
You know what I want, Achilles? I want some Ivern. We saw Ivern banned in the LCK final, but in this meta where we see the Twitches and the Kog'Maws running around, you have to feel like Ivern, even with Korean junglers so far. Refusal to bring him onto the Rift. It feels like we're set up for some Ivern at some point. So
only seen the one. Score bringing it out.
Only saw the one, as you say. Some bans since then against Score, and one other jungler who I forget. So seems like people have been trying it in scrims, but not wanting to bring it onto the stage. See what Kongdu want to bring onto the stage. Comp in game 1 was pretty simple. Only real reaction bans we see are Graves and Shen this time around, so it's a bit more open. Rumble, for example, is available, but not a Soul champion. Neither Soul nor Roach have impressed us on Rumble, but both of them can play it.
Well, not having the Kennen available, maybe it makes it a bit of a juicier pick
Cyrus,
for either side.
A good first pick here.
That's true. That's also available there. Was banned away by Kongdu in the first game, but it will be the Rumble picked up here for Soul. So maybe he's been getting some added practice in on this champion.
Now, Kennen was banned by Kongdu, so that's the prototypical counter lane matchup against Rumble. So we'll have to go somewhere else here with Kongdu Monster. Also look to be early drafting the LeBlanc once again. Was answered by the Cassiopeia, and that single play of hiding around the corner and miasming when Edge went aggressive finally allowed CJ to close the game in game 1. With Lee Sin available, it'll be very surprising to see Punch so early go for the Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai fell away, only Bless was playing her during the course of spring season. Captain think it's going to be the Lee Sin, and that's what he's moused over.
A long hover there. But looks like Lee Sin will be the lock-in the end. So far, not showing anything different here as Kongdu.
I think the draft didn't need the adjustments in game 1. It was more about the play in the first 5 to 10 minutes. So for now, at least, I like the first 2 picks from Kongdu Monster. CJ can, remember, go for physical damage laners. Now that they've already picked up the Rumble, they can go Elise here as well and add up to that. And they seem to really like this Cassiopeia versus LeBlanc matchup that can go very wrong for Cassiopeia. So it is a bit of a skill matchup, and Candy's liking his skill against Edge.
They're pushing around each other pretty early on there, but Once CJ started getting those objectives coming in, the global gold picked up for the team. It just completely went the way of that Cassiopeia. And I mean, we saw, throwing down the miasma, just absolutely obliterating the LeBlanc because she can't distort out of it. So they want to go back to that one, but they're going to change up the jungle a little bit here with the Graves taken away. It will be Rengar coming through for Winged.
Yeah, Winged visiting the Rengar, like you mentioned. Most played in regular season was Lee Sin. They only dropped 4 games, so you shouldn't be surprised that he was 9-1 on that Lee Sin. At least that he was hovering over was another big pick, but they'd be overloaded with magic damage.
The regular Peanut.
Not a bad thing. We saw playoffs Peanut, and that was pretty good.
That was damn good. But all right, we saw a couple hovers coming through. It's going to be the Gragas, so sustained matchup for the Rumble.
You see the safety first choice, though, and you expect some interesting AD carry picks from both teams.
Especially from Veritas.
I mean, Veritas, what's he known for? His biggest pocket pick is probably the Callista that he likes to bring out. Brought it out at IEM, but also brought it out during the course of the Challengers playoffs. So always a chance with AD carries banned that he will visit Callista. And they actually choose to ban Kog'Maw. I don't mind this when they see the Gragas, as Gragas will just build Spirit Visage and BK, but Soul has been practicing the Twitch, so you know he's ready for long-range artillery. Will he visit Jinxtown? That's what we're wondering. The last of these big hyper carries available.
Yeah, because I mean, we haven't seen the Tristana. We were talking about it earlier, Uzi bringing that one out before the Blade of the Rune King changes, but haven't really seen that make its way into Korea yet. Thresh going to be the final ban from Kongdu, respecting the performance from Pure.
Does feel like even Vayne is more possible than Tristana when it comes to tier lists. Don't think we'll necessarily see a Vayne, but your mind does wander a little bit. So no AD carries across the two teams. We're looking for bot lane on both sides. Bit surreal to actually be seeing bot lanes be completed, given that jungle and bot lane was the usual top duo. So it could just go for the strongest possible support. So Kongdu heavily setting up Soul to either get a counter matchup or just go on a big-time carry. My first thought for Soul, if he's not going super risky, is Lucian in this spot, given that he looked great on Lucian at the end of the season.
Well, does have the Lulu there, so can play further up into the face of his enemies with that Lucian. Has the shields, the Glitter Lances to stop them from getting away. And then post 6, the Wild Growth to keep him alive, so would be pretty fitting there for Soul. But what does CJ want to piece together? Okay.
Going for lane.
All right, well, it's going to be Brand to start things off for Pure, but what gets coupled with this is the next question.
Throwing in a Brand doesn't sound too appealing, so maybe not Callista in this particular spot.
Yeah. Tossing him out there.
You can see he's not feeling the Ashe with this sort of a setup.
Well, the Varus has made it through. We saw this banned away by CJ in game 1, but this time makes it onto the board, and they'll go ahead and pick this up. So a decent chain CC that can come through, chain of corruption into that stun from the Brand.
So Lucian or Jinx is my suspicion for Soul. He also has stuff like the Ezreal and Jhin that he's practiced. Not an Jhin comp in this case. Ezreal will be fine. It will be safer against the Varus.
All right, well, they go ahead and they lock that one up.
We'll be looking to skirt the back line. When you look at threats to him in the late game, it's another one of those games where once Rengar's engaged, suddenly becomes a bit less reliable as people get tankier and lifesteal comes in. It'll be the sort of game where Ezreal can take over, but it's not the high-risk last pick on the side of Kongdu Monster. In a different game where they'd won game 1, maybe we would have seen an attempt at running something a bit more creative, but Soul has played a lot of Ezreal in his time, and he's still going to be the person that's going to be looked to carry them in the late game that they never got to in game 1. It was mistakes around the vertical jungling that really threw off Kongdu Monster. A return to the red side. If we see a return to the same level 1, look for them to make some adjustments when it comes to safety of taking buffs, because they're kind of caught with their pants down, and in the end, it was a pretty comfortable win for CJ Entus.
Certainly was. So we'll see what Kongdu can do to just separate themselves from that first game. Want to ignore that it even had happened. Roach coming back out here with this Gragas, something a bit more standard compared to the Camille. Can just play passively in lane and just get tanked up. So doesn't need to try to go for those massive 1v1 duels.
Kongdu Monster mid and jungle want to actually be a force like Lee Sin and LeBlanc can be in the late game. Was denied from them from the early rotations in game 1. Veritas just going tried and true, just going for the Varus rather than something like the Callista, but support matchup's a fun one. Brand can certainly do a lot of work, and the length of that stun duration at just level 2 can catch a lot of people off guard, and Lulu's pretty damn squishy, so we'll see how the bot lane goes. CJ showing us something new.
Yeah, first Brand we've seen in a while, only a handful through the regular spring split. Let's go ahead, jump onto the rift, see if CJ can close this out, or if we're going to game number 3. All right, well, plenty of fans. Still just 4 p.m. here, late afternoon coming in, and decent amount of people showing up at the E-Stadium. Very storied team is CJ Entus.
Roach raced to top lane, put down a ward in the tri-brush, and spotted a 2-man invade from CJ Entus, so adjustments by CJ when it comes to vision. Right now, actually, they have no deep vision whatsoever. They're considering a re-invade to the bot lane. Veritas and Pure just protecting turret, I guess you would say. That's the, I need to go to the bathroom, so I just path my way to bot lane. Approach from solo queue, but just looking for safety. They're also covering the bot lane brush. So Kongdu have gone for a very innovative path here, so they have a lot of information, and every brush that winged face checks is a risk.
Well, there's another ward thrown down, same exact spot that we saw from game number 1 that really did cost, wow, that's a
cool soul sign
very
there.
intricate sign there. Now, that did cost Punch that red buff.
Punch is still around.
He's hovering at these Raptors, and he's not going to be able to find a way in, so really just costing himself, you know, a good 20-some-odd seconds here, just about on this clear. Now rotating over to take away this blue buff.
Strange stuff from Punch in the early games, you have to say.
Yeah.
Wants to play around the vision he's put down, which is understandable, but didn't really get the sort of backup. This time he's not going to find himself woefully level 1 for as long, but again, surprised. Does force Wing to take a lot of damage, though.
It does go low, still has the smite to hold on to. See right now, the shield's coming out from the Lulu, enough to mitigate that Pillar of Flame. But as the items start coming through, it's going to be a bit harder to sustain through that damage output from the Brand.
With Doran's Blade, it's more about potentially looking for a turnaround of an early all-in rather than sustaining with something like a longsword. A lower effective health means that if you go longsword 3 potions against Brand, he's deceptively good at all-ins. You know, if you think about it, Doran's Blade was often used against the melee matchup, like against the Braum, against the Tahm Kench, where you actually get chance to auto-attack. So you might think, okay, ranged mage, just get the pods sustained through the harass. If you get hit with an EQ, the stun duration is so long in the early game that you can't actually be all-in in the same manner as a Braum. So you kind of have to straddle the line. He ends up going the Doran Blade. And that extra HP could be the difference if he ever gets hit by the EQ.
For now, Pure just throwing down those pillars where he can. Won't have the EQ stun combo for another level. Once you hit level 6 especially, that's when things can get very shaky for Soul and Cougar down in that bottom lane. Chain of Corruption to set everything up right off the bat, board to chain in off the backside is pretty scary to think about. Veritas, though, taken pretty low here. Looks like Mystic Shots plus the help of those Glitter Lances out from Cougar, doing quite a bit of damage in onto the Varus. Has plenty of potions, though. Looks like he's already consumed 2, so has 1 more in the inventory to try to keep himself in this lane.
No Doran's. Second Doran's Ring coming in from Roach. Just needs the extra mana sustain to match the pushing power of Soul. Spirit Visage will make him very happy later in the game, but for now, it's going to be dictated to. Means Winged has a lot of options. Could look for ganks like we saw Malrang try in both the Challengers Final and earlier today. Could just continue to power farm to level 6.
Looks like that might be the option so far as he moves back in to finish the clear. Sun barely going to miss onto Cougar. Not sure if there would have been much follow-up. You can see those Glitter Lances really doing some work. So Cougar already going to be having a better DPM coming through than Ela in our first set.
He actually had 3,100 DPM in Game 1, which is more than Ela in Game 1 and 2 of the day.
3,100 damage.
Yeah.
Not DPM.
That's what I meant, damage. 3,100 DPM would be popping off.
Woo! That'd be better than Varus on his best day.
It's probably hard to get 3,100 DPM in the practice tool. It's a lot.
Can't even imagine. I guess you would still take somebody like the Varus. Maybe look at Ziggs, I don't know.
More auto attackers probably will do more DPM. Ziggs still has cooldowns to consider.
Uh-oh, Veritas, he's by himself. Punch is wrapped around his bottom side of the map.
Need to push in the minion wave. You can see Brand and Rengar both pathing bot lane. They expect Punch to be bot, and that's why you see Veritas playing with good respect.
And the pings are coming out as well. So acknowledging that he's nearby. So he'll just play safely, keeps himself alive. Gets denied a little bit off that turret. So he'll be down by about 7 CS, but overall, nothing too significant there for him to worry about.
Winked. There you go. Got it.
Yep, you're pinging him, telling him that there's a ward there, so they do spot that one out. They'll get rid of it. Just trying to eliminate as much deep vision as they possibly can.
I mean, the reward for the longsword start and the stay for extra minions is just straight up Bilgewater Cutlass. Couldn't even buy a pot with it. That's, you know, that really wanted the greedy recall at Veritas.
Another 6-minute Bilgewater Cutlass.
It was 8 minutes. Oh, sorry, 8 minutes later.
Later.
Yeah, apologies. The boot's pretty necessary for Soul, though, to sidestep the Pillar of Flame. Didn't have the gold to be able to match anyway, but...
Yeah. I mean, you don't want to have to rely on just your Arcane Shift every time to get yourself out of there.
It costs a lot of mana.
Yeah.
Even at level 1, I think it's 75 mana, around 80, so... Can't afford to be too liberal with it. Does mean no Sheen or Tear. Not often that you see no mana item on first purchase from an Ezreal.
Punch nearby, Wing throwing down that ward, but there's no way in hell that Punch can go forward with that resonating strike, so he's gonna get pushed out of his jungle, lose out on the Raptors.
One camp away from level 6 is Winged. I'm gonna say has been the better of the two junglers today so far.
And that's something we, might have expected coming into this one. Winged, granted, was on CJ last year, but still had some decent performances throughout.
Jin Air last year.
Or that's what I meant. Jin Air last year, not CJ now.
Yep.
Just mix things up.
Yeah, I was always a fan of Winged. Had some flashy steals. I remember when he and Crown were seen as these Brazilian imports, because of course Winged played some of his career in Brazil. Replaced Chaser when Chaser left Jin Air for Longzhu. And looked really good over the course of 2016, so surprised to see him step down. Is seen as one of the big shot callers and names on the CJ lineup. So far, so good.
Wrapping around looking for the red buff. Just gets taken out here. Punch maybe having the pinch in. He wraps around with these Raptors. Will get spotted out. Dashing forward, Edge's nearby. Toll the Hunt coming through, and Punch flashes in to try to get the kill, but now taking a lot of trade damage here from Candy, who gets it. The Twin Fangs coming through, finding the first blood. And that gets completely botched. Punch, way too aggressive.
Yeah, Wing's flash. He flashed out of range of the kick, so respected the flash kick and flashed himself early. Range wasn't there for Punch, not even a 1-for-1, just first blood over to Candy. We already talked about how Winged was one step ahead, and he was literally one step ahead as he waited even a half second further. Would have been first blood to the side of Conquer Monster.
Yeah, I'll take another look at this. I mean, it looks like he has a good opening to go in.
It looks like kick probably wouldn't have killed either. He's at around 280, 300 health.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have been enough damage. Needed an auto attack, red buff tick, and also the R damage coming through probably to pick it up. So misjudgment from Punch, who again misjudged the level 1 buff in the previous game, and you don't have too many latitudes when you're in a best of 3, and it feels like Punch has used all of them over the course of these 2 games.
Yeah, now having double buffs over onto Candy, picking up the red off the kill, into the blue. There's going to be plenty of harass coming down from that Cassiopeia, slowing up the LeBlanc even more so to help land those poison shots going in.
You can see in the top lane, Roach hasn't backed since his teleport to lane. Soul has got very comfortable back timings. 22 CS up, able to just go blasting one into the amp turn. We'll be rushing Liandry's, and both those items, of course, go straight into them. So much more comfortable, although Roach teleports back a second time. Teleport equalizer play is available to Soul.
Yeah, I mean, he gets the Spectre's Cowl coming in, but that's a Haunting Guise completed for Soul. There's a little bit of mitigation as well with the Null Magic Mantle, so we'll have quite a bit of damage. The Magic Pen to cut through that Spectre's Cowl, so Roach is still going to be taking a bit of a beating there. Going to be very reliant on that passive regen to come through.
And from a macro perspective, this also has big implications because They know that Roach teleported back into lane by the time that he's willing to get back to the, able to get back to the minion wave, and now they have Rumble with equalizers, so the play for CJ should be around the Drake. It is only a Cloud, so priority's not as high as an Infernal or a Mountain, but it is an objective they can basically take for free because they have the ability to rotate 5 members.
See if they can open up this bottom side of the map to try to just transition straight into that one. At the moment, CS pretty close in the bottom lane, and seems like Guger's been doing a very good job helping to mitigate the damage coming out onto Soul. Now he has that Bilgewater Cutlass for the added sustain, so he's in a pretty decent spot. So shoving the Ezreal and that Lulu out of the lane is definitely going to need the assistance of somebody like Wing. Now pushing in, fight over Vision. Get the control ward down, clear that one out. See Punch and Guger just having to play back.
Yeah, Soul is ahead in CS over Veritas, who started with Bilgewater Cutlass and has the Brand has been fishing for engages. A lot of value from the Brand pick just yet. And I love this little mini game between Edge and Candy when it comes to Miasma.
Oh, that's going to be Punch going in, gets the kick down onto Wing. Chain coming through, and he'll get popped. Soul now arriving, toss out the True Shot Barrage. It's a little bit of damage down on the Candy, but overall it's just going to be a clean kill picked off by Kongdu Monster.
Yeah, they surprised Winged with his choice of target there. Wasn't onto the Brand like it looked like he was setting up to, and they, as you say, burst him down very adeptly. So that does relieve the pressure from the Drake. You know, without Smite certainly won't be started. That was the free objective for CJ to benefit or to profit from all the pushing and great work that Soul done in the top lane, and now it just ends up being a CS advantage and no more, which is certainly the minimum you'd expect when it's a Rumble versus Gragas top lane.
Yeah, and Kongdu get to maintain that vision control that they have established around that bottom half of the river and
lazy.
somewhat into the jungle there from CJ.
Bit of lazy back there from Edge. Maybe he didn't want to go back, but right, easy one to interrupt. Yeah, if he's doing it a second time, he's certainly just playing psychological games with Candy.
Is the Lee Sin here? Maybe he is. Candy is not fearing anything though, still pushing forward, still keeping those minions rolling in. Chunk out where he can.
Finally had enough, finally going to back. Don't see the gold values, but feels like Bilgewater Cutlass expected.
Oh, he's going for it. Can he get it? Oh, clips him just with the edge of the miasma, so that's now Edge has got to be annoyed. He's the one getting toyed with.
Bot lane, finally some good trades come through from Pure. Didn't have to flash at all in the previous skirmish, as he wasn't the target anointed by Kongdu Monster for death. One day Edge will back.
It looks like it's finally going to happen. See if he's got everything, all the components needed for that Gunblade. Bilgewater. Just going to be a bit shy of it by the look of it, so.
Pretty big buy. It's about 2,300 gold to buy it from where he was at. 1,500 for the Bilgewater and 800 for the Combine. Will not teleport to lane either. Interesting build from Candy. Again, we noticed the GLP being threatened previously in the day, and looks like he does want to invest in the Catalyst, so going to be a lot tankier than the average Cassiopeia. Doesn't mean he can disregard damage.
That's a lot of ages. Soul now getting jumped on. Chin Corruption coming down. He's going to try to jump away. Gets himself out of there. Now Pure getting kicked in. Will fall. So Kongdu actually this one around. Despite all that damage coming down onto the Ezreal, they find a good arrival there by Punch.
Yeah, the reinforcement timing was there, and crucially, Soul actually picks up the kill. So he's the one getting the kill credit despite being DPS'd out. Will really help with his next back. Maybe a straight up Mana Moon, maybe going straight to the Blade of the Ruin King, which has become kind of the new build in recent times, where it's tier into straight Blade of the Ruin King. That's the Western build, I guess you would call it. We didn't see it much in LCK. Yeah, there is the Blade of the Ruin King, so just trading on the one-item power spike that is the freshly buffed Blade.
Yeah, he's in a pretty good spot here. Just about 400 gold up over top of Veritas at the moment.
With no attention all to top. Roach has closed the CS gap a little bit. Again, a lot more gold invested in the early game, 1,200 gold on items that will be replaced eventually. Big buys coming through for Soul especially. Should have Liandry's and I imagine the Merc Treads very shortly.
Well, at the moment, just a couple hundred gold separating here. 300-400 in the lead is CJ.
Out of Aegis Cassiopeia. will be very, very tanky. So one of the downsides of going Cassiopeia into LeBlanc, and this might be a LeBlanc-specific build path, is that you get poked out so easily. LeBlanc comes from the side, QR, and then you're, 1,000 health Cassiopeia and you're unsure where to position because you're so short-ranged. With the extra health from the Rod of Ages and also the large Seraph Shield, it is possible that you can go for that same aggressive positioning and not just get chunked out more reliably than you get off the engage. So I think it's an adaptation specifically for the LeBlanc matchup, but interesting one to track.
Well, Edge getting a nice purchase coming through. Finally has that Gunblade ready to go. So some pretty good trade damage we might see coming out from him, running back to lane yet again. Probably going to lose out on, well, maybe not any of those minions, as long as he can get these last hits in. Start getting chipped away at.
It's a really extended laning phase. If you consider it 15, 16 minutes in, we've seen so many charges.
Uh-oh, Punch getting locked down. The Bola works him down, and Candy with the Twin Fangs is able to take him out, picking up a second kill now for CJ. Both of them going over to him. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Soul getting locked down. Wild Growth comes through, trying to keep himself alive. The Rune King gets procced. Flash forward. Veritas has it with a piercing arrow, takes him out. And that finally might be that turn line getting broken as Winged arrives in the bottom lane. Flash away from Gugur, but the Bola is there yet again. He gets polymorphed, slowed up. But does he have the damage to finish it off? Looks like he doesn't want to chase in underneath the turret for fear of going down. We'll find that one, and that should be first brick picked up now for CJ, starting to stretch the gold in their favor after a very stagnant laning phase.
Yeah, like we said, the laning phase finally ended at 16.5 minutes. Nice rotation from CJ. Had even the investment of the teleport to keep a minion alive and potentially outnumber. Roach didn't choose to teleport whatsoever. And end result is advantage to CJ Entus. Some trades in the mid lane.
Candy gonna go low here off the backside of the chains.
Guessing with the task on cooldown, it may have been interrupted by Roach, but we'll have to get a replay to confirm that.
Yeah, we'll have to see. So the fight just breaks out here. Veritas just gonna toss it.
Yeah, Veritas tosses it. The first bit of trade damage, exhausted, but still goes down. Watching the mini-map as well, you see the teleport come through, and Cask is used to interrupt it. So the teleport comes through, they probably guarantee the second kill. They only end up with the single, but they get the objective. The big objective of first brick is taken down by CJ Entus. They can now rotate their bot lane to top. Well, it's not the easiest to push in, but certainly will eventually be harassed away.
Yeah, this turret's already gotten some work done to it there by Soul. You can see the harass not going to do a whole lot to Roach.
I mean, every extra minion wave is still a great thing. You invest your jungler in the bot lanes. The macro play is to send 3 bot lane, keep the Rumble away from the turret, and it will end up being a turret trade.
It's going to go for 1-for-1, but still going to be advantage over to CJ. He's going to toss out the equalizer, burn down the minions, but damage has already been done. They get the turret. And Kongdu could just go ahead and try to trade this one in for the Cloud Drake, but honestly, might be a bit concerned as to whether or not CJ are going to continue pushing in for the tier 2.
Yeah, they are respecting that possibility. We've seen it a lot. The tempo advantage into inner turret on top lane, but won't happen, as you say, as the recall does come through. Soul and Gugur end up aborting that when they notice the members backing away. So trade up for CJ over the course of the 2, but at least Kongdu goes even when it comes to the global outer turret objectives.
Looking for the Death Brush. They know this one's clear, and Gugur...
Gugar's like, I really want to go in there.
Yeah, I'm just going to toss down the sweeper, you know. Deep TP coming in from behind as Edge arrives. They're going to be looking for Candy. He could cheat up into the river once they spot this out.
I believe Soul was revealed there as Edge.
Well, they see everybody. Yeah, Edge comes in, throws down the chain. We'll find a second one in onto Candy. He goes low. Sonic Wave not going to connect. They find the kick in, though, off the back of the flash. Wild Growth coming through on the punch. Able to help find the kill in onto Candy. Be based for that one with his life, but Soul with the Mystic shots, lining him up. Finds the double kills. He gets rid of Pure. A 2-for-1 in favor of Kongdu. Now they're going to be looking at this tier 1 turret in mid. If they can just get through this wave clear that Veritas will be offering up.
A creative teleport there from the side of Kongdu Monster. Well executed. They're
Flash
turning on
body
Veritas.
slam. They're looking for Veritas. They have it. Edge takes them out. Kongdu 3 on the board now just for the death of punch. They'll pick up that tier 2 or that tier 1 turret in mid, making it 2 for them, closing that gold gap even more. They're not done yet. Edge, the massive pop off the chain, takes down Winged, the near ace.
And this is the decisive Kongdu we couldn't see in game 1 because of the level 1, and that we did see right at the end of the season when Zephyr came back. It's so hard to quantify what that one move made, but we saw the news story. We remembered that Zephyr was, of course, taken away from the roster because of his issues with his cancer treatment, came back in, and they've looked so much more decisive and confident Edge invested a lot, teleported in early, waited for his spot, but because CJ were no longer grouped, no longer could Candy just end up peeling with his ultimate for Veritas, who still had a lot of damage at this point. They take down in one quadrant the Cassiopeia, snipe away the Brand, and from there they even make further aggressive moves. So Kongdu knowing their own limits so much better when they're actually even, and now actually just 300 gold behind.
Yeah, I mean, that was a gap of about 2,000 there. And now tying things up as far as the turrets are concerned, exceeding CJ Entus in kills. Kongdu do not want to be knocked into that lower bracket to face off against Ever 8. They want to take this to game 3. And they're definitely showing that they have that ability.
And I'm really wondering, if we do see a game 3, what happens with the side selection? Because remember that Kongdu Monster chose red side in game 1, and then CJ chose blue side, and now we're kind of in this interesting spot where they do go on to win this game. There's a lot of variables here, but what side to put CJ on? It feels like this time CJ's first pick hasn't had the same reward, specifically because Roach could just match CS and then be a Gragas, and so far the equalizers haven't been massive. Nice check there, actually.
Yeah, spots him out. So very nicely done by Soul.
In the mid lane, doesn't have to show too much respect.
He might have been checking for blue, honestly. I'm not really sure. But either way, good spotting.
Yeah, sometimes it all lines up. You get the bonus bit of information.
Oh, Dragon still not taken.
Yeah, we talked about how Sol will be relatively safe in the late game on this Ezreal with only Rengar as a frontliner that can gap close onto him, and 3-1-1 and a good CS behind him. That's starting to become a worry for CJ Entus.
Yep. And Veritas, I mean, with the the change in build path from this Varus, we're not seeing as much chunky damage as you normally would. Not having that Yomo's Ghost Blade, the lethality to come through to really just rip through the HP bars off of every piercing arrow. It's really all about those auto attacks, and not being able to get into range of the likes of Soul makes this pretty much just a wave clear bot. But even then, the efficiency has gone down.
And fans who didn't watch Challenger will kind of probably at this point be wondering, okay, still don't really know how to read CJ Entus. Had a lot of hype from us, admittedly, during the season when they went on a massive undefeated streak after losing their first game, not match, game of the season. And they might be wondering, okay, how good is CJ Entus? And again, before the start of this promotion tournament, and in fact, in the last month or so, the expectation for both Ever8 and CJ went down. People were starting to see some of the holes in CJ at the end of the regular season especially, and the overall quality of the Challenger League could definitely be called into question below Ever8 and CJ Entus. So with Kongdu and Jin stepping up and CJ and Ever8, at least expectation-wise, leveling out, both of us had the prediction it would be Kongdu Monster and Jin re-entering. CJ can still rewrite that. This game is still in the balance. But CJ did not come into this series heavy favorites like they would have a month ago.
Yeah, sure. Oh, you're already getting junked out quite a bit. Glitterlance connecting in just for some added little damage.
Soul loves killing control wards in that particular brush.
He's likely going to have to go ahead and peel back, and Kongdu, they're starting to group up around the Baron. You see maybe the recall coming out from Cougar, so looking like it might just be a vision check.
Sort of Baron force or Baron monopolization of vision, whereas CJ, you're not that worried. Gragas in the bot lane, the only person who can tank up. You're against an equalizer that you know can potentially turn a fight in that narrow corner. Roach has gone for Banner of Command here, just to waste Soul's time as much as possible. Rumble takes a very long time to get through the promoted minion.
That'll be pretty annoying here. Turret almost going down up top. And he's just going to rotate up to be able to clear this out in time.
So the reason why I was kind of frustrated in game 1 with the non-Karma selection and the Cassiopeia into this game is that with Snowball, absolutely Cassiopeia works in that matchup, and we saw how strong the Miasma can be. But I always evaluate a draft on if things go even. Ceteris paribus economics time, it means other things being equal. Other things being equal, a LeBlanc with teleport gives you so many different dimensions that a Cassiopeia doesn't. LeBlanc side lane's better, LeBlanc has faster wave clear, and it's non-committal in it. Can make picks, and the Cassiopeia works only when ahead and when the Cassiopeia is deciding engagements because of her short range. If she's sitting in a control ward and someone face checks, absolutely a massive pick. But LeBlanc with teleport, those extra dimensions really make her that higher meta pick than a Cassiopeia. And in this game, we're seeing the Cassiopeia just defensively wave clearing. Is going for a stacking build. It does have some late game insurance going Rod of Ages into soon to be the Archangel Staff, but whenever Candy enters a side lane against a LeBlanc, 5 people can show up on the other side of the map, and that gives extra dimensions to Kongdu Monster.
Well, right now Kongdu swing themselves into the gold lead actually for pretty much the first time this game.
That's not a rush to face check.
Still, yeah, still just a couple hundred here separating them. And just go ahead, keep spamming out spells and seeing if one sticks.
Every time the promoter minion's there, it's Soul's worst day of his life. And Rumble's so good usually at setting up sideways because he can push and teleport, be the team fighting beast that he is, but with a promoted minion on the field, suddenly that pushing's so much more frustrating.
You know, just build an Infinity Edge. Get those auto attacks in.
I mean, that'd be silly. What about Gunblade, Achilles?
Ah, yeah. We're probably at some point gonna see a Gunblade Rumble somewhere across some region. Probably China. Let's be real. It's gonna be the LPL.
I think it's been done before. I feel like PDD did it at some point in Season 2.
Wouldn't be terribly shocked.
I miss his days of Yomu's Ghostblade Shen. It was really funny, actually. He would basically go Yomu's Ghostblade every time he disrespected the enemy top lane. He'd be like, whatever, I'm building a Yomu's, and the enemy top lane. Like, what? He built Yomu's on champions that should not build Yomu's Ghostblade.
I don't respect you as a person.
I'm sure he told his team, I've got cooldown reduction for my ultimate.
Some people say top die, others say, who is this guy, you know? I don't care about him.
And Pop's ult. Know exactly where he is.
Yeah, Edge over on the sidelines here.
That was definitely largely an informational ult from what we could tell.
And cheat forward. Baits out the spells.
They've got the aggressive vision, so the Miasma catch is easy when you have map control. In this game, all the brushes they're playing around are warded for the side of Kongdu Monster, so for now, the Mind Games advantage is on the side of Kongdu. Let's look at their play around the Baron, though. Again, Baron is an objective they'd really like, because once again, it's only really Rumble for wave clear, who does get ruined by both the promoted minion and the super minions. But taking Baron when Gragas needs to show on bot lane to really get the largest value out of teleport is difficult. So basically, Kongdu need to continue their very strong vision game, get a pick, and then fully commit on a Baron. With Baron, if somehow they can get Baron and keep up double teleport, which should be impossible, admittedly, then the game is basically theirs to lose. But for now, it is kind of that frustrating phase where they're growing gold leads by the hundreds, but not by the thousands.
Yeah. Well, pushing in for that forward vision.
A lot of pick tools. LeBlanc from a flank. We've already seen on the teleport. Gragas and Lee Sin can also make plays. So far, it's full defense mode for CJ.
Sit down, Wayne Gears inside the jungle. Body slam coming forward here from Roaches. Rengar gets chunked out a bit. No one else able to push in, try to damage him out, so he'll be okay.
Minions pushing in the bot lane is a concern for CJ. They will have to send Soul there eventually.
Yeah, and Edge is bringing up the lane in top. So good prep from Kongdu. Be ready for that Baron. Roach going forward yet again. Gets a little bit of damage, so he's got the explosive cast, but doesn't knock Wing into the team, just into the wall. Crucially, will keep himself alive, but that's going to have to be the answer down to the bottom side of the map, as that Banner of Command minion is yet again pushing in, looking for the turret.
Makes you wonder why we haven't seen more tanks build Banner of Command against Rumble, because games like this really show the immense value you get. Gragas very flexible in his build. They finally have Gragas on Baron. He's not showing on the map. CJ should know about this. Only now they get the confirmation, but it's already at 5,000 health.
Yeah, Scryme Orb coming down. Will the hunt from Wings. He tries to sprint there, but likely will not be able to make it in time. Needs to get into the pit right now. Jumps in way too late. Has to flash over the wall. Goes low. Jumps over to Roach. Keeps himself alive, at least for the moment. The bounce coming through from Brand, but will not finish off the Gragas in the back of the fight. Now Punch going forward. Gets a kick in. Massive knockup onto the members of CJ, and they're just going to get wiped off the face of the earth. Soul dashing forward, finds Candy. The double kill from him, almost has the triple. That's the ace, a Baron to Kongdu, and they finally have control of the game.
Baron and a clean ace, basically the royal flush here for Kongdu Monsters. They want to force a game 3. CJ, they got it done with their early game in game 1. No such early game here. And the team that never really needed to play the late game and certainly looked unconvincing in Challenger will be forced to go to a game 3, you'd have to think, because everything around the base is crumbling down.
Yep, Kongdu just sweeping through 2, 3 turrets, looking for more as they go ahead and expose that inhibitor. Don't have enough time to stick around and try to take it out. Multiple members just way too low for that, but still sweeping through, suddenly opening up almost a 10,000 gold lead for themselves off the backside of just the one Baron fight. We'll take another look at this one.
And the Baron actually was stalled out a little bit. I got worried for the side of Kongdu Monster actually finishing it winged. By the time he got in, it was dead. And then Soul, he's low mana, but consider this fight. It looks like actually it might be a CJ fight, but the flash kick into 2 members, if you don't mind, from Punch is massive. And Soul, he may have no mana at this point, but he can run in, auto attack, punch his Lee Sin mechanics, escaped him in game 1, on point in game 2. And suddenly, you know, the items disparity is difficult reading if you're a CJ fan.
Yeah. This game went very wrong very quickly for CJ Entus. The first dragon picked up, Elder Dragon coming up next, just that one cloud over to Kongdu. But exposed inhibitors in mid and bottom. Kongdu Monster, they are in the driver's seat, and as you said, getting that Baron would make this their game to lose, and that's exactly what it is.
Is this the best ever 0-0-2 Gragas performance we've seen? Because it's one of those games where, has he got it done in team fights? No, but...
I mean, it's a glorious performance from that Banner of Command.
The Banner of Command has done ungodly work.
He is just killing it, man.
Normally the 6th man is the fans or the minions, but this time it's the bannered up minion.
Get that man an Oscar.
And now they're dealing with Teleport on the LeBlanc, who can even group with the Gragas. Make it a 4v5, I guess. And CJ, they've tried gank brushes earlier. It's just all in now.
Well, they're spotted out. The kite back is going to come through. Chain aggression, not going to land. Punch can just go ahead and safeguard away. And meanwhile, Edge, he's knocking down that last inhib turret.
Or was it the promoted minion?
It was a group effort. It was a wonderful supporting cast. Now Roach tossing out that supporting cast. Not going to find much. Winged, no. Going low, trying to kite his way back. It's the W off. Little bit of healing to keep himself alive, but same cannot be said here for Soul. He goes down. The inhibitor is going to be falling. It's going to be a triple sweep coming through, maybe even just the game. Off the backside of this one, it's 40 seconds left for Soul to come back up. CJ need one hell of a defense to keep themselves in this. And even then, it's probably all for naught. Probably just going to get choked out slowly and steadily as the super creeps will start coming in. On to the Nexus turrets we go. First one getting chunked down to about half HP. Candy goes low, has that shield from the Seraph's Embrace. Gets it back to the fountain to stay alive, but Edge goes forward, finds Veritas. The line wave clear now taken out. Kongdu will be able to close the game out right here as they find Candy for the last kill. The ace completed. 33 minutes on the clock. We'll be going to game number 3. Kongdu Monster, a massive turnaround after that Baron.
And there is the Kongdu Monster we expected in game 1, but were robbed of. In game 2, they look once again the team that beat KT Rolster at the end of their season, admittedly after already in the promotion tournament, and looked significantly better. In this game, CJ tried basically the same strategy, but in many ways were halted. The Cassiopeia in mid lane didn't work. The Rengar also, the attempt to go lane focus with the Brand. Brand didn't get anything done in the laning phase. Laning phase actually went over to the side of the Ezreal Lulu. This time, CJ couldn't get over the line. So we'll be going to that game 3. I think the draft will be very interesting. And even as we said, the red and blue side distribution, because we've seen good arguments for both. CJ Entus, I want to see them change something. Maybe even ban the LeBlanc, because I feel like the Cassiopeia LeBlanc matchup a 3rd time will continue to go the percentage choice champion. And to me, that's LeBlanc.
Yeah. Well, really good stuff there by Kongdu Monster. Need to get things going earlier on in the game to close that out a bit cleaner. But a good turnaround for them. They keep their hopes alive to move on to that winners match at best of 5 in 2 days' time. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll have the conclusion of this second set of the day. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You can see on your screen right there, Soul on that Ezreal firing off from the back line. Coming up with quite a bit of damage there, 23.3 thousand in a 33-minute game. So overall, pretty good, but a very interesting game, you'd have to say. CJ getting that early lead, stagnating a bit, and then Kongdu Monster, Baron comes through, turn everything completely on its head, and suddenly there's a 10,000 gold lead for him. And now CJ has to play a third one.
The draft was interesting too, having the duo lanes picked in the last round. Last pick in the Ezreal looked like a masterstroke when they realized that the threat onto Soul was so minimal. Now we get into best of one territory when it comes to at least working out who will go on to play immediately after this match against Ever 8 winners for their life in this particular promotion tournament, and who will go on 2 days' time to make it to the winners bracket final, where you get that double chance to make it through to Champions Summit.
Yep. It's going to be best of fives from there. CJ looking very convincing in game number 2, or game number 1, but game number 2 not so much. There's a lot of work to be done if they want to come back in and take this one down. And honestly, the bottom lane, they went for a big lane bully setup there with the Brand, with that Varus, and just didn't really get a whole lot done. The Lulu constantly mitigating the damage coming through with the shielding, harassing them back. And then when you get to the post 6, Wild Growth, just keeping them sustained throughout the fights.
And that's why the Ezreal draft also shored up the laning phase, where they could see the laning focus of the Brand, respect it with the Ezreal, so much harder to lock down and profit from it. So good drafting from Kongdu, and okay, we will for once have CJ Entus on the red side. Kongdu Monster has the choice of side selection in games 1 and now in game 3, and this time they elect blue side.
See how that's going to change things up, where their first pick priority is going to go. First and foremost, though, we'll take a look at the bans. It's going to be Kennen yet again, so Kongdu really not wanting this one in the hands of Soul.
Had a lot of fighters banned away during picks and bans in our first 2 sets of the day. Argus draft looked really good from Roach, it must be mentioned, one of the most maligned members of the Kongdu Monster squad. Not known for his carry play, definitely prefers to play the tanks, but the itemization and in general, the robustness of his play against Rumble, which can be a difficult lane, was pretty good there from Roach. And Soul, we mentioned that, sure, he can play the Rumble, but he's not one of these Rumble mains, and I think that kind of shone through in some of the equalizers in game 1. Oh, game 2, sorry.
Well, the Shen to follow up, and LeBlanc taken away from Edge for the first time in this series. Was easily dealt with in game number 1. Candy having a very good game with the Cassiopeia, but very much helped by winged performance as he helped take down Punch early on in that game. Jace to follow up, so a couple picks here that neither team really wants to deal with. Thus far, the Twitch is still available that we've seen CJ ban in both games.
Not sure if they need to invest a third ban towards it, but well, then they can definitely come back to haunt them if they don't. The LeBlanc ban I like. They don't want to deal with having to work out An appropriate mid lane matchup into it. Lee Sin banned against Winged. Don't want to first pick the Lee Sin to Kongdu Monster. And I have to survey what's available in this regard. Graves certainly is a likely first pick, and a pick that Kongdu Monster at parts of the season actually put to good use from the jungle.
You'd have to expect that would be the anticipated pickup here for them, as Winged did play that in Game 1, had a pretty good performance. And Fizz will be the final ban away here from CJ, so keeping things pretty much the same, just swapping out that Twitch for the LeBlanc.
Double Fizz ban finally leads to a third Fizz ban, even on red side for CJ Entus. So Graves, the clear power pick that has escaped through to picks and bans, and another one that, again, Punch has had some good games on, so we'll lock that in. So is the Rengar available for Winged if he wants to return to it. Wasn't a big fan of it in Game 2, but it is an option to him. Elise also another possibility, also to free up a potential last pick AD mid laner. Rumble's available again, and we'll see if Soul wants to return to it.
If we see it come out, could just see the Gragas yet again for Roach, but for now, go ahead, pick up that Lulu, so get that out of the hands of Googer.
If you want the Rumble, you take it as the third pick on red side, because then you can start looking towards bans. You could even ban the Gragas, for example. CJ isn't necessarily in a rush to select the Rumble, unless they want to pinch another role. And Camille is open and will be taken now. Renekton is a pretty clean lane counter to the Camille. I believe Roach has played Renekton this season. A couple of games have been played by Roach on that Renekton. 1-on-1, which, you know, given the team didn't do a lot of winnings, is actually a very respectable win rate there. So will they go team-focused with the Rumble or more lane-focused with the Renekton? Definitely a risk to if they decide to draft it, but they will go here for the Rumble. A lane that can snowball out of control for Soul in the top lane.
Yeah, you can get those early kills coming through, or even just shove the Rumble out of lane, deny the CS. Pick up something like that Sheen into the Tiamat early on. It'll make things very difficult to get through, but it's going to be the Twitch pickup here for the other Soul. We're having this nice little conflict where we have a Soul on each team, but the Soul for Kongdu Monster finally has the Twitch available, and he'll pick it up, so we'll see what all the hype's about.
It's a lot of respect as well, given that this is with Lulu taken away, and they could ban Karma if they so chose, and basically take away all the Shield champions. Shen, very unlikely to be drafted. Well, it's banned anyway, but if it was available, would be unlikely to draft because they had the Rumble anyway. So when it comes to picks to empower Twitch, we're expecting there not to be too many on the side of Kongdu Monster. Edge played quite a lot of Orianna, and that looks like a potential mid lane draft for them. They will have to blind pick mid lane most likely. So let's see how much utility focus is put into the bans on the side of CJ Entus.
I mean, not only that, but I want to see what Veritas is going to bring out to how, go into this Twitch.
A couple of different schools of thought on how to approach Twitch. You can fight fire with long-range champions, like, for example, the Jinx. Definitely a possibility there. Laning phase is certainly nothing to write home about, so you can take riskier picks as well. So there's definitely different ways you can approach the Twitch. We'll have to wait, like you mentioned. The support and a mid lane looking to be drafted by Kongdu. Already banned away the Varus. They're trying to ban away these non-committal longer range champions. Could even ban Ezreal on this spot, which sounds peculiar, but another champion that can Arcane Shift flash away from a spray and pray opening.
Certainly are taking their time with these drafts. Down to the wire here. Don't want to be knocked into that losers match to follow up, and it's going to be an Echo ban out of the mid lane.
Saying, okay, we want to play Syndra. We're going to draft Syndra, so we're going to ban Echo. That's the champion that you consider banning Echo for if you either have selected it or you wish to select it. So how do you react to this if you're Kongdu Monster? It's a sort of ban where even if you're not going to play Syndra, you can do this and basically bait out a Syndra ban. But no, they will ban Kog'Maw to stop there being the artillery battle and give over Syndra if it's to be selected by Candy. 6-1 on Syndra. Again, they only lost 4 games. They have a lot of big win rate champions. We'll wait till last pick if they are to select the Syndra.
I mean, honestly, do you just draft it for yourself here as Edge? Be a lot of AP damage between the Rumble and that Syndra in mid, depending on what the support would be. But could definitely balance something out if they satch it up.
Could also go Orianna and just try to get through laning phase against a Syndra. Definitely not a fantastic matchup for Ori. But you're right, it is kind of a double-edged sword here. We expect Syndra to be the draft if available for CJ. It makes so much sense with the pick comp established by the Camille and the Elise. So maybe you just take Syndra as a denial pick and as a safe blind pick on the side of Kongdu Monster.
Well, they're already fully committing here with not having a true tank. The Graves and the Rumble can get a bit tanky, but overall, they'll be very susceptible to getting picked off one by one. You know, what with that Elise coming through the hook shot from Soul on that Camille to lock people in.
Yeah, Kongdu have gone for
away,
the sort of comp we expect KT Rolster to draft.
Yeah.
Did so much this season is, oh baby, they're considering a Lux on the side. I don't think that's going to come through as Zed is certainly another option. It's one of the riskier choices into Syndra, but a lot of outplay potential. Much like Echo on the Syndra ultimate. They already had the Elise, so had the flexibility for a physical damage mid laner, and it's another champion that can ruin Twitch's day, who can't just fire away freely when Zed is mid-flight. So interesting draft here from CJ. They go very Candy focused in game 3. They can get Candy out of lane and into Twitch's lane, which will find it hard to wave clear under turret. We saw a similar thing by KT in the first Telecom War, drafting the Zed into Ezreal, who doesn't necessarily have the wave clear. Twitch a bit more in terms of wave clear options, but certainly no Caitlyn when it comes to wave clear.
Yeah. All right, well, we're going to have to take a look at how that bottom lane is going to transpire with that Caitlyn poking out Soul early on. Needs to try to not fall behind significantly in CS if he's going to hit that critical point like we saw from the likes of Bang during that final series versus KT Rolster. Interesting draft on both sides. High risk, high reward across the board.
I really like the Zed because when you consider it, again, against Twitch, a good way to shut down the Twitch and team fight is to dive onto him. Rumble and no true tank means that there is good side lane matchups regardless of who is in top or bot lane in the mid game. And Edge certainly won't be able to rotate and follow him unless he has an item lead, can go Zhonya's into offensive items. So Summon is down, Edge won't have a lot of options, so it feels like if this match can play out in CJ's wheelhouse in the early game, they have a lot of options to overwhelm and take down Kongdu in the mid game. But late game Twitch is a possibility on the side of Kongdu Monster.
All right, well, we've had some wonky starts, Punch especially, knowing how that one feels. Let's see what happens in the early game here as we go into game 3. We'll see who closes out the series and who's going to end up in that losers match coming up after this. All right, well, the dominance has already been asserted, Candy. I think 2 people with the shuriken, so the game is over. CJ have won.
Well, let's just play it out for fun then.
Yeah.
You know, now that the game's in the bag, I mean, honestly, I pretty much have similar sentiment when it comes to the draft for CJ into Kongdu, but
there's a big wraparound coming in.
This is definitely turning into.
Look at this.
CJ looking for a very big wraparound.
It starts with the W
Kongdu
here.
have no idea.
And they push forward. Punch already going to get exhausted. The stun through from the hook shot. And they finished it off with the Piltover Peacemaker. First blood over to Veritas. Couldn't be more of a crushing start here for Kongdu Monster.
Just never see play like that where they just go all the way around. Feels like we're back to pre-season 1, season 2. When it comes to this sort of plays that used to be done, but defensive warding got so much more. Defensive warding and spotting got so much more robust. The moment they got the double shuriken, they seemed to know exactly what was going on. And credit to CJ, once again, at level 1, warping the course of a game.
Yeah, and I mean, really good adaptation on the starting skills there from several members of Soul, especially with the hook shot coming in, guaranteeing that stun and just helping to get the kill. I thought maybe we would see the cocoon from Winged, but wanted that spider lane to check the brush. And everything culminated for CJ, and they come up with that first blood.
That's scary. If you see Snowball from CJ Entus and you have Camille and Zed as your 1-3-1, who are you sending against them? Edge will struggle. The famous thing about Syndra is wants to stay in mid lane, play in a short lane, and get kills. That option when you're playing in the side lane, so a lot more difficult for them. And Rumble also not fantastic against either Camille or Zed. We mentioned that in many ways the Rumble was a team fighting choice and will struggle in lane against the Camille. Especially over time. It's double bubble.
Yeah, double bubble comes down. Pure and Veritas both going to get traded on. Peacemaker does connect, so does a decent job, but Veritas goes low. Plague will be ticking away at him steadily, but still has a heal in the inventory, or in his kit, so he should be okay.
Was the 3-potion start with the long sword from Veritas, so doesn't have to exit lane. Yeah, you just struggle to see how a Kongru monster that's losing in the mid game doesn't get overwhelmed by all the split pushing options for CJ. Why you look to someone like Punch to be the big separator. Punch gets an item lead, gets a few kills. As best Peanut impression in this game, that might be the equalizer. But I feel like CJ, for the first time this series, has a lot more options as the game goes on. And then picking up first blood does mean that they are more likely to reach the mid game, even or ahead.
Yep, even Candy. It's going to be down a bit as far as the CS is concerned, but this is exactly what you would expect here for the Zed. So Wave moving in. Very slight deficit at the moment, about 6 CS. Otherwise, he's okay. Spiderling coming in. Walks forward just a little bit too early. Otherwise, the ward would have expired. So Wing does get found out. But Roach is so very far forward. That's going to be the dash forward here with a hook shot. As Roach is already down to half HP. He's going to try to wrap this one around into Punch, who's waiting for him at the tri-brush. He's now spotted. Cocoon connects. That's the flash out from Winged. Flash for flash, essentially burned out.
It seemed like Roach was playing towards his jungler rather than the laning spot. Could have just gone full disengage, but didn't want to lose out on experience.
It's an odd flash by Winged.
Yeah, ends up trading flashes in many ways. I agree. Winged's flash was peculiar, but you have to respect face-checking a Graves in his full rotation. Arguably too much respect, but a lot on the line. Both these teams desperate to make it into the winners match. Lane was going well for Soul and Guger, but now we're getting into the wheelhouse of Caitlyn Lulu, and that means the pressure's going back over the side of CJ Entus in the bot lane.
Yep, just gonna keep pushing him in. But deny as much CS as he possibly can, so things going pretty well for Veritas thus far. And after that first blood, things just kind of gonna slow down. I say that though, as Wing starts wrapping around, Candy dashing forward, does not have that death mark yet. The Cocoon will not land. Edge trying to run this one out, doesn't have the Ghost, but still makes his way out to safety, doesn't have to use either Summoner spell.
Edge, as you say, doesn't have to invest in a Summoner spell. Could have flashed the Cocoon, but in this way has the tool for either the all-in from Zed at level 6 or a further gank. And it was good timing anyway, already had 39 CS, so could pick up the Lost Chapter. Lane's in a really good spot in the bot lane for CJ, but pre-items being picked up. Rumble does have a happy time against Camille.
Candy getting that back stopped. Buys a couple extra seconds here for Edge. See, likely going to be the Hex Drinker coming through, I would expect. There we go. Full purchase is completed for the Zed. So a nice little start. Be very defensive and can play, you know, even further forward into the face of Edge as this laning phase goes on.
Soul try and get lane positioning with the ambush. Obviously no threat of an all-in. Punch has had a good farming phase this game, but doesn't have any experience advantage over Wing just yet. First purchase of the Sheen for Soul, so looking for a potential all-in when his jungler comes top.
Veritas making a bit of damage. TP's coming in. Or no, it's just the recall, sorry. I saw the swirly coming out. I thought perhaps there was somebody coming down, but Wing just disappearing.
Edge hanging around. Control ward will be spotted walking over the dead Scuttle Crab. One of those little things where he'd already pushed the minion wave in, so he can stand on the Scuttle Crab while the cannon minion is on the field and actually allow Soul to get a free cannon minion that would have been heavily harassed otherwise. So it's one of those things where he doesn't lose anything exiting lane, he gets his AD carrier cannon minion, so why not?
Nice little takeaway. But still slipping further and further behind in CS. 14 up now in Veritas. So in a very nice spot.
Know where Elise is on the map. We have Graves shadowing Rumble. Good wards, actually. They do spot out Elise on the Krugs as well. believe that was placed by Punch with his jungle enchant just a moment ago.
Just trying to keep Draco winged, stop him from going in, getting any ganks off. At the moment, the gold lead is pretty much non-existent for CJ. It's very close. And yet again, going to be one of the lesser Drakes starting us off. Not Cloud this time around, but the Ocean. So most of the jungler's attention is just being paid inside, clearing out those camps.
So to make this draft from Kongdu Monster work, you need to be proactive. You already mentioned that 1-3-1 is so heavily, not just one person, not just the Zed, say, warping a game. Both Zed and Camille outscale so hard in the 1-3-1 that you need to be making proactive moves, specifically around Drake, having other win conditions than just winning a sick team fight that CJ opted into against Doctor's Orders, let's say. So just farming is fine for CJ. CJ is winning in an even game because the mid game, they have so many options. So we're waiting to see Roach make the first big aggressive teleport. He'll have it back in about 20 seconds. It will also be about a 1.5-minute window where Soul can't counter teleport. So very important to see Roach actually make the Rumble pick work, because he could have gone for an Ecton and just been there to tussle up and just get a big CS advantage over the Camille. Doing fine in terms of CS, being competitive. But competitive doesn't matter at 35 minutes. And that's kind of the worry for Kongdu Monster.
See, Veritas looks like the Blade of the Rune King build, perhaps, here for the Caitlyn. Saw Teddy going for the Infinity Edge rush earlier on.
It'll just be Vamp Scepter to get through trades. Remember that Nami gives a staying advantage over to Kongdu Monster.
Oh,
feels bad.
Yep. It's the casual walkover. Pops picks over onto the Scuttle Crab.
Caitlyn has never been a Blade champion because of range. Your auto attack range is so long that you get in weird range spots when you try to use the Blade of the Ruined King. So you're right, there's still a chance, just like Jinx has moved over to Blade of the Ruined King, but it's quite unlikely.
When you look at those early map movements, what we've seen from CJ, seems like we're going full solo queue. And if I've learned anything from solo queue, it's that Blade of the Ruined King is what you rush on Caitlyn.
Blade of the Ruined King is very, very powerful at this particular juncture, so I think it's never the wrong choice, it's just not always the optimal choice at its current power level. Looks like we'll be playing on the Blade of the Ruined King full power patch at MSI, judging by 7.8 notes, so we'll be seeing plenty of Blade. I don't mind.
It's much better than the the Jhin Varus.
I was over lethality, so I was ready for something new, so I'll take our new Blade of the Ruined King Overlords.
I mean, honestly, it feels like we have a lot more diversity in the meta at the moment than what we had, for the majority of the spring split. The top lane's not being completely dominated by tanks, so it's not just Maokai Nautilus every single game. We have Bruisers going in, Fizz is there to offer up as a counter if we do have those tanks coming out. So it feels like the meta's actually pretty fresh at the moment.
There's options,
Assassins are back in. I haven't seen them in a while. Ahri making a return as well, not just the AD Assassins.
And it's fun when there is the rock, paper, scissors. As in mid lane.
Well, it's going to be a bit of a half engage coming through from Candy. Doesn't want to commit the death mark in, just trying to get some damage down onto Edge.
And I agree. When the consensus is just that one thing is too good, a tank tops for the longest time, the metagame gets very stagnant. It's all about just prepping for your teleport wards, taking turrets. Feels like we saw the same macro map movement every game for a long time. Well, admittedly, we got 3 years of lane swaps, so it's pretty much the same thing. Now it feels like you can go. It's cool that the fighters are now there to hold down the tanks, just like the Blade of the Ruined King users and potentially abusers are there to take down the lethality. So there is options. We even see Jhin once in a while, rather than just being a staple of the meta. So while there's always been metas where certain people will be a patch Zerg. You think of Dade and his ability to play some of the meta champs, and then Ryze went out of the meta and he struggled at Season 3 Worlds. It feels like right now, everyone's got at least one champion that they're really good on, and that's kind of a fun place to be.
Yeah. So good stuff. The meta's good, but honestly, right now, this game is kind of feeling like we've gone back in time to the lane swap meta. They might still be a 2v2 in the bottom lane, but things are very slowed down. No one wants to overcommit for anything. Haven't been able to find any real openings as far as ganks are concerned.
But when the teams have different identities, that's still a win for a team. And that team is CJ Entus getting items onto split pushes. It's all about getting certain item thresholds and then starting a 1-3-1 that Kongdu Monster aren't set up to repel. They can try and make all-in plays around the map, play team fights amazingly and win anyway, but Try it 10 times, and it should go the way of CJ. It's flash from Veritas.
Yeah, flashing away, doesn't want to get locked up by the bubble. Soul will still take that. He's in the hold to the face, but it's all right. Soul has the ebb and flow there from Cougar to keep him sustained. In addition to that Bilgewater Cutlass, so he's going to be in a decent enough spot.
Didn't have advanced defensive vision, but they did have vision of the river. So it was one of those situations where it was more of a reaction flash than maybe a necessary flash. You get why it happened, but
yeah,
whether it was necessary is a different question.
Candy being traded on, but Winged is here to back him up, so Edge won't be committing in for too much. For Peacemaker coming down, but still Soul going to be quite all right in these extended trades. And he's keeping the CS very close. Ward coming over the wall, Winged spotting out this red buff, tosses in the spider. Wants to find it, but Edge dashes it away. Picks it up, tosses it over to the side. And
They're not done though.
finish it
They're
off.
running straight to bot lane with the recall. They want to just take turret. Soul has to exit top lane himself after being in the equalizer. The race for first pick will be run by CJ, you'd have to think.
Yeah, there's no way for Roach to get that. I mean, TP could have been answered out by Soul anyway, so that will be the turret going down. So our first little bit of action, as 1.6 thousand gold is going to be separating the team. CJ currently in the lead. If we learned anything from game number 2, it's that it doesn't really matter until that Nexus explodes.
It's a very zero-sum way of looking at it, but I get what you're saying. Any turret going down helps 1-3-1, helps split pushing. So CJ picking up the gold and also extending the lanes, which now are much longer with a turret being down, is exactly what they want. They can start getting flexible with their lane assignment. Caitlyn is probably the best champion. Oh, okay, the patience almost ran out, but Caitlyn's probably the best champion to be sitting in mid lane. Long attack range, very, very safe, non-committal wave clear. Candy starts his mission in the bot lane. We'll ping level 11 soon, and already the question is, okay, who's going to go there?
At this point, surviving the death mark going to be a bit of a challenge for anybody.
Full stacks on the Seeker's Arm Guard and Exhaust means Edge probably doesn't die the first time, but if anyone else is there, certainly will. Which mid lane brings me back to the Uzi Tabe days of Season 2. No Annie to be found, sadly. I don't know if she's okay.
Oh, damn. For a second, I was like, wait, what? And I was like, oh, okay. I see. But the question is it the Michael Jackson or the Alien Ant Farm version?
You know, it's risky covering Michael Jackson, but I thought Alien Ant Farm did fine. I'll go with the classic, but I could appreciate arguments for both.
It's definitely a very unique take.
Sure. Continue the largely glacial pace, which, in my estimations, helps CJ Entus. Trinity Force now complete on Soul. Who needs boots? Got hook shot.
All the mobility you could possibly want.
You just feel like he's a Spectre's Cowl and boots, you know, Merc treads away from just starting to wail away on Roach. Roach is built for team fighting, but Kongnu Monster has certainly not opted into any of that.
No one really has. There just hasn't been any openings for it. I say that as the group ups start coming through here for Kongnu.
Ooh, the double ward.
Oh,
the most vision.
The synergy, or lack thereof.
But Achilles, if they put down a control ward, it'll take longer to deny vision.
But then they give them more gold.
Oh no!
It's a catch-22. Look at that. See? Pure is just going to be reaping the benefits of those double wars.
So much money.
There's no one there to stop him. That's the most exciting thing that's happened.
That's true. I mean, you got to get excited about what's exciting.
Yeah.
We here at OGN want to make sure that if our voices go up, you guys know that you should be excited.
Yeah.
We're all about earning the hype.
I still love, I forget how long ago it was, Riv getting frustrated at nothing happening. It's just like, farming minions! Just, yeah!
Well, there was that famous EU game where there was, what, nothing died in the first 32 minutes or something? And that's when it's silly. When nothing's happened in 30 minutes, then you do get excited about wave clear.
Yeah. Getting closer towards the base. I'm like a Varus, just cues it all.
Hey, look, we've had a lot of action. We've had a kill and a turret die. I know.
You're right. I'm taking what we have for granted. Really not appreciating it enough.
Does anyone else feel like Super Galaxy Rumble's too loud? He reminds me of when you don't mute the Twitch ads and it's like much louder than your stream setting was.
It's not as bad as you know, the likes of Lissandra, because it's just constant noise. Like, Rumble's loud, but it's like infrequent. And then Lissandra is just all the time being annoying.
Well, Kuzan's not in this game, so we're Lissandra free, at least till tomorrow, till Thursday.
Yeah. You never know. Maybe she'll end up back in the meta at some point, and we can all suffer together.
Just take another second off that cue. We need more.
Yeah, just making the weirdest. For anybody that doesn't know the noises that Korean Lissandra makes, I think that we're insane.
Again, it was designed for when the queue had a longer cooldown. So
Yeah.
the shorter the cooldown, the more egregiously screamy and shouty Korean Lissandra is.
All right, well, something starting to happen. Never mind, Candy shows up. Stops him from taking the turret.
We're in a lull.
We are in a lull.
I think Twitch chat knows what a lull is.
Yep. I'm sure the spam will be coming through momentarily. But
Hongdu had a lot of games like this in the regular season where they got through the early game comfortably. Let's say they were on a losing streak, then they had a good early game. They're like, all right, it's going well. Let's keep being defensive. But then they would get outscaled or make a single mistake, and it does feel eerily like one of those games where Hongdu needs to make things happen with the draft they have, but it's kind of like they're looking at Twitch and be like, all right, late game Twitch, this will sort itself out, but late game Twitch is going to get zerged really hard by the double solo lane assassins.
They almost had some action. Not even the Ocean Drake has been touched.
I mean, that's understandable.
By either side. It's understandably frustrating.
I like to think the Ocean Drake is only killed in the hope that there is a better one next.
Pretty much. That's about the gamble that you would think somebody would take at this point. Maybe you get an Infernal Drake or a Mountain Drake to help you, you know, just accelerate the pace of this game.
Things can go so wrong for both teams. The team that's naturally set up to fight for Drake is Kongdu Monster, but they're aware of the outplay potential of both Camille and Zed, so they're respecting that and just returning to farming and hoping to get their Twitch farm. And CJ aren't really set up for more than picks, so in the end it just stalls out Drake. Drake feels like an overinvestment for both teams, and thus we get the end result, which is the most action is killing a control ward and then it being instantly replaced by another control ward.
Hell yeah.
That's what I'm all about. Ward kills used to be the height of crowd interaction, Kilios.
That's true. Everybody would cheer for that.
We've trained them away from that somehow.
I remember when again, going back to when I went to the NALCS for the first time, every time Balls was on the screen for the C9 games, it would just yell,
action!
Here we go! That's going to be the Cocoon in with that ultimatum thrown down. A second kill picked up for CJ Entis.
Invoke the name of Balls and get action. That's what we got here. Got the action. Yeah, that's right. Think about that sentence there. As finally, Kongdu Monster looking for their own action.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be the turret going down here.
Everywhere
now, Andy
action.
starting to dash in. Suddenly, action spilling forth onto the Rift. Turret will be traded back in the top lane. So 2 here for CJ, maintaining that gold lead. And then things are going to slow down again.
That's right. We need to calm down. Deep breath. That was too much action.
All right.
We still don't want to peak too early. Remember, it's still another set after this one. It's not a normal Champions Day.
Yeah, it's about a 5-minute cooldown before I can invoke the balls again and ask for more action.
Oh boy, we're going down risky territory in this cast.
It's a longer cooldown than you know, Syndra's ultimate. Andy though dashing out, Soul pushing forward, has that spray and pray up, force out the flash.
And he's happy about that. That's suddenly extra likelihood that Soul will live through the next fight. Ninja Tabi Phantom Dancer may be one way he stays healthy. We'll see how healthy he steps now. His Soul!
Oh, that's going to be Soul dashing forward, looking for the hook shot. Tidal Wave comes down and pops up multiple.
Big equalizer!
That's equalizer thrown in, and Sproach goes for it, finds the double kill as he gets Pure and Soul winged on the run, able to repel up onto the Raptors, but this turret will fall down, and Kongdu Monster suddenly just pushing forward. 2 kills, a turret. They're looking for more as they go forward onto this tier 2 Veritas. Solo the rockets from Roach ripping through him. The stun comes out the W. Not quite enough to finish him off, but they shove him back to the fountain, and that's the tier 2. The inner turret line being broken by Kongdu.
Game bursts into life. Fantastic equalizer from Soul, but a really big misplay fantastic equalizer from Roach, but a really big misplay from Soul because Soul dived in, ulted, had the wild growth, then disengaged. Watch here, that's the wombo, but his first thought is to back away, so suddenly Winged is out of position, and Roach just opens up with a huge equalizer, has to be exhausted just to drop the damage on that AoE. And from there, it's just free target acquisition for Kongdu. So while the first instinct from Soul was to go deep on the Camille, the fact that he disengaged meant that his team was kind of caught in no man's land with the melee champion engaging. The Lulu ult wasn't used in a profitable way, and teamfight goes the way of Kongdu Monster.
Yeah, really big opening for them. Still just going to be 800 gold in the lead for their trouble, so still a ways to go before they can close this one out. Candy popping that Yomos, cheating forward, just trying to push Soul back. Trying to fake him out, get him away from that turret, which is just a couple hits from dead.
Kind of the biggest thing that isn't clear on the kill feed or clear to most people that watched is that Kongdu Monster won a team fight using no exhaust. They still have double exhaust to either use for maximum duration or shut down both diving assassins. Something that should almost never happen is winning team fights without investing one and potentially two. It means the next team fight is even more likely to go the way of Kongdu Monster.
Pretty impressive from them. They need so much more to close out this game. Pretty much just evened up the score.
Teleport's up for Soul. They still can play the 1-3-1, so still work to be done.
Candy going low. Tidal Wave will come out. Not quite going to clip Winged, but might not even need it. Soul still hot on his heels. Firing away, flashing forward. One more hit will do it.
Doesn't have the range.
Can he get it? Throws down the vision, looking for it. The shield comes out from Pure, and Winged will stay alive. Throws out the redemption to try to kill him. Bubble connects onto Candy. Soul can't get over the wall. He's going to go forward with the death mark. Dashes back off to the side. Get a bit of damage down onto Edge as he enters into the Zonias. But yeah, Punch and Roach, they're starting up the Baron.
They have to force something. They know that Camille will make short work of the inner turret. They turn onto it. Will have to be trade tanking here from Kongdu Monster, but they're teleporting in.
Yeah,
Zed won't get there. Elise won't get there either.
He's TPing in. Smite completely down onto Punch. Can't botch this one, and it goes over to them, and they will be able to find it. But CJ, can they pinch in? Can they try to find some exit kills to deny some of these buffs? He's in the hole coming through, but overall looks like Kongdu will get cut off from the bottom side by Soul and Pure. This is still a very dangerous spot to be in for CJ. The members of Kongdu are still relatively healthy. Hookshot comes forward. They lock down Roach. Hextech ultimatum in onto Punch. He goes low, but Soul comes up with the kill in onto his counterpart in Soul. Coming back in, looking for the triple kill. Can he get it? The rappel comes down. Wing drops. He falls. Maybe even the Quadra as he dashes forward, looking for Candy. Finishes him off. Won't be able to get the Penta as Pure goes sprinting out of there, but Kongdu Monster gets the Baron, and they completely shatter CJ yet again.
It was all on Soul's decision-making of how long he could wait before engaging, and yes, engaging onto Soul. The double Soul confusion was a bit of a headache, but Soul needed to make the right call with the Hextech ultimatum. Zed was still far away. Elise was still far away. You can see what they're thinking. If Zed can get there with the weird positioning, with the lower health bars, this is the sort of team fight that could be sort of like a skirmish. But when he goes in, Zed is still a screen away, and Elise is at least half a screen away. So Soul's whole health bar on the Camille is for naught. And Candy gets around the backline, takes down Guger, but doesn't find massive value otherwise. Nice flash from Edge to stay alive. A Kongdu Monster, as long as the Twitch lives, they should win a team fight, and they managed it twice now as CJ were forced into a reaction because Kongdu Monster made the right macro call of forcing the Baron. If they did not force the Baron, they would be dictated to by the split push, but there wasn't even enough time for the Camille to take down the bot lane turret. It pulled away on a half-health turret, and it's going to be bonus objectives to the side of Kongdu Monster.
Yep. So Ocean Drake finally going over to them. See that it's going to be another Ocean Drake.
Well, see, that's why they didn't kill it. Woo. They knew, you know.
All right. Well, they had the foresight that we did not. Soul yet again going to be split pushing up on this top side of the map, but Roach is there to match him, and the rest of the team split pushing down towards the bottom side, looking for another inner turret. It's the two remaining in top. Candy here, but won't be able to clear out these minions, so just has to concede this tower. Kongdu, they keep the ball rolling. 5-3 in turrets, 6-4 in kills. And a 5,000 gold up. Soul dashing forward, looking for Roach. Hextech ultimatum comes down. Blue buff picked up by Soul, dashing back in. Zonia's coming through from Roach, trying to get here to keep him alive. Flashes away, just trying to buy time, slows him up, has a big flame spitter of redemption. Will not find it, but the stun comes through. Q barely gonna miss, so the W will not connect, and now Soul just trying to sprint his way out of here, keep himself safe. If not, just get the execution.
It's very maneuverable, so should be able to get away. Very, very difficult to take down, even with reinforcements coming as cooldown reduction. Could also just go for the suicide, but decides to stay alive. So good escape. Ends up being a 1 for 0. Had to make long work of it because didn't have a lot of magic resist, but working towards the Guardian Angel now will be more one-sided. Sort of thing we expected to see maybe 5-6 minutes ago. But the split push now really is going to be in full gear for CJ Entus. So it's going to be very much the group as 5, make a big decisive team fight happen for Kongdu Monster, and CJ needing to ward defensively to allow for the 1-3-1 to profit from.
Now Kongdu losing out on Roach. So we'll slow them down a bit. Really only able to get that 1 turret in the bottom lane. And with the Baron buff thus far, wave is being moved up top. But still a ways away. We'll see if they're able to force this out. Soul yet again in the bottom side of the map. TP just about to be available for him, so can join in across the map at a moment's notice should his team need him. Kongdu, this is where their shot calling has to be on point in order for them to get out of this series.
Yeah, a lot of easy objectives to take. Taking inner turrets across the map, apart from the top lane, which is the next easiest objective. That's why they're making a play around there. We'll stay grouped as 4, have Rumble to teleport after. Not having the mid turret down for CJ Entus is actually now kind of costing them because they don't have a long lane in mid to pivot through. Seems to be the big goal there. They have basically the perfect team fight, but perfect split push comp with Caitlyn as the 1 AD choice with a safe wave clear, but because the map is surprisingly narrow at 29 minutes with mid lane turret up, it can be only so decisive about their map rotations, and for now Kongdu establishing a vision line and really targeting this last inner turret. We see that Ninja Tabi and Phantom Dancer build coming through from Soul. May even be a Bloodthirster as the next item, just for another way of being able to shrug off a diving assassin. Phantom Dancer Ninja Tabi is a lot of reduced physical damage.
Kongdu pushing in. See, all the members of CJ just having to hide out of the jungle as they push in, clear out this vision, try to maintain control. The wave currently pushed up just in front of that turret, but Veritas is there to help clear the wave, keep it staved off. Breaking this would be very important here for Kongdu, as it would just leave basically the insides of the base for CJ as the only safe spot that they could go to.
And with the range of Caitlyn, though, if Rumble is showing on bot lane, you don't really have to respect a turret dive from Kongdu. It's not the sort of comp that turret dives, so the wave here is just matched by CJ Entus. So even with the posturing and the investment of multiple control wards, it's not realistically a team set up to actually take down an inner turret. Mill has to back away because no longer do they have eyes on the members of Kongdu Monster.
Well, this very much could just come down to that Baron that's spawning in about 35 seconds.
So one place where CJ will be forced to go for the 5v5 and their wave clear won't allow them to navigate through is the Baron. I think you're very likely in that particular regard of being correct. Tracking onto CJ, only now getting control over their red side jungle. It's denied for them for the last few minutes. You can keep this. They're playing a high pressure game. They're trying to keep CJ accountable for as long as possible. The shortest leash is all Kongdu Monster really wants, and Guardian Angel now onto the Camille. Can be a bit more reckless with the split push and the dive.
And you saw how well he could handle that 1v1 against Roach, so especially with the GA, expect him to go balls to the wall.
Yeah, even with a goal disadvantage, just how the champions line up. No criticism of Roach in that particular regard.
Yeah.
And this outer mid lane turret that stayed along so long. Gonna be taken down to half, but no more. They have some eyes on Twitch, who admittedly isn't stealth, so they do have a lot of eyes on Twitch.
Yep. Clear out that ward, but can't make it into the stealth to try to get a jump onto somebody like Candy. And Soul keeps pushing forward. Able to get that inner turret there for his team. But pushing into the base is going to be a bit more difficult for him. Kind of just hovering in between, not sure exactly where he needs to go. Not sure if CJ will need him for a team fight or if he can just maintain this split.
This game of hide and seek happening with the Camille, who finally re-enters bot lane. Kongdu, again, the one spot they can be decisive and force a fight that they could potentially win is Baron. Got the control ward there, trying to push up the vision line as much as possible. They might catch Winged.
Winged, yeah, he gets bubbled. Down to half HP, flashes away. They can't quite finish him off.
But even if he's forced to recall, that is a win for Kongdu Monster. They can just dive in and start this Baron.
They're going to go over the wall, punch starting this one up. Meanwhile, Roach getting jumped on. The ultimatum coming through. He's going to buy some time here with that Zonius. Flashes away from the tactical sweep, but so he's pushing forward. He wants this kill. Flashes away from the rocket. Not standing inside of that equalizer. Can't quite finish him off. Roach needs to make it out of here. Redemption coming down. Will pop him back up, keep him relatively healthy. Soul will exit. The wave's not quite there, so can't get onto the turret. The Baron pulled off by Kongdu.
Yeah, little mistakes on both sides. Soul, not known as a carry player, kind of messes up the all-in, and credit to Roach for flashing away and not dying. From the side of Kongdu, I think we saw Guger it was, who put down a more aggressive control ward to spot out any of the reinforcements for Baron, but he was actually the one with the control ward on Baron, so they no longer had exclusive vision over the Baron pit. They had a control ward denying vision, and then there was just a regular sight ward they couldn't clear. So a bit of a mistake with bookkeeping stops it from being the sort of Baron that Kongdu Monster can start, and a bit of a mechanical outplay from the side of Roach stops it from being a free inhibitor turret for CJ Enter. So the end result is a bit of equilibrium between the two teams.
Things just going to slow down yet again here. Bush and Drake has since spawned. The second here for Kongdu. And only the second Drake that we would see before the Elder, which is still a ways off if we see that one come through. Control ward not quite clipping that ward in the back of the pit.
The Elder Dragon being so low value, just double Ocean, is actually a bad thing for Kongdu Monster. We talked about how they needed to use their comp to be aggressive around the early Drakes, and that wasn't just to get Ocean stats, it was to make Elder Dragon a secondary place that forces a fight. And still, Elder Dragon will deserve some respect, but it's not a 5-stack Elder that CJ Enters have to respect.
Yeah, not nearly as much damage as you would want off that. And the buff's not really affecting a whole lot. Kongdu for now just trying to maintain control of vision around the Baron pit. So a couple wards thrown down here by CJ, Punch and Guger waiting in the brush. Finally figure out that it's been warded out. Be able to clear this out. Boom comes through and Punch takes quite a bit of damage. You can see that full AP build coming out from Winged, really doing some work onto the Graves.
So roaming around the red side jungle. Every time he goes off the screen, suddenly starting Baron looks that much more risky for the side of Kongdu Monster. It's a really exciting tussle in terms of the vision war. No action is happening on screen, but we're waiting to see what the go button is going to be. It wasn't quite Winged having to flash away. Punch being chunked out. A submarine play. Not a true submarine, there's no Shen, but a big opening from Soul might be it. Here it is!
Oh yeah, finding Veritas takes him down, but the Wild Growth comes through, and now Soul gets locked up. Still alive though, and is able to finish off the Caitlyn. The Deathmark will pop him down, but the Redemption actually hits right before, and he stays in the fight. Meanwhile, Punch finishes off Candy. The carries of CJ taken out of the fight, and Kongdu will turn their sights onto Baron at last.
What a clutch redemption just before the pop. We saw the swirling blades. That should have signified the death, but redemption comes through. Well channeled on the side of Guger. They turn onto a Baron. Winged isn't there to contest it. Will be Baron Kongdu Monster. We were looking for the big outplay, and there it was.
Yeah, they got it. Soul able to do absolutely nothing other than move those minions up towards this tier 1, but they still can't even break the line. And now with another Baron, Kongdu, we'll see if they can shatter the base further of CJ. Just really good catch by Soul.
Yeah, a lot of patience from Soul opening up. Just wants to kill Veritas instantly.
Look how healthy he is, and then the spray and pray.
Insane damage, just utterly insane damage. But watch here as the blades confirm death, of course, onto the recipient until redemption means that he lives. Basically a 0.5-second timer there. But enough, as Guger had channeled it early, and it took a while for Candy to actually commit, as he wanted to be able to dodge an ability with the death mark. That's a fun mind game that we just haven't seen much of an interaction, given that Zed has been very much a tertiary pick in this current meta. Vantage Kongdu Monster again. Their comp with such narrow win conditions, they're playing to them, and they're just slightly staying ahead of CJ Entus.
Yeah, I mean, that's one auto attack away from the Zed finishing off that Twitch. But can't get it, and now they have to hold onto their turrets as best as possible unless they lose those inhibitors to boot. Kongdu getting that push down to the bottom side of the map. Won't be able to find a whole lot of anything. The trap line from Veritas stopping them from pushing up inside of the base. So gets a bit of work done here. Can't quite finish off that turret.
It's 1 HP!
Actually 1 HP. You don't see that every day.
Hey, got some jinx going on here.
I wish. That would be pretty interesting to see.
I call it half a score. Score somewhere. Didn't really deserve that. He's still licking his wounds, I'm sure.
Yeah. He's got fresh ones.
Oh. Tough life. 4 times the bridesmaid.
But, you know, the first cut is the deepest, so the 2 HP is really the one that gets you.
That was the 2 Shens, actually. Was the first cut. The monster bringing up the minion wave. 2 Barons. Been so big for them. Soul can just try and play PvE, but turret dive's possible.
Yeah, really good at Equalizer tone down, just pushing them off. Veritas getting chunked out. That's going to open up for this inhibitor. Super creeps. Now going to be pressuring out the base of CJ. Kongdu monsters. See how much more they can get. Soul finally gets rid of that turret. That free reign by himself in the mid lane finishes it off.
Edge doing his best secret agent impression, 005 on the Syndra. There still is the minigame of can the 2 assassins assassinate the Twitch. Twitch is needed for...
He's 5-0-3.
Kongdu Monster win a team, but sure, but Steric's gauge is now there. Phantom Dancer and Ninja Tabi is negative 24% on specifically the auto attacks, but in general, it's quite a lot of resist, but he's still Twitch. He still has very low base health. There still is the chance that he's assassinated, but speaking of assassination...
Yeah, just chucks the flask over the wall, can't quite get more than that. But the trap line not going to be completed, which opens up Kongdu for this turret, which is just getting shredded down. Candy pops the Yomus, starting to sprint in from the sidelines, but just can't find an opening to get on top of Soul or Edge.
Both exhausts are up crucially. We already talked about how having exhaust up could be the difference for Kongdu Monster.
Poking in, Super Creeps getting ready to arrive at the baseline in the top lane. That'll draw the attention of somebody on the side of CJ, more than likely Soul. Wave's also prepped from the bottom side if they want to rotate over, try to finish off that last inhib turret, have them all exposed.
Not coming into bot lane at all. That's going to be an even lane, trying to brute force mid lane, but definitely different paths of engage for Soul and the rest of the crew from CJ.
Dash forward from Soul, not able to find the entry in on the edge. No one there to follow up, and everybody on Kongdu turns onto him. He won't last very long.
Neither Edge nor Soul are free enough to walk up for auto attacks, so for now, the battle of taking down this inhibitor is slow. This percentage play would be for someone to go bot lane and start pushing up the minions, which are slow pushing. They're trying to take the more aggressive line, but there is windows to punish them here as Soul still looking for the right engage.
Poking as best as possible. They clear out that first wave of Super Creeps. Other one still a bit further off, so Kongdu Monsters say, yeah, you know what, this isn't working out, maybe we should just shift down. Start cheating their way, but now having a bit of hesitation as they cut back into mid. Takes a headshot from the Caitlyn. Worked down pretty low, but otherwise is going to be healthy. Life Steal plus the ebb and flow coming through, keeping him sustained in the fight.
Soul can't afford to use his ultimate to kill this turret, extend range there to... The moment that's down, it's basically the go button for the enemy team.
It's really just these traps. No one wants to step on them. And it's stopping them from pushing forward to get the hits in onto the inhibitor.
A lot of Candy's gold has been put into a Guardian Angel, so the actual threat from the Zed is lower than you'd expect 41 minutes into a game.
That's a good stun. From far away. Kun comes down. Punch gets locked up. A couple more hits onto that turret. They'll take it out as Soul again starts poking in from the sidelines, looking for a window of opportunity, but not able to find any.
Punch can just go front door this particular inhibitor turret.
Yeah,
Not set up to defend it. Soul, this could be the big engage. He needs to go.
He needs something absolutely massive. They have him completely in vision here as he cheats forward around by the minions. And looks like Kongdu will just be able to back off. So they knock down 2 inhibs, 1 in top, 1 in bot. Mid still standing. And the Super Creeps have got a bit of damage down onto those Nexus turrets. Looks like one about 60% taken.
It's mission successful though for CJ. 2 inhibitors down. The inhibitor on the other side of the map, Guger.
Well, he's going low, but see Roach is still nearby, as is Soul, so the Camille will not be able to push forward for the kill.
Reinforcement was there, like you say. Now the inhibitor opposite the Baron is going to be downed as the Baron is about to spawn in a minute.
Keeps trying to buy more and more time here to delay Googer yet again.
Yeah, it's teleport, so main job is to slow down the setup for Kongdu Monster. Kongdu have been so controlled this game. Some will say they've been too defensive in their choices, but when they've been set up to be so ruthlessly exploited in 1-3-1, they have been, I think, rightfully careful in most spots.
It's not only that, but it's also, I mean, this is the first round of your LCK careers on the line. You don't want to lose out on that one, but here goes the big equalizer coming down. Winged absolutely getting shredded. Goes up with the rappel, has nowhere to go, drops in behind the rest of the team. And should get burned out. There we go, collateral damage from downtown. Punch takes them out. The Baron about to spawn. There it is. No smite available for CJ. Kongdu will absolutely just burn through this Baron.
All the solo queue games put into the Rumble are paying off for Roach, whose equalizers have been massively on point in this game. Much superior to what Soul was showing us in Game 2. Soul has basically been playing a solo mission PvE in the bot lane, trying to delay, but against double inhibitors being down, and okay, the inhibitors are respawned, but no inhibitor turrets to speak of. I think you need to get back in the base.
Yeah, he's finally starting the recall, but Kongdu are already pushing in. They still have super creeps now empowered by Baron as they look to take out this top lane in him yet again. They got mid, they got top, so all three going to be exposed. The minion wave at bottom pretty far away. And a bit of that HP coming back onto the Nexus turret, so not nearly as low as I expected, but still, Kongdu completely in control. And look at that, they can body block the ace of the hole.
They're learning. Ever8, take notes.
Well, Ultimatum coming down, they find Soul. Wild Growth does pop him up in the air as well, but Camille's just getting absolutely destroyed. Has to kite his way out, does not want to lose that Guardian Angel. It's early on to the fight.
One tool that can close down the Twitch has already been used. Now only the Death Mark to respect, and we already said there isn't a lot of AD onto this Zed, so wait for this Twitch to open up, and you will see 6-item Twitch rip through CJ Entus.
Well, there we go, jumping in onto Candy, already forces out the flash, the dash back, but it's not going to be enough. They absolutely destroyed Pure, get double GA at the same time. They'll go ahead and pop Souls as Veritas and Candy try to make it back into the fountain. Looks like they may just be able to do so, but slightly Edge in the end, able to get it with the Unleashed Power, taking out the Caitlyn. It's just Candy, just Soul left. They won't be able to do a damn thing. 45 minutes even on the clock, the Nexus crumbles, and Kongdu Monster keep their hopes alive for a bit longer as they take down CJ Entus in Game 3.
And the higher expectations for Kongdu Monster in the Return of Zephyr era are vindicated. Game 1, the first 10 minutes, stopped it from being a competitive game, but from there, Kongdu Monster even halted the advancing CJ in that game, delayed it further than we would have expected. But Game 2 and 3, we saw the newly controlled and at times decisive Kongdu Monster outclass CJ Entus. So in the question of LCK versus Challenger, we have LCK coming out 2-0 up. No team eliminated yet, but one team will be eliminated in our final set of the day. Both Challenger teams 3 days removed from the Challenger final, which saw Ever8 winners win 3-1 over CJ Entus, will replay, but this time it's a best of 3, and this time the losing team no longer has a hope of making it to LCK Summer.
Yep, so the rematch getting ready to come through, and CJ need to play much cleaner than they did in this set if they're going to take down Ever8. Ever8 did not look good in their first set, losing 0-2, but still, they need to have a much better performance if they want to come out on top since they lost the last time they faced.
It's going to be so interesting because the final result was surprising. 3-1 especially, whatever you think about Ever8 or CJ's struggles, was much more decisive than expected. So honestly, it's a lot on the VOD review. I don't think either team would necessarily have hoped to be in this match, but they could have expected it given that we both predicted it to be the LCK teams going through, at least in the first matches. The VOD review of that final, you have to think a lot of what we see is going to echo the final, which had a lot of interesting nuances in champion picks. Today has been kind of crazy with the Twitch bans and the Kog'Maw priority, at least at the start, for both of the Challenger teams. You know, you play your own meta when you're playing against a team that you've played 3 times already this season. It'll be the 4th meeting after a double round robin and a final between these two teams, between Ever8 winners and CJ Entus. it's going to have a bit of its own meta. I'll try and encapsulate the bit because I imagine a lot of our viewers with no true English broadcast have been able to catch those games. But, you know, largely, a lot of the season predictably went the way of CJ Entus. The final being so one-sided to Ever8 was a different take.
Yeah, definitely surprising. And CJ, I mean, struggling there in Game 2, absolutely just kind of falling away in Game number 3. They need to bring back that Game 1 performance if they want to keep these hopes alive, if they want to take down Ever8. Again, very surprising that they won that final, but now, after losing this set against Kongdu, the bottom team, the definitive bottom team in LCK, not able to close out a best of 3, that's got to affect you a bit mentally. So they have to be able to bounce back from that and prepare for this best of 3 because they're going to go straight into it.
I think our expectations have to be buoyed a little bit for Kongdu Monster and you kind of have to give them the benefit of the doubt and judge them based on the last 3 matches Kongdu as we get to look at Roach's equalizers, which you know has definitely been the dominant part of the damage graph there. Roach popped off on Rumble. Initially, he would have been grouped with the other also ran Rumbles, like someone like Ixu, for example, or players that played it for the first time this season. That particular game, he was looking Huni, Smeb, and Marin-esque, which is a big compliment.
Yeah, I mean, losing the matchups that you would expect, you know, Soul on the Camille, able to out-trade him just innately because of the kit, so not really much he could have done in that context. But overall, a very good performance on the Rumble, and that's something that, you know, the likes of Jin Air are going to have to keep in mind when they get ready for that best of 5. But there you go. The 2-1 victory for Kongdu Monster coming out on top in games 2 and 3. They will advance into the best of 5 stage in 2 days' time to face off against Jin Air, a rematch from LCK. Meanwhile, we're going to dive straight into Ever8 winners versus CJ Entus after a short break.
Really excited to see this one. Ever8, favorites because they just won, but CJ Entus, they had the advantage over them during the regular season. They'll want to return to that in this best of 3 format.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they're able to do it. We'll see who's going to come out on top and who will get relegated back into Challenger for good. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have our final best of 3 of the night, so don't go anywhere, guys. You don't want to miss it. We'll see who comes out on top. Maybe CJ Entus, keep their hopes alive, and rejoin the LCK. We'll see you in just a bit.
이길 수 있죠, 성진이 형?
뒤하게 달렸어.
오케이.
또 쏟았어. 탑 차이.
탑 차이 7판에서 저렇게 7판인데 너무한 거 아니야?
탑 차이.
야 너무
우리 근데 KD 이기는 사람이 없네.
이기기 힘들어. 쟤네는 1패잖아, 우리는 3패.
오늘 캐리. 그 작들은
탑 차이라며. 못해.
우리가 더 잘하는 쪽으로 가요. 삼성한테 질 수도 있죠.
아니야. 삼성한테 지면 진 팀들 다 이상해졌어요. 피드백 엄청 길어져.
나 게임하다가 똥 마를 것 같아. 너 그거 긴장해서 그런 거 아닐까? 아니야.
찔끔찔끔 싸 형.
찔끔찔끔 어떻게 싸 똥을?
쌀 수 있어.
한번에 싸지.
냉약밥. 야, 쌀 수 있어.
그러니까 내가 하고 싶은 말은 빨리 끝내는 게 좋을 것 같아. 뭐 판인데 9대 7대수나 있지? 스크림이냐 설마 이거?
이거 막판이다 우리.
뭐야? 그러네. 우리 스크린 기록이 남았다고?
이거
어디 건데?
상대팀도 남아있는 거 아니야?
남아있겠지. 근데 친추 안 돼 있으면 못 봄.
그러네.
그냥 애초에 좀 짧게 하자.
집중해서 잘하자. 오늘 이기자. 왕호 잘해라. 뒤에 선구가 기다리고 있으니까. 왜 웃어? 농담 아니야.
네. 오늘 매진이라는 소문이 있습니다.
매진 거 치고 매진이 아니고.
아래로
육시 맥스 걸었다 걸어. 챔피언 캐스마.
우리가
키가 이렇게 하는 거 쉽지
못했네. 그 뭐랄까 하루마다 챔피언 하나씩 나왔는데.
야, 너 안 쓴 챔프 하나 있다. 남이 안 썼어. 남이 안 썼네. 한 번도. 남이
써줘.
내가 레기 챔프야. 그래서.
맥스에서 때 나는 아직 그 배고프다.
뭐 일이 많아 근데?
알리스타 남이 더 써야겠네.
뭐 일이 많아?
오늘도 야근이다.
뭔데 너?
저 데뷔 영상인 것 같은데.
상면역인 줄 알았는데.
스코어도 없잖아. 라인 이리저리 옮기고 다녔지.
나 근데 스코어가 진짜 신기하긴 하네. 나도 정글이나 할까? 어때 배우야?
진지하게 내가 원딜할 의향이 있어.
진짜?
우리 팀 왜 이렇게 딜을 못함?
세 팀은 플레이오프 확정이네.
그런데
그 아프리카 건물 아니까 거기 엘리베이터 다 고장내 틀어놓고 계단 돌로 막아놓으면
아프리카 지각 2번 더 하게 하자.
그래봤자 우리가 쓰면 못하면
나가라 해, 탈 줄 알아 해. 그 뭐야? 게임 고의접수 켜져 해라 해.
계속 뭐해?
내가 돈치값 못한다니까.
왜요? 수준을 좋은 거 아닌가? 서로 쟤네들 너한테 관심도 없어.
맞아. 형 그냥 고민 줄 알아.
그래.
그 고민 뭐지?
오늘 왜 이렇게 내 팀이 없지? 원래 없었어.
SK텔레콤 넥서스 결승 직행입니다.
수고요. 결승해요.
잘했다. 아쉽긴 한데. 응? 소보도 있잖아. 한기야. 아까 뭐라 했지? 삼성도 남았고.
이응이 끝나고
삼성이 하나 많았잖아요 이제.
야, 그래도 끝까지 최선 다해야지.
최선은 다하죠.
그럼
네, 저희 막차 열차는 떠나.
여기서 떠오르는 교훈. 1라운드 때 좀 제발 좀 잘합시다. 오케이?
또 듣네.
가라. 우리 블루가리니까.
와, 형 그렇게 잘생겼다. 우리 블루에
와 형!
얼굴 다리 너무 잘생겼어.
와
생겼다,
진짜
형.
잘생겼다.
뭔데야? 아, 배고파야.
야,
빨리 숨겨.
평소에도 좀 그렇게 꾸미고 다녀.
고마워. 정말 칭찬을 했다니까 기분 좋다.
왜 전화온다. 나도 얘기한대요.
후배님이 인사해.
오케이.
후배님 저
이런 문화가 있어야 한다니까.
나중에 짜장면 먹자고 하자.
사건 알렸어?
하트 날리.
하트 알렸어?
네, 진짜 날렸어. 진짜 날리네. 게임 언제 시작해?
눌러볼까?
한판 먼저 하자 그냥.
왜 이렇게 악동이 있지 우리.
아.
이렇게 사람 없었던 적 오랜만인 것 같은데. 너도 왜 알바 안 심었어?
고릴라 내거 하자. 고릴라 내거 하자. 한타의 옹주.
아, 우리 한타였어?
패배의 옹주. 강등권 아닌 게 어딨냐? 나는 강등권에 간다. 마음이 아플 뻔했다. 나
그런 것까지 확인해볼 생각도 못했는데.
가자! 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 자! 가자! 가자!
아 왜 저래?
뭐라고 하는 거야 도대체? 자, 어? 패자?
가자!
그게 뭐야? 패자 이거야?
아, 진짜 오늘 한번 끊고 한번 우리 기술 사보자.
끊어줄게.
차에서 다음 편에 가고 싶어.
다음 편에 갈 거야 오늘. 다음 편에 보여줄게.
마음이 너무 불편.
와 진짜 이겨냈네요. 툭 끝에 KT 치즈.
아 나이스.
아왜 드디어 이겼네. 아 이거 어떻게?
나이스!
Hello and welcome back yet again. We are now ready to dive into our third and final best of 3 of the night. It's a losers match. CJ Entus going up against Ever 8, losers of the first game that we had earlier on today, losing 0-2 to Jin Air Green Wings.
A lot of losers in this particular match.
Nothing
Our
but
losers
losers.
match between our first loser and our second loser. Who will be the king of the losers? Because sadly, the loser of the losers is gone.
Yep. You know, this is the first promotion tournament for both of these teams.
That's true. Ever 8 winners never qualified for top 2, even though they were always in and amongst it, and CJ Entus never had the infamy of making it down to challengers. So it's a best of 3, not the best of 5 we saw on Friday. Only one team can advance to face the loser of tomorrow's winners match. I know this is confusing on Tuesday.
Just shifting it around. But for now, all you need to know is that it's Ever 8 versus CJ. Ever 8 coming back out now. Helper still up in that top lane. Balrog and Septed, they tried the damnedest. Wasn't enough with that Rengar Syndra there in game number 2. But the biggest thing that we have to focus on, that they need to focus on, is going to be the performance of Duel and Ella in that bottom lane. Trying to run the Kog'Maw Lulu in both games and really just not finding any ground to stand on.
And I think they just tried to, ram home the Kog'Maw Lulu, the Juggermaw, the Protect the Kog'Maw, whatever you want to call it. It obviously changes depending on lineup. They didn't really just keep it simple. I think keeping it simple, going for a more prototypical bot lane would have behooved them, because it put so much extra effort onto the carries that it just wasn't really the right balance. Felt the balance was off, so I just want to see a more simple, prototypical draft. If they just get eliminated with 4 games of attempting Juggermaw, that's probably, it's on them, you'd have to say.
Yeah, for sure. Need to show that adaptability, because they would need it if they were actually going to make it into LCK Summer. Go up against the likes of SK Telecom, KT, and hell, really, even at this point, Longzhu and BBQ, the teams that have been struggling the most in the league, probably could give them a run for their money. Coming back in, fresh off of a loss, is CJ Entus coming in after losing to the hands of Kongdu Monster. Veritas not quite able to provide a victory there with that Caitlyn in the last game, despite having a decent push around in the laning phase.
Definitely a mini-meta developed between these two teams when it comes to drafts. So a Challengers final that went 3-1 to Ever 8, 1-0 to CJ in game 1, then a reverse sweep from Ever 8. Champions like Jace, I feel, will be focused on quite heavily here. Didn't see the Jace from Malrang in the previous series, but is a big pick for him. This is a draft with a lot of history. We'll see how it goes, because as you say, it's all on this. It's been a long season for both. 2 best teams in Challenger by a large margin, but both of them might be going back to join their brethren in Challenger next season.
Yeah, definitely want to avoid that at all costs, so we'll see what these guys can piece together to try to find success here in our final best of 3. The first day of the promotion tournament. Ever 8 starting things off over on the blue side, played blue in both of their games versus Jin Air, and did not find success.
A lot of bot lane focus in the bands in both the semis and finals of Challengers. We'll see if that continues today. We've already seen a couple of drafts today with 3 to 4 AD carry bands, specifically on our first series. So let's see How we go in terms of ban focus. We still haven't seen Kennen open in a single game, and I feel like increasingly this will become the meta, given that he beats tanks so handily and also beats the one champion that was anointed to be the tank slayer, or at least the tank pusher, I guess, in Rumble. Both of them banned here, but both of them expected to be cornerstones of the meta come MSI.
Well, for now, Kennen and the Rumble, both off the board. Nothing too shocking here on either side. You can see Soul started to push around the Rumble in that last game with the Camille, but still wasn't grouping with the team. Wasn't playing alongside them, and when he did, it was just a bit too late. So we'll see if they want to get their hands on that Camille yet again, or if they will forego it in the bans.
Yeah, the Jace is the one, again, that I'm most focused on, and pretty consistently in the matches between these two teams, and also saw some bans in previous series today. Gragas banned here, so respecting Helper.
We saw from him in both games that they played. So know that that's going to be a bit of his comfort, so they take that off the board.
It's also like a soft ban towards something like a Kog'Maw, because one of the best tanks at peeling for the Kog'Maw without necessarily banning Lulu or something so straightforward. And the Camille is banned in this scenario, so top lane has already taken 4 bans. Shen, for example, still available, hasn't received his latest round of nerfs on patch 7.6, to remind you. If you're joining late, we are still on patch 7.6 with Galio disabled, so the same patch has been locked since the start of the Gauntlet. It's been a long time, a very settled patch that we don't often see in competitive play.
Well, the Jace is available. Saw this banned away by CJ in the previous series, so they do go ahead and take that out yet again. So, not going to have that one on the board. The Fizz, something that they were worried about going up against the likes of Kongdu Monster, is on the table. So if it's something practiced by Ever8, we could see that perhaps come through.
It wouldn't be something like a Gragas answer for it either, which is one of the stronger tanks when it comes to dealing with that Fizz. So we might see some pretty high priority Fizz play. Wasn't really convinced by Soul specifically on the Rumble. Was definitely second best when it came to Rumble play. Played Rumble, Shen, and Camille so far today. Spent the last game just a few minutes ago. You know, we ended the last game, what, 15 minutes ago, running around the map on Camille without necessarily getting a whole lot done. Whole champion pool for the day is banned away, though. And Kog'Maw was very high priority from both challenger teams in their games today. So Lulu taken away. Be interesting to see if Kog'Maw is either taken in the first round or banned by one of these teams.
I mean, that was the bottom lane there for CJ the first time out, but it's actually going to be the Shen. But with those two pieces together, you'd expect the Kog'Maw to be the AD carry.
And the reason is, you look at that and you're like, well, we need damage from somewhere. Graves jungle is denied away, so high damage junglers are kind of off the board. It kind of has to be mid lane and AD carry that's applying a lot of damage. So Twitch, Jinx, and that Kog'Maw are all heavily expected with this early round of drafting from CJ. See how Ever8 wants to answer that particular side of things. Zyra is the tier list strongest support. When you see someone drafting Lulu over Zyra, your mind definitely wanders over to the Kog'Maw. So, what do Ever8 want to do? Because this could just be Kog'Maw taking at Candy's pick and then some AD carry bans going their way. So, interacting with the AD carry choice of CJ is definitely something they need.
Something like they're going to go for the Ashe.
Draft some engage and let CJ do what CJ wants to do seems to be their decision.
Interesting. I mean, would have lockdown, at least with the Ashe Arrow and the Grasping Roots. But trying to finish off that Kog'Maw through the likes of his Stand United. And the shields from the Lulu would be very impressive, but they're actually going to go ahead and hold off on this. So maybe CJ has something else up their sleeve. Maybe they want to bait out this Kog'Maw ban, perhaps, from Ever8.
Just think of Veritas' champion pool. Largely has played Jinx, Ashe, and the Ezreal. So the more utility, the more safe laners. His other pick is the Kalista, famously. So there is still a chance this will be a Kalista draft from CJ. That will be what's suggested when you so obviously set up for a high damage AD carry, but it still could be something like Twitch, for example, as that is what was preferred already by Kongdu Monster earlier today, and Bang back at the LCK final.
So far going to be the Varus and then the Talon actually banned away here by CJ.
And with Zyra selected, does mean that Talon is in higher demand on the side of Ever8. Still would only be Zyra for magic damage, you'd have to imagine in that scenario, unless we saw Nautilus, for example, as a top laner. Mid lane champion pool is being targeted pretty heavily, as Sceptid really had Candy's number in the Challenger final. My prep for this event really got me hyped on specifically Sceptid and Malrang and setting them ahead. And Malrang has his most impressive mechanical champion so far in Graves that he has done some amazing animation cancels, specifically on his stream on, and has also played it pretty extensively in competitive play. 3 mid lane bans. So Syndra is the most obvious blind pickable mid laner, and Orianna as well. Certainly looks like a potential Orianna draft on the side of CJ, both for protection and the Wombo engage from the Rengar. And if you don't see AD carry at this pick, you start getting very suspicious if you're Everate.
Yeah. Do they want to go ahead and give that ADC over to Veritas and then last pick for the mid lane, or do they want to take away one of these priority ones? And that is going to be the answer here as Syndra comes through for Candy.
So power mid laner in taking the Syndra. The Nautilus is taken in this spot. Does, again, free up some physical damage laners, but only really Zed exists. If we see Nautilus Zed on the side of Everate, they'd have a comp that had some pick, but be a true 4-1 comp. Very strong core of 4, and then Zed doing his thing in a side lane. Good matchup into Syndra, so very possible that we see Sceptid jump onto something like the Zed in this spot. It's not to be the Zed. Fizz is available as well. Another lane counter to the Syndra, as of course Faker showed, but a lot more risky. Or maybe he'll go the school of thought of Kuzan and go for the Vladimir. This would be just a pure teamfight comp from Everate.
Yeah, won this in game number 2 against Everate, so might just be playing that side of the coin, and he will. So Vladimir locked in. Not going to be seeing that Zed. Not going to be seeing any Orianna. So now a plethora of AP damage here available for Everate between the Zyra, the Vladimir, and the Nautilus.
So all eyes onto Veritas.
There it
Needed
is.
a hard carry. It will be the Twitch trying to outrange the Vladimir extensively. We've seen the Ashe versus Twitch matchup twice already in the LCK final. Bang jumping on the Twitch, and Deft was on Ashe duty the whole time. But Vladimir certainly can get in the back line and tussle. Seen him do it against Ashe's Twitch. Pretty much the same story when it comes to the Vladimir. Vladimir one lane very heavily against Everate from the side of Jinair Greenwings on the Syndra. That time it was Candy, Sceptid. Now Sceptid jumps on the other side of the matchup. Let's see how he can do against Candy Syndra.
All right, well, everything now on the line for both of these teams. A victory means that they have one more chance to play their way into the LCK. Otherwise, they fall down to Challenger. This has got to be one of the more stressful games you'd expect of these guys' career, especially Everate finding their way into their first LCK promotion tournament after becoming a team in 2015.
I mean, so many teams have put together a stacked roster for Challenger and then misstepped. You think back to as recently as Goldcoin United.
Yeah.
CJ's favorite son, Madlife, not being able to be promoted to the NALCS. CJ spent a lot of money on their Challenger team, getting talent that could easily be slotted into LCK teams for this spring season, trying to get back into LCK. And that investment, bringing back Veritas last minute, you remember, from Unicorns of Love, will mean very little if they're not to win this match here today.
Yes, it will. All right, well, let's go ahead and get right to it. See who's going to come out on top of this one. Ela going to be looking to have a bit of a turnaround performance after those first 2 games versus Jinair. Let's see if he can do it. Let's see if Everate can come out swinging, or if CJ will take the lead in this final best of 3 of the night.
That is a screechy CJ Chen.
Yeah, she is going hard in the paint. Cheering for the team.
If it's decibels, she's doing well.
Going to start things off pretty basic here. No crazy invasions like we've seen throughout the previous games. And also an Ocean Drake, so we're going to be about as passive as possible.
Who does that suit is always the question when you expect it to be a pretty long laning phase. Both junglers are level 6 junglers. Malrang has done some aggressive things on both the Graves and the Rengar, so maybe he will defy expectation, but you're right. The drafts do suggest pretty long games, and finally we can use the word submarine correctly, and that's cool, as we have Shen and Twitch on the same side. Turbo Twitch is a very real possibility with the Lulu as well.
Yeah. Speed him up. All of the defense that you could possibly want. Helper is going to go in for a very delayed invade here. He's found out the leap coming back through. He'll get through the shields, but not going to be able to force out something like the flash. Still nice punishing start there.
So the shoe is on the other foot when it comes to team comps. It was Everate in our first series of the day. We're pretty doggedly running Kog'Maw Lulu and then a bit of early game in the mid lane, and now CJ Entus is doing that, which is a bit more flexible. Can go for a one-item power spike build in terms of the Blade the Ruin King, but actually Blade the Ruin King Twitch hasn't necessarily been the auto-include. There's been plenty of Infinity Edge Twitch as well. And also go for the roaming ganks that, for example, Deft was very famous on back in 2014. Twitch meta is a happy meta for me. Probably my favorite AD carry champion to play.
I would like to see the Vayne return. You know,
Vayne and solo queue though, what a terror.
That's true. It can be pretty awful, but just seeing it at the professional level, you know, juking out things with a tumble, moving around, weaving through fights. It's some of the most impressive mechanical ADC play that I can think of.
Did you notice that Veritas is rocking it old school in his skin choice?
I did not notice.
Whistler Valley Twitch.
Ah.
Back from the Winter Games 2009, I believe.
I was expecting it to be medieval.
Medieval.
Also, a bit of a run back there.
Yeah, both of them are those old legacy skins. The vault opens up once in a while. I want to watch Malrang, who was a bit stunted, you have to say, with the team comps that Everate was drafting. So Everate did answer our question of, can we just see them go a bit more normal? It's about the most normal draft you could hope for on the side of Everate, with Ashe as the AD carry choice.
So we'll get some vision down, just trying to keep track of Malrang where he can. Takes the blast cone for a ride, so he'll be all right. And it's just going to be slow and steady as we start this one off, even the bottom lane not having as many skirmishes as you might expect. I say that as we actually flip down here. Duel, getting hit by that Glitter Lance, will go low. Still no heal coming out. Starting off with the triple pots with the long sword, so can go ahead and sustain himself back up to some degree. But another exchange like that, you can see a first blood coming through.
Duel was actually pretty slow on popping the pot. Still has another one in the inventory, so can still heal up to full, but clearly was a mistrade with Veritas, who admittedly is out of mana.
Yeah, won't have to worry about too much more. We can get found here by Malrang, but neither jungler looking for a fight. We'll just go ahead and go their separate ways.
Small point, but I do think it's interesting and pretty satisfying that Twitch is one of the few champions I feel like is really gated by his mana costs. Like, he can have a very strong laning phase with WE that can zone, that can also push, but it costs so much of his mana bar that he has to make meaningful decisions, not like Ezreal with Tyr, for example. So, for now, at least Veritas has to play a bit more passively in lane, and Duel is not forced back and even gets to hold on to a single potion.
Decent harass coming out here from Candy in the mid lane, but still not enough to push Septed away from these minions. Still going to be going very even with that, as far as that is concerned.
The top lane champion pool being decimated to get this tank matchup. All the tank abusers were banned away in one fell swoop, and there's no Smeb, so we don't get Fiora.
I had to say something about, you know, how the meta was so open and we're not getting those wet noodle fight tanks in the top lane.
But it requires both
lo
teams.
And behold.
But it requires both teams opting in, right? Both teams have to be like, no, tanks is the way forward for this many bans to be sent at the top lane.
Well, I mean, when you have both teams with their backs against the wall, going with the tanks is probably the safest option, so I'm not too terribly surprised.
I don't feel like Everate will have to ban Rumble from being a first pick on the side of CJ, but on the other side, CJ do have to respect Helper's Rumble. Passive farming phase makes you consider scaling. In terms of top lane, you take Shen over Nautilus just because of flexibility of lane assignment. Graves vs Rengar is an interesting one. My first instinct is Graves. Vladimir over Syndra certainly, but then Twitch over Ashe certainly, so When it comes to late game scaling, I feel like the team fights can be pretty close. CJ's damage is pretty Twitch-centric, which is often the case when it comes to a Twitch draft. You draft utility to set up the Twitch's aggression. But that is definitely a pick that there's not really many ways to interact with the depth charge, for example, coming through from the Nautilus. So no guarantees about late game team fights. As Grasping Roots hit, not enough to do too much to Wing.
Yeah, good spotted, good ward timing there. Toss down, so gonna keep themselves safe. Just trying for that visitation, won't find much, so likely just gonna go ahead, back off, get a purchase in, and just keep farming away until he hits that level 6 mark.
A bilge water for everyone.
Hooray.
I mean, the only
what a
downside.
good time we live in.
Well, the only downsides of the bilge water meta is that it goes longsword 3 potions, so basically every early trade is shrugged off into a lot of lifesteal from the bilge water. So there is a lot of staying in lane tools, so you can't as easily harass out and look for something like first brick when this is the meta. Malrang hasn't impressed us with the sick early ganks, but it's been good defensive warding from CJ, who were actually prey to the early Malrang ganks from Rengar in Game 4 of the final. So they're not going to be wowed by that again.
They're both at level 6 here as Wing pushes forward, throws down the ward.
Vladimir is in base, so that means that Malrang has to walk away.
Yeah, but Winged's not going to be able to get that big Raptor. Is smited away, smote away by Malrang.
I'm a Smited fan. I'm about Smote.
I have no strong opinion on either matter, but I guess smited does sound a little bit better. But smote sounds like it might be actually grammatically correct.
I don't think there is such a word. I think we're inventing it as we go. Smited. I can remember many casters saying smited. I can't think of many who said smote.
I know that it has been said, but
You got pretty far down that Google search over there, Achilles.
Well, smited isn't a word.
Of course it's not a word. It's a League of Legends word. To smite is definitely a term.
Yeah, smote is actually a word.
Nope. Just like the guy who said it's GIF and not GIF. Not agreeing with you. It's a League of Legends term, Achilles.
All right, I'm just saying. It is a word. Goes along with like smitten.
Smitten's a good word.
Yeah.
I'm smitten with Twitch. That's what I am. I'll take the sponsorship too, thanks Twitch.
I'm sure you can get that if you applied.
Well, there's definitely a lot of people like, Bang was playing Twitch because of their Twitch sponsorship. And I was like, okay.
He also happens to like the pick.
Yes.
Quite a bit.
I always like when Bang is being positive about things in League of Legends, because usually it's like, oh, I don't know, it's all so
I
boring.
hate Ezreal.
I only win all the time. I know he's EO in that version. But
Yeah. Some of our viewers might not even know who that is.
Eeyore?
Yeah.
I'm sad. Winnie the Pooh was my favorite as a
Then
kid.
again, Disney does have some of those weird 3D animated Winnie the Pooh TV
When they
shows.
actually released a 2D Winnie the Pooh movie about 4 or 5 years ago that was actually super good. It was obviously intended for kids, but I watched it and it had music from Zooey Deschanel from memory. It was like 68 minutes. Like, it wasn't a long movie, but it was well made.
I wouldn't expect them to make a very long
No,
feature-length Winnie the Pooh film.
I'm just biased. I do love Winnie the Pooh. Speaking of things I love, Twitch opening up.
Yeah, he's going in. That's going to be the Ash Arrow coming through, and Veritas going low. Still gets the heal out. No flash burn yet from Duel. So he tried to turn around a little bit here. Here gets traded back a little bit of damage, and Winged comes down, but he's sitting on top of a ward, so he's just going to go ahead and have to recall out of here. Whereas Malrang maybe looking for an entry point.
He's there for a counter gank largely, which isn't going to come with the Ash Hour being down. Apart from the max range Grasping Roots, they don't have a lot of engage options.
Yeah.
Could flash ult as well, I guess, if you're Ella.
Well, the push forward here from Pure might just keep them safe. There you go. Yep. He knows he's here.
Good game sense from Ella. So from Pure, because they don't have any advanced vision anywhere on the map.
Accepted. Shove that a lane here. Candy trying to bait that pool as best as he can so he can actually line up that Unleashed power. Chunks away at him, but overall won't be able to get too much done.
Frustrating lane for the side of the Syndra. Not too much you can do. Just Walking up to Raptor, queuing and getting back to lanes for a little bit extra sustain and top up.
Be all right, but Thrill of the Hunt comes down. Wing,
Nice
the
angle.
Submarine coming in. Jewel already going low. Up with the grappling roots does connect, and actually the interruption on that Stand United means that Shen has not arrived. There's no taunt. The flash forward Pure able to get the last hit. Wild Growth in onto himself, trying to keep himself alive, but the collateral damage from the sidelines will take him out. Good interruption there by Helper to get rid of the Shen. Would have almost certainly been a non-traded back kill there for Ever8 if that had happened, or had not have happened.
1 for 1 means the investment from CJ is a lot more grave, and yes, interrupted without even having to flash or ult. He did not complete the Stand United.
Thought perhaps we would have seen the Unleashed Power come there from Candy off the backside of the stun, but looks like he just wants the Vladimir to exit the lane. No, happy with the harass, but yeah, good.
It was very
initiation
decisive.
here.
It was a decisive call from CJ. They already knew heal was down as we see the interrupt coming through from Soul. Far too far up, didn't even draw a flash out of the Nautilus. Flash for an auto attack, but taking focus fire means he dies even through the Wild Growth with the from downtown collateral damage on Malrang's side. So in the end, because they used less resources and specifically Sceptred was able to stay mid lane, slight advantage over to Ever8, but I do appreciate that CJ are trying to make proactive plays happen.
It's a step in the right direction for sure. But unfortunately, trade back the kill, and they don't gain too much for it. It's about 200 gold in the lead at the moment.
King on both 80 carries. No boots for Veritas, though. He was that crown jewel in the regular season, mentioned it in the previous match, but 9.67 KDA, by far the highest in Challenger. Would be up there with anyone in the big leagues around the world, but also a symptom of the fact that the rest of the Challenger pool wasn't on the level of the two teams we're seeing right now.
And even then, comes into question as to whether or not they're on the same level as LCK, but now Candy getting jumped on, goes low, throws out the Unleashed Power, just doesn't have enough to finish off the Graves. He goes down as Sceptred picks up the kill, 2-1 to Ever8.
And they're all in onto Syndra after the early laning phase is certainly possible. This time Wing not around. Did pop his ultimate, but was too late. Wasn't going to be able to dive in onto 2, so just uses it as a gap closer for his red buff. They put down the advanced ward. They'd love first brick in the mid lane, but just trying to stop them, and he has limited wave clear himself.
We have a decent bit of damage. The wraparounds coming in, Veritas and Pure. More shots would have a turret going down. Bulla will not connect.
Respecting the fact that they could no longer see Twitch in bottom lane.
This just opens up for a bit of alone time here for Duel and Ela as they start knocking down this turret in bottom lane.
Ela will be exceedingly happy that he's no longer getting just completely owned in laning phase.
He was getting bopped.
He missed the first match. He did 3,000 damage to champions over the course of 2 games.
Well, I mean, that's if you're rounding up.
Yeah.
It's 2,700, which means that he was doing, I believe I wrote this down.
What was his DPM?
It was about 39.1.
39.1 DPM, which is
damage per minute, which is like an auto attack every minute.
The 80 carries average somewhere around 500 to 600
yes.
for context. And supports, especially when you're Lulu, who has a lot of auto attack harass, usually do pretty good numbers as well.
You can hit the glitter lance, you can drop
Look,
the
you're
shield
not
on
Zyra,
somebody.
but you do a lot of harass nonetheless.
Sure.
It just lets you know that they were drafting Kog'Maw lanes and then just so defensive on them as...
Ash Arrow not going to find much, but they do lock down Pure. Stand United coming in, keeping the Lulu alive, at least for the moment. He gets popped up. It looks like yet again interrupted on the Shen, so won't make it down to the bottom lane, and that's going to be a double kill picked up from Malrang. Roam down from Candy. Not going to find anything. Actually finds Sceptred in the river. Tosses out that Unleashed Power. Won't get much done. Both down to about half HP. Wing coming around from the sidelines. And Sceptred getting met with the rest of his team as they keep pushing forward. Flash in into the line. Not going to get the proc. Malrang gets stunned up, but Candy still trying to kite his way out to safety. Ela pushing forward. Almost lands the Grasping Roots. Don't quite connect, but he still gets slowed up and taken down. The collateral damage coming in with a delayed triple kill. Malrang finding the kill. First brick about to go over to Ever8 in the bottom lane, as well as the mid, as 2 towers are going to fall.
First time Ever8 have access to the Graves that the CJ know only too well, and they basically get everything in one fell swoop. Delayed triple kill and 2 turrets off the back of a woefully inaccurate arrow. But once again, you have to say, why is Shen ulting literally on the same screen as Nautilus? Not flashing, just point and clicked with the depth charge. 2 kills come in instantly. The only argument to ever make that play is that you don't want to commit to going into the bot lane, but that was never going to be the sort of scenario where you can freely just have the shield and stay top lane. Very questionable stuff from Soul. If it was intentional, it was non-committal, I guess you could say. Regardless, choose to believe it was a bit of an oversight on his part, and that means that his bot lane gets further and further behind.
We've had a couple times tonight where Soul has done some fairly questionable things. So this is just going to be tacked onto the list. Septed going to go ahead, throws down that ultimate. Hemoplague in onto Veritas, who goes invisible. Chunks him down to about half HP just on the 1 proc. Now Septed all on his lonesome, on Thrill the Hunt coming through. His wing jumps in, makes it into the pool, trying to get back in underneath the turret, but this should be a dead Vladimir, you'd have to expect, but no, actually. Wing goes low, the transfusion's doing some work. He will finally get popped in the end. Takes all 3 members to finish him off.
No idea what Septed was doing, going in aggressively with no one on even his side of the map. Maybe buying time. If he knew his own demise, then he certainly did distract for a little while.
He heard we were talking about Soul and he wanted some attention, so he decided to do something equally confusing.
That's the sort of play where if your team is getting first brick on the top side, you're like, okay, that was probably fine, but there was already 2 turrets down, so this ended up being a bit of a rush of blood to his head and over-aggression from the side of Septed. Scenario where it's not too bad, though. His team is pretty considerably ahead.
Yeah, they get the 3rd outer turret, so they at least get an objective. They do trade the bottom for it. Ultimately, Ever8's still going to be in control of this first game thus far. 3.3 thousand in the lead, 5-2 as far as the kills are concerned. Ocean Drake not going to get touched yet, but seems like it'll be an inevitability.
It's always certainly a potential.
Again, just have to roll the dice on it, hope that you get something else afterward that isn't another Ocean or a Cloud Drake.
Not too bad on the side of Ashe, you'd say, just because of the volley harass and the Essence Reaver build no longer being a thing, but when you have to really scramble for features that make the Ocean Drake strong in a comp, that lets you know that an 18-minute Ocean Drake is just not going to be very relevant.
Yeah. Just having Duel and Ela shift over to this mid lane. Maintain control here. All wrong. Oh. Just find Pure. Thrill the Hunt comes through. He's going to take that Blast Cone back out over the wall, gets himself to safety.
Trying to rush over.
He's going to have to try to get out of here.
Well, they really
United coming through, the jumping in, looking for him. Bull still available. And again, Stand United going to get interrupted, so there's no taunt. Now they're going to try to turn this one back around. Arrives to get the root down. Ashe Arrow coming through, locks up Veritas, but meanwhile, Candy does get the pop in onto the Zyra, taking him down with the unleashed powers. So a 1 for 0. A lot invested from the side of CJ, but they get the kill.
Well, you won't be surprised to know that Soul didn't complete his ultimate on Shen.
Oh yeah, I already called, yep. Saw that one.
At this point, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. He just wants to put the shield up because there's no way he would make the same mistake 3 times.
Well, maybe?
I'd need to see a replay to confirm it, but
I don't know. We've seen some weird stuff. So I don't know if I'd be terribly shocked, but at the same time, it is trending in that direction.
Still won the trade, so that time, definitely don't feel so bad.
Soul for Duel, finds the lockdown. Can't get here in time, doesn't have the ultimate. Flash over the wall. We'll take the Ashe out to safety, but nice little exchange there. Taunt for Flash.
Yeah, turrets going down is a big advantage to the side of CJ, because then you can make the submarine plays we're looking forward to with the Twitch. The more open the map is, the more likely Twitch can open up from a favorable angle and punish positioning on the side of Ever8 winners. So all the lead is there with the conventional comp. Never quite sure which way the Twitch will go, and the late game, certainly we've already seen some monstrous Twitch damage from the side of Soul on Kongru Monster in our last game.
Yep.
Malrang is really, really strong. It's the sort of Graves play we were seeing from Peanut in the LCK final. Item build does dwarf his opponent due to the extra gold he's picked up.
Ocean Drake goes down. It's going to be an Infernal Drake. There you go. The investment pays off. Well, as long as they pick up the Infernal Drake, that is. But at least they know that there's something better waiting on the other side.
Ever8 will start to play the map. They can have Ghost Flash Vladimir in a side lane, and as we've talked about many times today already, and over the course of the season, CJ have to be a bit more on point with the Syndra, who would rather be in the mid lane, can't afford to just have her wave clearing at her inner turret. So you really need to get a pretty robust control ward line to allow Syndra to make her way between top and mid and look for picks. Otherwise, you just end up with wave clear Syndra, which is a sad time. Doesn't have cleanse, remember, went Ghost Flash, so no QSS either. So has to be so shallow in the mid lane to respect the Ash Arrow.
Well, at least Candy was able to pick up a Morellonomicon and didn't have to rush the Zonias like we saw from Pawn.
You end in weird spots like this where Twitch is walking up to a Vladimir, and that could easily turn around quickly.
Yeah. Candy, speaking of turning things around, pushing forward, looking for the turret, gonna go low. Stand United comes out, tosses out a Q, won't find Duel, but Winged has got him locked down and should just come up with his kill, but actually the heal comes out. A couple more hits actually would finish off the Rengar. Duel makes it out with his life. Surprisingly slow. Flash forward into the dredge line. Helper assassinating Winged on his exit, now looking for Soul. Should have plenty of CC here from the team. Lock him down, but the Wild Growth does buy them sometimes. Septic flashing over the wall, dropping the Hemo Plague, looking for Veritas. He flashes over the wall. The pop, barely not going to be enough. As they turn back in, the Grasping Roots yet again accurate. Coming through from Ella. They lock him down, they take him out. 2 kills picked up, almost 4 for the side of Ever8. They're going to be looking at Baron.
Felt like we had the eulogy written for Duel, but he didn't die. Kept hitting the Blade of the Ruin King 15% lifesteal. Did the heavy work, and they turn on to Baron. Only Candy and Pure have any semblance of a health bar. No way that Rengar can be here. Veritas stuck around. He's going to have to open up and hope to get a steal. Baron's low.
Coming through. Unleashed Power goes through on Deceptive, but he makes it into the Zonies, and that's going to be Baron picked up here by Ever8. Now looking for more kills. Proto Belt forward into the face of Veritas, takes him down. Candy trying to exit, but flash over the wall from Balrog takes him out for the double kill. And Ever8 have blown this game wide open.
Yeah, Malrang popping off, really good, aggressive play from Scepted, flashing over and almost killing the backline earlier. Means that the Baron is academic for them, and it all started in really curious fashion. Ella came from out of vision, popped them up, but the first instinct from Duel was respect. He jumps back, he respects the fact that it could be backup, but you think this is going to be Wing taking down Duel, but remember, he lost the 1v1 matchup to the enemy Graves. Doesn't have the items, didn't have Black Cleaver as this clip starts. Very nice stuff from Helper. High risk, but high reward in getting a single pick, and because it means that Soul is suddenly in the middle of nobody, in middle of nowhere. Oh, this is a hard one to say. No man's land when it comes to being able to get out. Scepter just goes full Rambo mode in the backline. And
so close.
Yeah, Pure and Veritas to 1v2'd in that regard. They take down Soul, they turn on to Baron, they take it cleanly. Win-win-win for Ever8 winners.
Yeah, absolutely. Now a massive gold lead opened up for these guys. As I guess we're just going to get the full replay, which means that there's nothing going on in the live view. There we go. We'll come back in. So yeah, 10-3 to get you caught up. It's definitely on the way of Ever8 in these last couple minutes of this game.
And all you people that ban Graves in solo queue now get to see the Graves you fear the most coming through from Mara. He is now tanky, a frontliner, and also a massive damage dealer. So when you hit 7-0-1, you do everything as Graves, and there's really not much CJ Entus can do to answer that.
Yep. I mean, if you turn the nameplates off, this could be, you know, SK Telecom versus Janair, or BBQ with Peanut on the Graves, or Blank on the Graves. Could very much just be swapped over like that. Ball
he got
wrong.
it.
Yep. Yeah, takes it
Was
out.
there any doubt?
Not really. You know, it's the collateral damage.
Guys, again, missed the first game. Story from Malrang is this is a guy you need to keep tabs on. He will be someone that will be a top jungler in Korea at some point. In terms of challenger talent, only debuted in February. The first ever player born in 2000 or later to be playing on the OGN stage. And he was a star in the regular season. He was a star in the grand finals. He's already played in what is a big match. 17 and just 2 months is Malrang. His mechanics on both Lee Sin and Graves, but in general, are super polished, and it's cool to see him having popping off already, you know, 3 games into his tenure on this great stage.
Yeah, I mean, he's making a case for himself. You have to think, you know, worst case scenario. All of that thought actually is when he gets jumped on. Stand United coming through, trying to keep him alive. So they force out quite a bit there.
Didn't get interrupted.
But yeah, didn't get interrupted this time. Congratulations, Soul. Achievement unlocked. But I was going to say, even if Everett wasn't able to make it in. This is going to be him making quite a case for himself to get picked up by another team. But now Helper getting jumped on, taking the dredge line in underneath the turret, but really just buying time for the rest of his team to go ahead and start this push down to the bottom side of the map where they want to open up onto this inhib turret. And here we go. This is the next level wet noodle fight when it's actually 4v1 and Helper is still staying alive, pops the shield, and buys just that much more time. That will be, as you can see, the inhib going down right as we enter into a pause.
This is the sort of part where if this was actually a scrim, it'd be like, all right, we're done, next game.
Hello, the Nautilus didn't die?
No, but literally, if this is a scrim and they take down Inhibitor and think they're going to lose, they would just surrender at this point.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe they just don't want this one on their tournament history, you know?
That could happen,
that's a client error.
Yeah, seems like we have an issue with the game itself. No peripherals this time around. So, we'll have to try to close this out, get them reconnected and back into the game so we can finish this one off.
Silence around the Sangam East Stadium. We hope to get through this particular issue. Hopefully it's not in any way a massive bug. It's not, thankfully.
Hooray! All right, already got it taken care of. So inhib down. Now as Everett continue the push, and just 26 minutes into this game about. They're in a very good spot. Plus they have an Infernal Drake spawning in about 50 seconds.
Well, Help has had enough of this rubbish. Gonna buy a Guardian Angel. Doesn't want to die anytime soon. His perfect KDA has gone away. Malrang decides he needs more damage now as he wants to kill the Shen, I guess, with this Last Whisper.
Plus the Sterix Gauge just to really keep himself in the fight.
Pretty ineffective Last Whisper if you consider that he has Black Cleaver and there's only a Warden's Mail and some Ninja Tabis on the side of CJ.
Oh, now there's a Randuin's.
Oh. I guess Mortal Reminder would take away some of the HP from the Lulu ultimate and the healing from Winged. So Mortal Reminder, I guess, when it's complete, it's not bad. But when you're this far ahead, sometimes it's weird itemization-wise. You never want to buy like an Infinity Edge and then find out that you're not doing enough damage.
I think Everett's going to find out that they're in a pretty good spot as far as the damage is concerned.
It's like one of those what-if games, because remember, they pigeonhole themselves so hard on the Kog'Maw Lulu duo lanes and ended up just seeding early game far too hard to Jin Air in our first series of the day. So feels like kind of been a what-if when we see them play, relatively standard and play so well as Submarine time.
Yeah, Submarine's going on a hunt here, looking for Balrog. Taunt into the flash. As they try to lock him down, the Sterix Gauge is popped. He gets absolutely annihilated over the wall by Candy. Now, Everett, they're going to have to try to exit. Winged charging forward, thrill of the hunt, keeping them in vision as the rest of CJ tries to collapse in from below. Dredge line comes out, locks down Pure. Going to try to finish them off. Candy goes down, Emo play coming through. Can they get the pop? He flashes away, keep himself alive, but Septon is able to get rid of Pure. In the meantime, a double kill, a triple comes through as he finishes off his Candy and Veritas. Can he make it the Quadra? Not quite gonna happen. Helper comes up with a kill of his own as Septon is taken down. But a very explosive fight for Everett, turning it completely on its head.
A true 4v5, and yet it still goes only one way. It's the way of Everett. Helper teleports in to keep the super minion alive. They're going to look to try at least take a Nexus Star before dead. And then we got game one in the bag.
There we go. They knocked down the first one. Wing just desperately trying to defend. Still 15 seconds out from Candy, 10 from Veritas, but it looks like they might be able to finish this off in the meantime. The turret going down. Be one hell of a final defense, but doesn't seem like it's going to be possible. Redemption desperately tossed out by Pure as the Nexus will crumble, and Everett pick up game one. Less than 30 minutes on the clock. Bit of a slow start, but they explode forward and they come up with a victory.
Malrang finally has the sort of game that the fans around the world will see that justifies the hype on the shoulders of this young 17-year-old jungle prodigy. In terms of this particular game, CJ Entus, for the third game in a row, didn't get an early lead and felt like Everett dictated to them. After that point, the Syndra job well answered by the Kuzan-inspired Vladimir pick. No Juggermore losing the 2v2 heavily. The Ashe did just fine, even if the Ashe arrow accuracy wasn't Prey-esque, and Everett pretty comfortable winners in game one of our elimination match, and we're one game away from CJ being condemned to another season in Challenger.
Yep. Everett, very convincing victory here for them, but they're not out of the woods yet. We'll see if they can replicate that performance, if not have a cleaner one, or if CJ will take us to a third and final game. Don't go anywhere, guys. When we come back, we'll have game number 2, CJ Entus versus Everett.
All on the line for CJ, now or never. This is their best chance.
We'll see if they can do it, or if they will be facing another season in Challenger, something they desperately want to avoid. Don't go anywhere.
fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll. So grab the duffel bag and let's roll.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Taking a look at the damage charts here for game number one. You can see Septid popping off there with that Vladimir as Everett come out on top over CJ Antis.
And Marang got the most kills, but did no damage, it turns out, because everyone else did damage. At least Ella shakes off his 2 games of 2,700 damage, plays some Zyra. That's a good way to pump out the damage, getting 8,700 himself.
Yeah, Malrong just being a filthy KSer. Just taking him away with that collateral damage. No, but really helping bring the team together.
We're back.
And they come out on top. So CJ looking a bit lost there, you'd have to say. They put that comp together, having the submarine, and just does not find success.
And now, in that really awkward spot where 1 game away, just a single game away from falling to Challenger, which would mean that over the course of the entire regular season, they dropped 4 games. If they get out of this tournament today, it would be 4 games just in 1 day, which is not something that CJ have experienced, and also will call into question the obviously significant investment when you're having these LCK level players into making it into Challenger, and so making it into champions during the first part of the task, but this is the business end, and so far the business hasn't been good enough from CJ Entus.
Yeah, it was one of the saddest things I had to do last year when we relegated CJ Entus out of the LCK, and I might just have to relegate them back into Challenger again.
Well, we cut them out of our lives, you know, unwittingly, unwantedly, a famous organization, but, you know, letting them back in seems to be pretty hard as well. You know, we're trying. We want to give them back. We want to see the CJ that we heard murmurs of in February, the CJ that we remember from the past, but that's not them, unfortunately.
Yep. They had a bad breakup, and I just don't know if we can.
It was an emotional one.
Yeah.
I personally was really sad to see an org that famous. I would have felt the same if the Glad plane could no longer ride anymore in LCK, but the players, they look serious. They all have individual experience, but it's a tough ask. They need to win 2 games in a row or this journey is over.
Yep. Well, they got reverse swept in their final there in Challenger. Now they need to do just that here with this final best of 3 of the day. CJ can be swapping over to the blue side. Ever8 now on the red.
If I personally was running formats, I'd probably have the elimination matches best of 5. Feels weird to have winners matches being best of 3, but
I have to agree with you.
Losing 2 games and being out is harsh. You know, there's no other way to put it. It is definitely harsh, but we'll focus on the task at hand. We don't get any input onto formats. We just get to talk about the video games. And sadly, Helper will not be playing the Rumble. Predictable ban on blue side, but remember, CJ were forced to ban Rumble on red side. They have to ban it on blue because Soul's Rumble's not up to the level that needs to be to justify a first pick status.
Yep. And Kennen, yet again, will not be seen today. Banned out in every single game thus far.
I wonder what the most banned champion will be at MSI. Kennen's probably, if there was a betting market for most banned champion, I think that Kennen was pretty high on that one. Kennen, Graves, Lee Sin maybe.
Which means we're not getting a championship Kennen skin.
No.
They should take the most banned into consideration as well.
I mean,
as the most
Cyrene was
picked.
doing an interesting thought process in that. Does a tier 2 jungler or support actually probably is the most likely? You think about champions that get through every game, those are the most likely, given that pick rate seems to be the main consideration. But Kog'Maw banned away, so they don't want to see Ever8 return to the Kog'Maw drafts, but those weren't so good for Ever8, so...
Yeah, was actually kind of doing him a favor here.
I think Ashe or Varus is probably more of a blocker pick to stop them going standard, because standard looked great from the side of Ever8.
I mean, you saw Duel doing it very well on the Ashe, surviving through that onslaught and actually helping get the kill on Wing.
The impact of banning the Kog'Maw is now Graves and Camille are both open. So if that's something that CJ want to take, Camille has gone very far in pick and bans throughout the course of today, even though we're not on patch 7.7 and beyond, where the nerfs start to get really serious to the side of Camille. So still expected to be a pretty high tier pick. Graves the expected ban for Ever8 winners, but they will ban the Camille. So if Winged wants the Graves, it is available. And when it comes to clean answers, there's no Lee Sin or even Rengar to answer.
So I'm on the Graves there in Game 1 versus Kongdu Monster, and we'll see it yet again. Whether or not it's going to be enough to help them get the win, we'll have to see how his performance is.
Overwhelming the most powerful champion available at first pick, so no surprise in the draft.
Yeah, now no Lee Sin, no Rengar. Where do we see Malrong go? Perhaps just something like the Elise. Start building in towards a pick comp as
if you look at his
the Ashe
regular
would also do
season,
well.
he likes the Kha'Zix, which is still a pick for some people. And I love the Ashe again. I thought that would have been the more likely ban when it came to 80 carries. Kha'Zix is probably the other big one. He's played a game of Ivern, but if we're not seeing a Kog'Maw, we're probably not seeing an Ivern. Sad days.
We'll see as they run this one down. See if they want to prioritize the jungle now or maybe see the support come out. Feels like maybe it will be the jungle here.
Could just go for a flex pick.
Okay.
Expected to be Helper on the top lane Gragas, given that he played it twice in their first match, and it was banned away, if I remember correctly, in Game 1.
Yeah. Yeah, CJ did ban that away on the red side, so a bit of a comfort there for Helper. And a LeBlanc available will get picked up here for Candy.
Early blind pick does mean that they kind of force Ever8 if they want to take either the Karma or the Lulu that we saw from Faker at this particular juncture, although there hasn't been a lot of bans towards utility mid laners or support flex picks. Regardless, very early draft of the LeBlanc. Haven't seen Ever8, so haven't seen the LeBlanc on the winning side too many times today. And speaking of early drafts, very early Ezreal from the side of CJ, but it is an answering draft to the Ashe.
All right, well, it's going to be the top lane and support what we're looking for here for the side of CJ as Ever8 enter into their final pick. Still expecting to see jungle here, which could draw out some support bans from the side of CJ.
But will we finally see the mid lane Jace?
Very well could. Gets locked in. Still that outside chance that it goes to the top lane. And we see that Gragas in the jungle. But
oh, it's Helper, though. Helper can play Rumble, but his other carry picks were never really big for him. And Sceptid already had a massive series on the Jace during the course of the Challenger playoffs, so heavily expected to be mid lane Jace. Matchup against LeBlanc's a fiery one, actually. You know, Hex Drinker can be itemized into, but it's all about the long-range poke or the all-in, so different identities in the mid lane. If we do see that matchup, double support ban already put towards Pure.
These bans are just flying off the charts here. Elise taken away by CJ, and the Brand Thresh by Ever8. So, the Thresh definitely one to be respected there from Pure.
Be the last ban here, because at least, you know, the power jungle that's still available. Will there be any more targeting towards Malrang? No, this will be tank top laner with the Nautilus. So CJ also unconvinced that this will be anything but a top lane, a mid lane Jace.
Still respecting that it could see, no, they could see the Gragas.
Oh, there could be a lot of flexing, right? Because Gragas and Jace both very flexible.
Yeah. So for now,
speaking
Ever8,
of flexes,
yeah, going to be hiding their mid lane at the moment with the hover over the Lulu. 100% pick rate today, as it does get locked in here, likely for Ella.
Yeah, Lulu Karma, the god tier, it feels in support, as Tahm Kench has always been pretty deprioritized.
Interesting to see the Lulu come back through. I mean, extra added support there with the wild growth, but the Zyra still available for Ella.
Again, we could still have some sick flexes here. Could still be Lulu mid lane against the LeBlanc, so this is a very deceptive draft from CJ. CJ just have to go super, super standard with their support and top lane drafts, and Shen certainly fits the bill on that one. Low wave clear, apart from when LeBlanc is able to prep the minion wave and Q, or when Graves walks in. They seem to have a couple of disagreements on support choice, but will go pretty normal in the Karma.
Karma or Zyra. The hover of the Tahm Kench is well tossed in there.
So will we see jungle drafted, or is one of these roles flexing is the question. Still could be jungle Gragas, mid lane Lulu, top lane Jace. So a lot of drafts can come through, and that's why CJ had to go pretty standard with their last two picks. Looks like the Lulu will be a support Lulu.
Which means that it's going to be a jungle Gragas and a top Jace if this Cassiopeia gets locked in.
Tricky, tricky draft from Ever8, but it's the sort of tricky draft where sometimes you can trick yourselves by flexing too far. We'll wait and see. Malrang definitely most known for his Graves Lee Sin. Lee spanned away, so they had to go somewhere, and would have been a tier 2 jungle pick, whatever you say. Interesting draft. So we will not see the mid lane Jace that Sceptid ran wild with during the playoffs. End result is once again this LeBlanc versus Cassiopeia matchup that has been a favorite of the players today.
They're really taking their time swapping this Jace and the Gragas. The clock's running down.
And you think there could be a mid lane, jungle Jace? Hasn't been Sin in professional play.
They'd have to swap it right now.
Wow.
Okay. Well, I have to scratch off my sheet here for another time. So
jungle
Gragas.
Jace is something that has been Sin in solo queue, that has been messed around with, but in professional play, it was the meme around KT Rolster that Score had to play it in the jungle to open up the 5-way flex.
Yeah.
They're going to win a first jungle Jace of all things. Malrang's aggression. You thought it was going to be the Gragas. We've got a jungle Jace.
Well, if Zig is watching, I'm sure he's pretty excited.
OGN's showing the graphics, so clearly this is not going to be a remake.
Yeah, this will in fact be jungle Jace
Which
from Elrond.
jungle AD carry wears it better?
We don't have data points for this. We don't know. I think you'd have to say on paper the Graves, because he's going to have a better time clearing, at least until those items start rolling through for the Jace.
Jace's level 3 gank is actually pretty fierce.
I mean, Shock Blast out of the Fog of War, get a nice burst of damage, clear the distance to the skies, but you have to survive through the jungle first.
This 17-year-old upstart jungler, 2 months into his professional career, wants to get into the next day of competition on Jungle Jace. Gotta watch this one.
All right, well, will it? We're gonna find out as we jump onto the Rift for game 3, or game number 2, sorry. I don't care if we're not supposed to talk right now. It was a bit of a mess up. This jungle Jace is throwing me for a loop, Papa Smithy. I don't know what's happening anymore. My world is crumbling around me.
My favorite part is that Winged is the grizzled veteran for sure, has been around the block for a long time, and he's like, wait, what?
I've already been awake for 12 hours. I'm just, I don't even know what to think anymore with this pickup. I mean, I'm really excited. Most people know I'm a very big fan of Jace.
You kind of look like Jace.
Well, thank you.
That is a compliment, actually.
That's because I can't.
If I said you kind of look like Gragas, like, wait, what?
Huh?
I wonder what skill you start with is interesting too. Could just be W to clear the Raptors.
Yeah, maybe. Otherwise, the AoE from the Shock Blast?
I mean, Q is really not very much.
I mean, CJ, they're just going to go for the push here.
I mean, why wouldn't you invade? It's
there's
the jungle
nothing
Jace.
that you can really do.
It
is the Shock Blast. And he's going to lose out on pretty much all of the little ones. He's only picked up one minion thus far.
Big commitment. Good AoE on the side of Everate, so you have to be careful here if you're CJ.
Well, he doesn't have to use the smite at least, so doesn't get slowed down in that regard, but otherwise loses out on quite a bit.
A lot of us are learning here. Innovative new pick on the side of Everate winners, actually flexing the Jace to the jungle. Of all the flexes we considered, this was not one of them. As we're going to look at some of the leash ranges.
We were figuring out some pretty complicated swaps too, but this
I mean, the draft was literally Graves, Jace, Ashe, and Lulu at that juncture, so a lot could happen. Cassiopeia squared it up, and we thought we were getting the jungle Jace. So jungle Gragas and the top Jace, so at least I feel vindicated that Jace is really not a helper champion, because it's not. Saw him play on multiple teams, and he wasn't known for his top lane carries like a So1, for example, or Smeb more famously.
Well, we're seeing something new here as Malrang continues through the jungle. So far, having a decent time of it. And to use the smite there on the blue buff.
And if I had to create an analogy for jungle Jace when it comes to what he does from the jungle, he's not a level 6 jungler like Graves, given that his level 6 is not actually a meaningful skill or new skill. The big thing is, he actually reminds me a bit of Lee Sin because your burst combo on ganks is very, very high. Accelerated Shock Blast into human form QE with gap close is 300 damage even early from the jungle. So clearing the jungle, not necessarily trivial, but good amount of on-hit lifesteal coming through from the starting jungle item. It is gimmicky, for sure, but it is the sort of pick that surprises people in solo queue, and CJ have come in trying to be practiced, tried to be very normal, and this is the epitome of the opposite coming through from Everate.
It definitely is. I mean, he's managing it rather well so far.
Again, Malrang is outstandingly talented when it comes to micro skill, and he's so young. I mean, consider that when Score was famously playing in the original OGN tournament, played 5 years ago in February, Malrang was 12. He was actually 11 when the tournament started and turned 12 during the course of that tournament. Such has been the amount of time that the professional scene has been going in Korea.
Such a little babby.
That's a long time to practice your mechanics, though, Kilios.
This is true.
Not actually sure when he first started playing, but you can best believe it wasn't recently.
Lots of hours at the PC Bong.
Wonder what he told his mother he was doing.
I'm studying.
I'm on Encarta. That doesn't work in 2017. I'm on Wikipedia.
Yep. Well, for now, things gonna start off rather slowly.
We say this a lot, and it is a small tournament.
Well, I say this a lot, and then action always happens here. Septic getting pitched on. There's on the poison, trying to trade back in onto Candy, but walks into the face of Winged. Doesn't flash in.
Yeah, only uses Cleanse. Being shadowed by Malrang. Again, we say this a lot. It is a challenger game, so less people are watching, but not the day to play Korean solo queue.
I was thinking about streaming after this, too.
And now you know better.
Yeah, I know. You know what? I'm just going to pick Jace. I'll just take it in the top or the mid lane, and then they can't run it in the jungle.
Well, you got to get your Korean skills ready to request the Jace, because someone else locking in for jungle before your pick.
All right, I've had some interesting games as of late.
Tracker's Knife, the first. The early part of the... I mean, honestly, the build is pretty straightforward. Remember that Jungle Jace, I was never seen in competitive, I don't believe. I'm sure someone who's from one of the, former wildcard regions could maybe correct me. I don't believe it's ever been played professionally, but it is better than it was in the past, even when Jace's numbers were higher, because remember, the reliance on tier isn't there, so mana sustain is a lot more straightforward for the Jace. getting through the jungle when his mana costs were buffed recently.
Straight into the face. That shock blast there. Candy gets chunked down, winged now, joining in the mid lane, but can't do a whole lot of anything, and Ella was already prepared with the roam up.
DJ trying to clear vision. We can maybe take our eyes off the Jace pick for a moment and talk about what these comps are trying to do. Everate sets up under turrets pretty well, as Jace and Ashe can delete them, and they have Gragas and Cassiopeia poison zone. Try and take those turrets, where CJ looking to make the true 1-3-1 happen. Taking an early turret, big for CJ. They can just have Ezreal building up his tier in the mid lane while the 1-3-1 starts with Candy and Soul. That is definitely going to be their main goal in the early game. So look for them to really rotate around turret dives to try and end the laning phase in either top or bot and start their rotations, because 1-3-1 heavily favors CJN.
Steady as she goes thus far. Duel coming out on top as far as the CS is concerned in the bottom lane. Veritas going for that early tier. This time around, not going to be seeing any of that Vamp Scepter like we saw earlier on. You can see the clear speed here. Not going to be fantastic from Malrong. 22 to 43 CS as Winged is up ahead of him. So
Scepter knows not to play too close to the wall when Graves could be around. Graves is level 6, so the burst is probably more than half Sept's HP bar if he gets hit with everything.
Yeah, couple that with the Distortion and the Sigil coming out of Candy, and it's probably going to be a dead Cassiopeia. Dashing forward, Wing comes over the wall. Scepter goes quite low, tosses out that Petrifying Gaze. Won't get the lock up in on the Wing, but Shock Blast takes him down pretty significantly. Have to respect him though, he is level 6, has that collateral damage.
Flash and collateral damage up, so no threat of being all in. Continue to play up as he wants to steal away the enemy red buff.
Yeah, getting ready to spawn here shortly. Throws down the ward over the wall though, not wanting to commit in for it yet.
That's why Malrong actually changed his pathing, was going to run straight to blue, then realizes that his red might be stolen, so straddling the line between both.
Bring around, but actually might just find the Graves yet again. Now that he's dashed into the brush here. And now it's going to be the chain coming down, Scepted low. Collateral damage could finish him off, but a nice run to the side takes him out to safety. Now the jump in from Malrong gets the E off on the Wing, popping him away as the Stand United will not be completed.
Yeah, mistake from Scepted, actually cleansed too early on the chain. Still had the reduced duration that comes through from the cleanse passive. Was able to get out.
Keeps himself alive, but that's going to be a flash down for the Cassiopeia. Still first blood eluding us.
Farming phase, to me, suits the Graves pretty swimmingly. Graves can itemize into being a true frontliner in team fights and DPS and to some degree tank threat, whereas Jace's itemization is usually pretty limited in that regard. I imagine he'll go lethality from the jungle, but we do have precisely 0 data points to draw from.
Start looking at LP.GG, look at some Jace jungle games. Try to give you the best stats I can get.
Definitely couldn't. Again, it would be in the infancy or in a non-LCS region. I'd remember if it was played. At least I'd like to think I'd remember if it was played ever in LCS. Feels like the only time where it could be played in the jungle, it was so good in lanes that there was no real reason to flex it like that.
Especially back in the day, I mean, you already talked about the Tier of the Goddess, but being able to get the free stacks from just changing your stance.
Tier jungle is
absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, in the Nidalee days where Tier Nidalee was common, there was never a jungle Jace as far as I remember. But willing to be corrected, so please be vigilant. Tweet at us if you can remember any professional games of jungle Jace. Suffice to say, hasn't been played much.
Oh, hello. All wrong. Finding a couple there. You're going to mitigate a lot of that damage with his own shield. The Skies forward, looking for Wings, he's low on mana. Ease him back up the river, trying to get the hits in, slowing him up with the red buff. Wild Growth comes through, pops him up, and that's going to be the first blood coming through. Malrong claims it on the Jace.
And you have to think it was a confidence draft, and then confidence play actually ended up hammer hitting him out of the Ashe Arrow, but didn't matter. He's invested in an extra ultimate and picked it up in the mid lane. Also, Candy taking a lot of trade damage.
Yeah, just getting destroyed by Scepted at the moment.
Hasn't gone respectful in the itemization at all.
No, go for it, Malrong. I thought he was going to wrap around trying to find the Shock Blast.
He wouldn't have killed.
A bit damn close, though. Might have been enough to force a flash.
It's true.
Knee-jerk reaction, perhaps.
speaking of jerks, Marang just walks up and does the thing that mid lane Jaces do when they get ahead. Go by a lane, drive by chunk someone, and head back to mid lane.
Just get some damage down onto the turret for now. Get too much more outside of that. You're getting slowed up by the Miasma. But don't want to dive in with just that Jace. No to the skies over the wall. That'll just be the recall coming out. Mountain Drake, I thought maybe we would see started off the backside of the pick on a winged, but they just let that one stand for a bit longer.
One of the fun things about this particular game to draft Jungle Jace is that before the turrets go down on the perspective of CJ, you can basically do a Graves jungle impression in even a more superior fashion because, hey, Jace's ganks, situational, can work, don't always work. Jace's ability to take down a turret if you have the extra vision, harass people away from the turret is massive. So the turret DPSing game is possible.
Oh, lockdown, nice petrifying gaze there from Septid. James will not connect. He barely lives through the collateral damage. Again, Stand United used, not going to connect as Helper tosses out that explosive cast. Big shock blast in on the wing, not enough to take him down, but enough to threaten him back to the base you would have to expect. Well, down bot. That's going to be the Ash Arrow thrown out. Veritas has to flash away.
And this series definitely has the most cancelled Shen ultimates of all time. We're at 4 so far.
By Soul.
Yep. So, 6 strategies are the best way for us to look at it at this point. Jace is back again.
Yeah, Tri-Brush ordered out. Finds a hit onto Pure. Can't make his way in close enough. Doesn't want to go under the tower yet again.
Summon is up as well. Helper may have overextended too far.
Soul trying to get some revenge from having yet another Stand United foiled here. Two-shot barrage tossed out, just trying to clear out that wave in bot. Looks like it'll do what's necessary for the most part. Pure goes low though. More shock blast. Accelerated or not would finish him off. So he just goes ahead, peels all the way back towards the tier 2.
Yeah, Marang, like we say, he's going for the lane push. It reminds me of a long time ago when Insect played the jungle Nasus and just walked up and pushed lanes. They can do so much fast pushing, insane pushing ability with 3-point hyperdrive Jace.
Well, wave clear now coming through.
That's why they invest Septid as well to try and take over this lane. As that LeBlanc is walking very suspiciously, so they know it's the clone.
Oh, Wing getting found, takes a lot of damage. Well, I thought he was going to commit in for that one. Honestly, would have been the kill. If not, just a flash away from the Graves. They delay a little bit longer. Shock Blast barely misses. And Ash Arrow almost available here for duel. We'll see how long they want to stick around in the bottom lane.
I feel like we're robbed of interviews, that we won't have an interview with Marang about the jungle Jace, but hopefully Omos or Inven will pick up the slack and ask him about it. It's very situational. You have to have a really good understanding of your lanes and vision to be able to play this basically annoyance game of looking for the turrets over anything else.
Petrifying Gaze. Not going to find the connection, but Ash Arrow comes through. They find Veritas. Shock Blast body blocked here by Pure. The exhaust comes down.
Double teleport.
Now all the teleports coming through. This Helper about to arrive as well. Cancels his in the last second. Now CJ Entis will have the upper hand. Chain comes down. Balrog going to get flash taunted in by Soul. Gets a smack in, knocking him underneath the turret, but won't be enough damage to follow up to take him out. Helper just going to try to buy some time and get some damage down onto that turret at the moment, but a nice kill picked up here for CJ, finally putting themselves on the board and keeping the gold very close.
It's a big swing if they're able to take a turret. Remember how low the bot lane turret had gotten.
There's no minions in mid.
Wild Growth not used. May have been a mana problem, couldn't tell as the actual killing blow came through, but it will be first brick over to CJ against the run of play, sticking the landing on investing double teleport.
Yep.
Got that all-important objective.
Setting themselves up into a lead, and they could honestly just rotate over and take that Mountain Drake if they so choose. Turret and bottom just so close to going down, but they turn that one on its head. It's a 1.2,000 gold lead. About a 1,000 gold lead now here in favor of CJ.
Not a standing gold, but we talked about how important it was when you run double teleport, as CJ is, in terms of opening the map. So taking down the first turret, now being able to park LeBlanc in a side lane where she can safely wave clear, is pretty massive for the side of CJ, and yeah, well, passing the window where this jungle Jace will be at its strongest. If ever he has to respect being collapsed on, then suddenly overextending for turret damage will no longer be a possibility for the jungle Jace. And Jace's pick has always fallen off coming into the late game as the poke damage falls behind, and his item timings will be delayed. Warrior Enchant is no longer any semblance of armor penetration or lethality. It's only cooldown reduction, so does feel like they have to be very precise on their timings to justify the jungle Jace.
Well, for now, still going to be very close. If they can knock down that turret and bot, they would just about retake that gold lead here. Keep things extremely even. Now poking around here in the mid lane. Shock Blast coming through. See, chunking down Veritas about 30% at a time. Not that big burst that you typically see from those lane Jaces.
Veritas doesn't have Blade of the Ruin King yet, so doesn't have the lifesteal to trivialize the 30%.
Well, that's going to be Mountain Drake going over to CJ Entis. The wards around that top side of the bottom river. Just so much vision provided to them. So perfectly safe to go ahead and take this one away. Looks like it's going to be a Cloud Drake, I believe, to follow up. Now they're going to be looking for this top turret. You mentioned how much they can shred these down. You can see it right there as it's knocked down below half HP.
They would have loved a way to pick up a Mountain Drake, but didn't find one. They are, however, giving up control around the mid lane. Cassiopeia's wave clear will stop the first minion wave from being the one to take it down, but the next one you have to think will get it done.
Duel will be able to go ahead and get this one conceded over by Salt. Thought maybe he'd go in for the taunt.
Luckily, it suddenly is completely equal.
Yeah, just a bit of back and forth here. Shock Blast not finding its mark. Looking for Veritas with that poke. Won't be able to find it. Dashes very aggressively forward into Septid's face. Thought maybe we'd see the Petrifying Gaze. Try to lock him up, but no one else near enough to try to capitalize on that play, so he holds on to it.
Wanted to see the minion wave stay as full as possible so that you get a damage trade onto Cassiopeia, then turn it into this mid lane turret that so far has eluded them. Equal in gold between the junglers, and Graves does scale better with items than Jace does, at least in terms of team fight.
Shot Barrage out, just trying to keep the waves from pushing in. Recalls will come out for CJ. You can see Candy actually rotating up towards that top side of the map where the turret's been taken, has that Gunblade ready to go. Really confident to duel whoever goes towards him.
This meta, it's so rare to have Jace on your team and also a true tank. They kind of have a bit of everything. A true tank frontliner, a long-range poke and turret taker, and then Cassiopeia, a team fight champion. A duelist as well, so they have a bit of everything on the side of Everate, but don't necessarily have a specialization. Whereas CJ have the 1-3-1 comp with good team fight options as well. Standing gold largely taken now. Low health mid lane turret, the last point of pressure for Everate.
Candy's going to get a decent push here, as well as Winged. He joins in.
Nothing Helper can do.
Yeah, he's going to have to let this one go. I mean, basically would be walking up to toss out the explosive cast. Comes back in, yeah, the turret will go down, but Everate, they're happy to trade this out for the mid lane turret. They find the hit. Stand United coming through. Balrog doesn't want to push too much further lest he get taunted. They will go ahead and kite back and continue to defend this mid lane tier 1 turret.
The turret down. First goal always for a Jace comp, but only a single turret advantage. Would have loved to get that Mountain Drake that was claimed by CJ. Thanks, Korean Jace.
He says the same thing, but it just sounds cooler.
He does. Slightly different pitch to the voice, and also the transformation of the skin as well, the voice modifier. Soul Reaver Jace, I believe, is that right? I know it's Soul Reaver Draven, who also has the same voice modulation. Full Metal Jace?
That's Full Metal, yeah.
Okay. Skin names.
Yeah.
I failed the test. Sorry, OGN Legion.
He's got a couple different ones at this point. Personally, I prefer his newest one, the Archangel-looking one.
Snow Debonair.
It's not Debonair, but it looks pretty cool. I like it because his armor almost looks like he's like a dressed-down Marine from Warhammer 40k.
Not quite as on the nose.
Very
as,
angelic.
Not quite as on the nose the Garen skin, where he really looks like 40k. His release skin. I want to say it's Sanguine Garen. Does that sound right? That was a long time ago. We're talking 2010 skin names.
I don't remember which one.
You can look it up.
Which is,
on the screen, we're seeing a teleport come in onto the side of CJ. They really want to lock down Helper as he's split pushing.
You know, the explosive cast comes back. That creates a little bit of distance.
No one on his side of the map.
Yeah, he's going to get tethered down. He's going to get taken out. True Shot Barrage almost claims the kill, but at least it gets the assist in onto Veritas.
Everett will try and square up the map. That's their big hope. As Winged is caught.
Ash Era comes through, and actually the red buff gets taken away here by Malrong, dashing in, now comes up with the kill. Good little
They
collapse
turn
here.
onto the turret. Watch this turret go away.
Yeah, they're going to be looking for this one rather quickly. Kira from the sidelines trying to offer up what wave clear he can with those mantra Qs. Third goes low. A couple more hits would finish it off. They actually have to kite
Agree
back.
to stay on it, so it's smart of them to back away. It's not going to regen, so no big deal there.
I think you're thinking of the Steel Legion here, by the way.
No, that was a later one.
Getting locked down. Wild Growth comes through onto the Lulu, keeping himself alive.
Use the clone there to dodge some damage. One day we'll see a Garen. Faker will bring it out in the mid lane. Faker's already experienced the Garen. You remember Peke played mid lane Garen at All-Star last year.
Yeah.
That was the game.
I mean, we have Renekton in the meta.
Vishio and I sat down for a EU LCS versus LCK game and got mid lane Garen. It was good times. Good accuracy coming through from Duel on the arrow, and everything registered. Ella had to flash, but Polymorph meant no sort of escape coming through from Winged. Got most of the turret. They'll return to it soon to pick it up finally.
It's a good multi-purpose shock blast red buff into the damage. Help come up with that one. So Everraid at the moment still hovering in a lead, about 1,000 gold up. Nearly have that tier 2 turret in the mid lane. But for now, it's going to be starting to prioritize vision control around that Baron. You can see the control ward inside the pit there for CJ. They have a very good vision at the moment, but that scrying plant does come out, so they'll be able to clear out quite a bit of it.
Only meaningful gold lead is for Duel. The 80 carry, about 1,000 gold up on Veritas. He's gone super, super defensive on his build.
Yeah.
No play the Ruin King at all in the first 2 item purchases. Makes it feel like a foregone meta.
On the Trinity Force, already has the Muramana ready to go, but having to divert the build into that QSS really is costly as far as his damage is concerned.
We're starting to lose the trades against Tiamat Shen.
As you might expect. So even with a Spirit Visage and that sustain coming out from the Gragas kit, it's not going to be enough.
Lose the trades is also a dramatic thing to say that he's getting slightly chunked out.
Yet another stop on that push in the mid lane as they try to hold on to that turret.
So let's talk about what we're not seeing from CJ, because I talked about how strong their 1-3-1 is and how there wasn't clean answers for Everett winners with the mid lane Cassiopeia. The vision coverage to make this work is really not there. They have no advanced vision on the side of Everett winners, which means Candy's at risk every time he pushes up, as we just see demonstrated on the screen. You can take a couple more liberties with Soul when it comes to the Shen on the other side of the map, but they can't really play 1-3-1 if they have no extra information, and for now, they're kind of running a 1-3-1 comp and just kind of milling around as groups of 4 or 5, which kind of defeats the purpose of the draft for CJ Entus. Need to see them putting down some vision. Would require both Graves and Karma to go on a vision quest, you'd have to say.
Well, this is starting to look like it's going to be one of those games that's decided by the Baron.
Yep. I mean, honestly, you win a team fight and Jace Ash murders turrets, so the Baron also will go down quickly.
Jace, Ash, and Cassiopeia will destroy Baron. Oh, Duel pushing forward.
QSS on the Ezreal means target selection there is not ideal.
Yeah. Well, not going to be able to go for it. Don't even waste their time. They're just getting rid of some of these control wards around the map.
And let's be clear, there is thought behind this QSS. Having the QSS means that in the 1-3-1, Ezreal can actually walk up to wave clear without just dying to Ashe ultimate into Gragas ultimate. So I can track the logic there, but it does slow down the build pretty heavily. Doesn't have the lifesteal to be taking accelerated shock blast too often. Shen ultimate was used, but predictably, unfortunately for Soul today.
Oh boy, Duel pushing forward. Really rips through Veritas. The shield comes out from Pure, keeping him alive. Doesn't have to use the heal or the flash, but still. Great skirmishing out by the Ashe.
Veritas will recall in a brush. Won't be taken down, although cancels it.
Sticking around. At least for the moment. Looking for Duel, maybe a collapse onto him. Soul shows himself though, so Duel should be safe. Meanwhile, Malrong, yeah, gonna get locked down with the chain. Even with the flash coming through, and now the taunt lands in onto the Ashe as he tries to kite it back. will have to exit through the river. So that dodge field comes down, but now with the Jace taken out, a bit of a window here for CJ. Maybe they're trying to knock down this turret.
Baron is no longer realistic if they don't start it straight away. Only 25 seconds at this juncture for Malrang to respawn, but
Only other thing they could go for is the Cloud Drake.
not the best options there. And Everraid actually will be the team to start off this Cloud Drake as Shen removes his shield.
Gonna go ahead, roll the dice.
His
see what they
sword.
can get next. Candy's got that wave moving up top, so Septid will have to go and answer this.
The fact that the vision doesn't really exist in any meaningful way apart from a smattering of wards means that Septid can pretty confidently walk from a bot lane to top, so mid lane to top lane without being punished.
Oh, hell yeah, you unlocked another Cloud Drake.
Yay. See the replay, and well, Candy hit a spell rotation and Malrang died, which is a Jace story, if I ever heard one. No sign of a Hex Drinker. Gonna be just going for the Black Cleaver, going pretty lane Jace in the build, as you'd imagine. Still jury out on the Jungle Jace. They've done some cool stuff with it, but is it worth replacing another jungle choice with the Jace? That part I'm not so sure.
Yeah, it's seeming like probably not.
Remember, they picked Jace when LeBlanc was already locked in, so if it was wanting a better matchup in mid, they could have done that at a different juncture.
Well, something tells me they didn't MVP their way into a jungle chase. This had to have been intended.
Yeah, MVP famously said they wanted to put Rengar support, then thought better of it and went with top lane Rengar.
It's like, why not? ADD, just have fun.
That's up there with Wraith's famous, well, there was nothing left after they banned away my champion, so I had to go Lux.
They banned Lux and Thresh, so they banned, what was it, Karma Thresh?
Yeah.
Yeah, they banned Karma Thresh, so I have to go Lux. Says the guy who's played Kayle and Leona support as well.
Big investment here. Once again, another teleport coming through. They want to assassinate Helper across map again.
Yeah, this is going to be Candy. Explosive Cast does come down, but Helper still, the odds of him getting away, very slim, but they at least draw the flash out of Soul for all of this. So TP and flash down to kill the Gragas.
Really don't know what exactly that does, given that Gragas has teleport. So
yeah, honestly, I think that's almost a trade up there for Everraid.
Yeah, they remove one teleport. Now there's only, and the flash also from Shen. So suddenly, Duel can walk up further in a fight. Doesn't have to respect Taunt Flash. Will they get finally the outer mid lane turret for it? Even then, you're like, okay, decent trade, but optimistic for a 28-minute trade. Help us back on the map in 20 seconds with teleports. So windows are pretty small here for the side of CJ.
Wrap around to the back here from Candy. That's going to be the Stand United. Using onto the LeBlanc as he jumps forward, looking for Septid. He gets a Petrifying Gaze down onto Pure. Almost trades the kill, but the shields come out in time, and he goes down. Picked up by Veritas. The turret will fall. And Malrang will get taken out. Nothing that he could really do. Falls in the end, and CJ, 2 picks. The Smite gone yet again for 40 seconds this time. This could be a Baron opening for CJ Entus.
Yeah, Malrang too far up. Septid understandable, was surprised by LeBlanc coming through, but Malrang did not have to die as well, was never going to turn around to fight. So Helper's going to teleport in. 3v5, Baron already down to 5,000 health.
It'd be one hell of a play here for them to stop this Baron or to take this one away. They're firing off onto Soul. He goes low. Duel making work with this Ashe. He goes forward into the backside. Candy immediately gets body slammed, goes low. The shield comes out, but the Baron finishes him off, and Helper comes up with the kill. Now firing away. They get rid of Soul. That's a double kill. Can he find more?
Baby!
The body slam, the triple, the quadra kill over to Duel and Everraid. The 3v5. They turn it around, and now they can take the Baron for themselves.
Duel ran wild in the fight with the Lulu speed up. Everyone DPSing down Baron. LeBlanc tried to be tricky, but died to the Baron auto attack. Was out of the fight one way or the other. And now it's suddenly a free Baron, and suddenly may condemn CJ to another season in Challenger.
The 3v5 at Baron, a CJ Entus story. They come out very much on the opposite side of that. And Everraid, yet again, just take control of the game.
There's not much health and armor items on CJ, but there's plenty of health when they start the Baron. But look how long they decide to tank up Baron before they finally make the call to turn. They had full health on multiple members, and then they just free order whoever was safest. It ended up being Soul, who no longer was a frontline on the Shen, and it's just a calamity from the side of CJ Entus. The sort of play Where if it condemns you to Challenger, maybe that's where you deserve to be, as suddenly Jace Jungle Team now has Baron buff on, I believe, at least 4 members, maybe 5. This could just be all she wrote for CJ Entus.
It's really looking that way. It would take a miracle to bring themselves back into this game. I mean, the gold lead isn't that massive, but now with the Baron buff, it's going to be stretched, you'd have to expect.
Whenever a poke comp, which I wouldn't really call this a poke comp, but it has strong poke in, it gets Baron, Gragas just walks between and the turrets, and what are you to do? It's going to be free turret takes. There's no wave clear to speak of. LeBlanc's W in is going to be met with probably an instant death, so honestly all they can do is watch, short of a QR from the winged on the Graves.
Only one more inner turret standing in the top lane as they look for this inhibitor one in the bottom side. Soul getting chunked out, goes low, has to back off towards that fountain, doesn't have a GA. The poke is just coming through. Veritas knocked down to half as Malrong might not be able to do too much as far as the ganks go in this game, but poke coming down is pretty substantial. Redemption pops it back up. Candy goes to the back line, immediately gets body slammed and taken out as Malrong finds the kill. Soul kiting his way back as best as he can with the Shadow Dash. They just have to concede this inhib. It goes down, and
they may concede the game.
They just want to go for this one. Yeah, there's no LeBlanc for 40 seconds. Ever8, they want to go for the finish. Lockdown wing. He jumps away. The shock blast won't connect, won't finish him off. Wave has been thinned out. Helper tanking up for the most part. Has the shields from Ela to keep him healthy as they take down that first Nexus turret, but that likely will be the disengage as the Lulu and the Ashe are both very weak.
Respawn 18 seconds out from Candy. Smart move to back away here for Ever8 winners. A lot of gold, over 1,000 on each member. No pressure to overstay. So looking for a pick on the backside, not to find it.
Yep.
And we're, I mean, I hazard to say a team fight. We're basically a stiff breeze away from CJ's last structures being blown over. Them having the craziest whirlwind of going 14-0, dropping 4 maps all season, and then suffering the double best-of-3 loss and elimination from the promotion tournament on the first day of Asking. The last team to suffer that when it came to losing both matches on the first day of the promotion tournament was Spenu Korea, who disbanded over the course of the post-World season. And while I don't know about CJ disbanding, hard to really justify the amount of stars on this lineup, at least relative for Challenger, if they're going to choke at the first time of Asking and lose out on the first day of the promotion tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be surprised, even if the team does stay together, if a lot of these members do leave for other territories.
And look, choking is a strong word to use because the analysts were saying CJ and Ever8 are a level below Jinair and Kongdu Monster. Based on their macro play and the level of opposition in the Challenger League. But again, players here have individually looked pretty good on decent teams. Veritas on Unicorns of Love was not a star, but he was a good player. Winged and Pure have been good role players on decent teams as well, so they should, at least on paper, do well in Challenger. They did that part, but going out like this is not part of the playbook for CJ Entus.
Certainly is not, but well, they need to throw that playbook in the trash. They're going to start with a taunt here onto Jewel, who's kiting back. Doesn't quite make it into the redemption, so still is rather low, but they find Soul. Accepted takes him down. Candy just trying to poke in from the sidelines, trying to find an entry to assassinate a member of Ever8, but he just cannot find it. Has to go and answer these super creeps that are about to push in onto that final standing Nexus turret. So he gets drawn away. The rest of Ever8 will kite backward. No Ocean Drakes, no real ways of regaining their HP, but they're still going to be sticking around, trying to knock down this inhib turret in the top lane. It seems like they might just have to let it go.
Yeah, well repelled by CJ Entus. Good defensive formation, denies auto attacks from either the Jace or the Ashe. And LeBlanc's wave clear was one of the standbys even after her W damage was adjusted so far downwards. One of the true reasons we still see her in the meta is the power of, pushing power of TP LeBlanc, as we see a replay went all in onto Duel to try and get the first pick. Duel, who did turn the fight so deftly around the Baron, launched Ever8 into the advantage, but Soul falls down. The chunk out is still successful. No objective is taken off the back of the one pick, and we saw CJ overinvest in picks earlier in this series to no gain. Ever8 this time for once, do not advance their position, getting a member of CJ Entus.
I mean, it could have been really different, honestly, if Jewel had gotten inside of that redemption in time. It's taken way too low. If he had gotten that burst of healing in, then maybe you can see a different story. Maybe we would have seen the end of the game there in favor of Ever8. But for now, CJ, they persevere, they hold on for a bit longer, but it's still a 6.6 thousand gold deficit that they are in with hardly anything to their name outside of a Mountain Drake.
We'll see if the items can really change anything as Marang gets out and does draw both Flash and Stand United out of the side of CJ.
Yep, so very nice takeaways there. Albeit inadvertent, but still, it's going to be a welcome sight. Barrel roll, not going to find the takeaway on that red buff, so Veritas will have that.
This is the kind of game where Veritas could carry. He's at 3 items, probably looking for some armor penetration next. Still a game he could carry. Jungle Jace is still Jace when it comes to late game fights, so not out of the realm of possibility, but Ultra backs against the wall. That particular metaphor is getting a lot of use today, but understandable when loss means confirmed spot into Challenger for the summer season.
Now the pressure coming out. Super Creep still on the bottom side of the map, just drawing CJ further and further away from that Baron that's going to be spawning in 10 seconds. Well, as I say that, the inhib does come back up.
Good timing. Baron buff will die quickly, but if CJ can contest, there is still a team fight around Baron that is won by CJ Entus, as Ever8 showed with the reverse of that.
Well, they start this up. Shot Barrage comes through to scout this out. Helper coming through with the teleport. Does he complete this? Yes, he does. He's able to body slam over the wall, and the Baron is just getting credit down for the rest of Ever8. They are able to take this one away. Now Ash Arrow coming through, finds Soul. Can they lock him up in time? Shadow Dash takes him out to safety. Shock Blast just tickling him on the way out, but another Baron over to Ever8 to try to knock down these remaining structures. Waves already prepped on the top side of the map. Bottom lane pushing in as well.
In perfect teleport, really liked it from Helper. With the spot, it wasn't overcommitting in terms of going to the enemy team and tanky enough to put a seed of doubt and mean there was no chance of a steal from CJ.
And now, can they knock down this turret? Firing away, trying to get some damage down onto that Shen so he can't frontline as comfortably as he has been. Nice shock blast in on the Veritas. Will be answered by the Redemption as they get popped back up with the turret. But the turret does go down. Creeps in the bottom side of the map, not exactly threatening that in him, but just nothing CJ can do without that turret there to defend the one in top lane, so they do lose out on it.
One more attack, it looks like, is needed. They now have the base exposed in 2 areas. The hope and dream of CJ fans is really now a remote possibility. The 1-3-1 that was looking so powerful never truly happened in this game because of the misplay around Baron, where they allowed Duel to just run through like a hot knife through butter the whole team in the Baron fight. And now we're in this awkward spot where Ever8 could just enter the last final turret that's alive in mid lane, take it down, and end the game, or just look for the percentage play and take the inhibitor in bot.
You see Veritas firing away, is able to work down Helper to about half HP. So doing what he needs to, getting this early poke in before they go in for the fight. But still a lot of passive healing there available for the Gragas. Shields from Ela to mitigate. So Ever8 will continue with the push. Super Creep's getting ready to move down towards where that tier 2 tower would have been about 10 minutes ago here. The top side of the map will be threatened rather soon.
Speaking of threat, Winged already takes super low.
Look at Scepted pushing it so far forward ahead of the rest of his team as they burn out that inhib. Minions very far away in the mid lane. They can just rotate over and start working those down as well. Have about 30% left on that Baron buff.
2 inhibitors down. Veritas still working on his 4th item.
They're going for this. It's going to be the TP coming through from Candy. They want to fight this Elder Dragon. Know that it's the last-ditch effort. They have to fight this or else they lose the game. So
That
pushing
fight
to
it
the
quick
top.
too. They can't allow super minions in the bottom lane to also start pushing.
Candy already in the pit. Helper body blocking and Balrog coming around from the side. Not there yet to offer up the smite, but we'll be able to get the wraparound. Candy goes in, looking for Scepter, tosses the chain to the side, finds Jewel. Wild Growth will come down on top of the Cassiopeia. Elder Dragon down below 3,000 HP, but it leashes back in and might just be abandoned by both teams. The Super Creeps in onto the final Nexus turret. All Ever8 need to do is buy time, stop the recalls from coming through. They get the cast
Candy!
in onto Candy. He dashes away, won't be inside of the Redemption, and now the Dragon Going low yet again. Malrong goes in, gets the smite. Elder Dragon +2
Two
buffs
dead.
over to Ever 8, and they already
They've
have
done
the
it.
kills coming through. The Ash Arrow doesn't need to connect. The kill is picked up by Malrong, who's fearlessly charging forward, trying to finish off the last two members of Veritas and Pure. They'll get taken down in the end. The chase too strong. The super creeps onto the Nexus, and Ever 8 have done it. 41 minutes on the clock. They'll keep their hopes alive as they take down CJ Entus with a 2-0. And as for CJ, they are back in Challenger yet again.
The dreams of the CJ Entus fans are no longer relevant. Ever 8 show that their win in the grand final of Challengers was no upset. You could have said many things as a CJ fan. Okay, already got our opponent ready for the promotion tournament. We were preparing for that. We weren't really focusing on the Challengers final. Well, the end result is they go out very resoundingly in this tournament. A great 10 minutes of play against Kongdu Monster. The only thing to smile about if you're a CJ fan, and hard to see this 5-man lineup lining up as it is unchained over the course of the Summer Challenger season. Ever 8 winners will still be a force in this tournament. We'll have a winners match coming through next time out. So the matches for today are done, but the season for today for this proud CJ organization is over. The OGN logo on their sleeves, of course, CJ owners of the OGN television channel, but will not have a team representing them in LCK Summer 2017.
No, they will not. Which will make it pretty much a full year now without CJ Entus in the league. Which is hard to think about if you're somebody, especially if you're somebody that's been watching OGN for quite some time.
What an emphatic way to do it. 2-0, the scoreline emphatic. Malrung on Jungle Jace. Was he the difference? Will we see a Jungle Jace meta? Probably not. But the confidence, the brazenness of this 17-year-old was one of the highlights of specifically Game 1, where he popped off onto the Graves, and he's now shown on the stage, watched by people around the world, that he is capable of anything when it comes to Jungle Champion pool.
I mean, you can see here, not too big of a celebration inside the booth of Ever 8.
Still work
Some
to be
wry
done.
smiles, but they know that they're not done yet. They still have more matches to win if they're going to earn their way.
What does it mean for the career of some of these once proud players? See Winged looking forlorn on your screen. Who's to say where any of them will end up for next season, but CJ Entus, their destination is clear. Back to Challenger, 14-0 regular season. Ends up meaning nothing, as they were the 4th best team on the day.
Yeah. Well, rough stuff here for CJ Entus fans, audience. Unfortunately, a bit distraught there as they turned up hoping to see this org make their way back into LCK, but it just did not happen. Maybe we'll see it again during the spring promotion tournament of next year, or at the end of the year. But for now, it's Challenger bound for CJ. Ever 8 still not out of the woods yet. They very well could end up back in Challenger themselves.
But we focus on CJ. You know, there's a lot of nostalgia around this squad. CJ, such a proud name of League of Legends. MIG, Azubu back in the days. But nostalgia's always that double-pronged thing, you know. Everyone feels nostalgic about something. You revisit that old cartoon that you liked as a kid, and you're like, oh, this wasn't actually as good as I remember. So many fond memories of CJ in League of Legends, but the new squad doesn't have a true link to the past. Sure, Reach is still there, but it's not the same players. It's not the same organization. And CJ Entus will not be joining us further, and that nostalgia gets further and further away every time they fail to make it to back to champions.
Yep. You can see here Veritas doing his damnedest with that Ezreal, coming out on top of the damage figures, but actually it was Malrong with the Jace, just constantly offering up those accelerated shock blasts from the sidelines, chunking people out.
A pretty empty damage, let's be real. The 27,000 wasn't the factor there, but it was cool. It was different.
Away,
the flex nature of it is a question mark, because suddenly now you play against Ever 8. If you lose that winner's best of 5 tomorrow, and you're like, those flexes are real. They can flex basically any champion anywhere. Jungle Karma has been played, of course, before by Diamond Prox, and something you wonder if Malrung's been practicing that, but this is the result on the day. CJ Entus, once proud, once undefeated in Challenger. Both those stories are old news. They will be going back down to Challenger. 3 teams for 2 slots. First, we will start with a best of 5 between Jinner and Kongdu on Thursday. Winner of that makes it to champions. Loser faces Ever 8 in a best of 3, and after seeing some of those champions, maybe you don't want to see that best of 3.
Yeah, rough stuff here, but for now we will have that winners match coming up next. That'll be Papa Smithy and Atlas bringing you that action as we'll see Jin Air take on Kongdu Monster, see who will go ahead, earn their way directly into LCK for another split Both teams seeming a bit strong. Kongdu maybe a little bit more wavering going to those 3 games. Jin Air coming out with the 2-0 over top of Ever 8. So we'll see what happens when it comes down to that. We'll see you guys in 2 days when we'll figure out who's going to be the first team back in LCK, and we'll conclude it all at the end of the week on Saturday. So thank you guys for watching so much, and we will see you then. From myself, Papa Smithy, have a good night. They're not done yet. They're going to talk a little bit more.
We will.
You have any final words, Papa Smithy?
Rest in peace, CJ Entus. At least when it comes to LCK, it's going to be a 2018 thing.
All right, well, maybe we'll see them qualify for the spring. Who really knows? But for now, CJ, they go back to Challenger. So rest in peace, CJ. We'll see you next time.